In the beginning is a dream. That dream gives us the courage to take the first step. And then the next step. And then the next. Along the way, we meet people who make great things happen. A business breakthrough. A home. A smile. A new deal. In life, you need the right partner to progress. At Equity, we believe that when we work together, we grow. Equity Bank, your listening, caring partner.
Streaming live on www.radiombfm.com. 93.7, a home away from home.
Greetings to you all. My name is Andrew Agaba. I'm calling from Uganda. And with me on the call, I have Florence and some of our colleagues from the bank. I'm the Chief Business Officer for Postbank, and I'm glad to be speaking to you today. Before we get into the presentation, of course, and on behalf of Postbank management and staff, I wish to express our solidarity and support, our appreciation to all our customers, and of course, Postbank. Most of you in the diaspora know about Postbank. We were incorporated as a bank, as a financial institution in 1998.
Joseph, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I can hear you quite well.
Am I paying to your excellence? Oh, I'm loud and clear.
No, you're loud enough. You're loud enough, Honorable.
Okay, thank you.
It's been a busy day. Earlier, I was seeing you on another forum, and now here you are.
I know. On NTV.
Yeah, you were spitting fire.
No, that's the reality.
I know.
As people go on to face the realities, I think we need more than we are talking about.
So did you kumenya with the statement or you left it?
I left it. Unless I'm dead. Yeah. Is a wheelbarrow pusher. It's a fact.
I tell you.
It's not that, I mean, it's in that figurative speech. So who are we waiting for? Hope we are not on this Zoom only.
I think we are waiting for the time.
Oh, for other participants to join in?
Yep.
I guess I'm loud and clear.
You are loud and clear, Honorable.
Oh, okay. Will this be captured on Facebook? I don't know. How does that happen?
It will be online, not on Facebook, I think.
But I think you can get this and link it into a Facebook page or something.
Can it be linked?
Yeah, we're relaying to our Facebook.
You're relaying it? Yeah, I'm also relaying to my Facebook page.
Okay, I think how do we relate this to our Facebook page?
If you use this page, then you that's right. Don't you have an administrator, somebody who can do it for you?
Well, I have one.
So Maga, just tell them, let them know we have 7 minutes to the start time. We don't want to go down there and relate to you with this. No, they just have to access, I believe, and then
they use a watch pattern from the UNAA page.
Okay, let this gentleman explain to you very briefly.
Hello. Yeah, so they pick the feed from the YouTube UNAA online and then live stream to their Facebook.
Oh, okay.
But it's technical. It's something. It's not straightforward.
They should know it there. So they pick it from some of them.
The pick it from the YouTube, UNA online YouTube, and then relate to the live stream.
Opportunity donor.
Let's take them. No. That I think should not be very difficult.
Okay.
Unataka kuhisi
In the beginning is a dream. That dream gives us the courage to take the first step. And then the next step. And then the next. Along the way, we meet people who make great things happen. A business breakthrough. A home. A smile. A new deal. In life, you need the right partner to progress. At Equity, we believe that when we work together, we grow. Equity Bank, your listening, caring partner.
Streaming live on www.radiombfm.com. 93.7, a home away from home.
Good morning, good evening. Good morning to those in the US and good evening to those in Uganda. We are broadcasting live. And this is the Ugandan North American Association Convention, and we are 32 years old today. This is your political forum, and it's being sponsored by Postbank today. So I would like to ask our communications director to go ahead and send out the word of our sponsors to the community.
can talk about survival my life.
Welcome back and good morning again. Good evening to our counterparts in Uganda. We welcome you to this political forum session. This is the 32nd annual convention of the Ugandan North American Association, virtual style, and we want to welcome you all for being with us today. I would like to thank all the participants here with us today for joining us. We know that you have busy schedules. We know that it's busy in Uganda, but we are grateful that you were able to join us. My name is Henrietta Wamala, and I am the Ugandan North American Association President and the co-moderator of this political forum. With me co-moderating today is Professor Michael Kaluuya, who is a professor of economics and department chair for the business department in Tarrant County College on the Northeast Campus in Fort Worth, Dallas. Dr. Kaluuya also holds a Master's of Science in International Economics and a Master's of Arts in Political Science. Thank you for joining me, Dr. Kaluuya, on this journey. Now, I would like to thank again our guests for what they are doing to make Uganda a better place for us and honoring their time to join us for this discussion. All we want is to see Uganda succeed and enjoy the fruits of that success as a nation. Therefore, we will be discussing a few things here today that are dear to us as diasporans and how we can make a meaningful contribution to the motherland. These issues will be political, social, and economical, as will be seen in the 6 questions that we have formulated for this panel. During the discussion, we are going to give each panelist 2 minutes to answer a question and a maximum of 15 minutes per question. We will then take a couple of questions from the audience that will also be asked of the panelists. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it over to my co-moderator, who will give the panelists a chance to introduce themselves to the listenership and also answer the first question of our discussion today. Welcome, everyone. And Dr. Kaluuya, I want to hand this over to you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, our panelists, for joining us this evening in Uganda, and for our viewers in the US and Uganda, good morning and good evening. I won't do any other introduction of myself, as Madam President has already done the introduction. I want to thank our panelists for honoring invitation to come and we discuss some of the issues that we diasporans, and I believe our sisters and brothers in Uganda are concerned about. This is not going to be a debate. It's going to be a discussion because each and every one of us is interested in looking at Uganda as a successful nation and looking at Ugandans as successful. So without any much ado, I want to pose the first question to our panelists. Being that we are in diaspora, I wanted to ask, before we can move forward, as panelists, do you recognize that the diasporas are an important segment of the Ugandan society and significant to the issues or affairs in Uganda as this forum will discuss? So that is our first question. Once we finish that question, then we can move forward. We have about a few minutes for this question and then we can proceed. Who goes first? Honorable Nsereko. You are on mute. I think he's muted. Madam President, can you unmute?
Have unmuted, I think. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the United States and Canada, and good evening to all of you here in Kampala. Do I recognize the role of the diaspora and their contribution to Uganda? Automatically, yes. The diaspora is an integral part. The people living outside Uganda, but are Ugandans, are an integral part, not only to our economy, but to also our social fabric. Therefore, they are of a great importance and role. Economically, the remittances they do contribute a lot to, of course, our treasury and the taxes we get from whatever they remit, let's say through mobile money, notwithstanding other taxes we charge on what they do. The money they make outside there, they come and invest, let's say, in construction, but also the human resource capital that they return with. We've not tapped a lot in their human resource capital because I think it has not been a grand policy of our government to treasure them to that extent. If we tap a lot in their human resource capital that they have, very many people have great qualifications in many academias, in innovation, let's say in technology. We have a lot of them, like one young man, James in Sweden, James from Sime, an amazing brain that is celebrated in Europe. We have people that are great in aviation in the diaspora. We have brains that are great in the medical field and innovation in the medical field in the diaspora. But in all fields, therefore, we should know that the diaspora is an integral part of the growth of our country. How we tap into that integral part leaves a lot to desire, because then it should be a policy of this country to invest in tapping into its diaspora. Countries like Kenya, Rwanda, and that is in Africa, and Ivory Coast, I think have excelled in tapping into the strength of their people who are living in the diaspora. I'm sorry I'm getting interruptions of calls, but I'll have to stop them at one time, at a certain time. But let me go to the point. Very many countries have made it a policy to tap into the strength of their persons that are living outside, their nationals that are living outside their countries. Countries that have excelled from that in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa mainly. We've had Rwanda, we've had Kenya, but also Zimbabwe. Even when it's struggling, it has done well to tap into the resources, the human resource that it has from its diaspora. Then we have Ivory Coast that has also done well in that field. Then in the Maghreb, of course, Tunisia, Algeria has a number of people, and Egypt has a number of people in the diaspora that they have tapped from. So we as Ugandans, we should look at
I think you have extensively addressed this issue. We wanted to give other panelists an opportunity as well to go ahead and address the same question.
Can I wind it up? Can I just wind it up?
In 2 seconds.
In my view, in 2 seconds, yes, the diaspora is a very integral part. We need to document it so that we know how they can fit our economy, but even how we can draw in socially to strengthen them wherever they are, because socio-economic ties is what will help build the diaspora and link it into our native economy here. Therefore, they are very much important. Uganda needs them, but how we link up, how we bridge the gap that is there between the people in the diaspora and here home is what leaves to be desired.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you
much. Thank you so much, Honorable Nsiloko. Mr. Joseph Kablet.
Yes.
The question was, is the diaspora a segment that is significant to the issues or to whatever is happening in Uganda? For us to continue with this discussion, we need to answer that question.
Well, of course, it is a very significant part of what's happening in the country. Even if you start from how much money that comes from the diaspora into the economy, which of course is the obvious starting point, but also if you look at the statistics, about 90% of the people in the diaspora are actually giving some kind of financial support to relatives back home. And therefore, basically, they are keeping people alive in our country. So so that already means that they are extremely important, because there are so many, in excess of millions of people outside there in the diaspora. Now, if 90% of them are looking after people in Uganda, that means they are very important to us. But also the fact that they are Ugandans, they love our country, they can do a lot of things, even if they were never to come back to this country as citizens here, although we would want to wish they do at some stage. But even if they never do, they can be a good source of income for us in so many areas, apart from just remitting their money here. They can be a source of income in areas like tourism and things like that, and even good ambassadors for us as we're trying to market our country and portray an image that is better than, of course, what we've had in the last 3.5 decades. So when we are rebuilding our country from those ruins, we shall need the people in the diaspora as part of our marketing force. We shall, of course, need their brains, as one of the has put there. What we've been having so much is we've basically been telling them, bring your money, but we don't need your opinion. Keep your opinions to yourself. Now, that's where we get it wrong. If we need their money, we need their opinions. And they have an advantage of having lived in organized societies for so long, so they can actually bring a lot of input to try and organize our society in the way that they have seen in the places that they stay in.
Thank you, Mr. Kablet. And I know you are one of the presidential candidates that I wanted to give you an opportunity to introduce that, but later on we'll talk about that. We have Mr. Kalinge. Mr. Omar Kalinge.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
There was a complaint at the beginning. I wasn't audible enough. Of course, we regard Renewed Uganda, the organization, the platform that has fielded General Henry Tumukunde as presidential candidate, regards the diaspora as a very important component of the new Uganda we're trying to create, the Renewed Uganda, because we come from a background of commitment to transition, a transition to a better country. And our idea of transition is not the narrow one of changing from one leader to the other, but also transitioning from the way of doing things, from the handheld hoe to the tractor, from nature-based sustenance to industrialization, to the digital world, to artificial intelligence. So, and there's no component of our population that is as well positioned to bring this home than the diaspora. Secondly, we also recognize that having lived years of safety, security, social stability in the West, largely, the diaspora really would like to have that at home. And everyone's question today is, should change come to Uganda? Will Uganda be safe, secure, safe for investment, safe for life? And we say, yes, it will be under Henry Tumukunde as president, because what we bring to the table is years and years of investment in security. His record as Minister, as Director of Chief National Intelligence, Director of the Internal Security Organization, speaks for itself. He has fought wars. So when you say stability, the transition from instability to stability, there's no better candidate that can guarantee that. I think that should sum it up, really. We recognize the diaspora is very important. We have already sent out calls for proposals to our manifesto, and the diaspora section is doing a terrific job. We're receiving proposals into the manifesto under construction, and Henry Sari and group are really doing a good job. He's the external affairs coordinator, doing a very, very good job. And this manifesto will have a huge input, especially on those elements of modernization and from the diaspora.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Omar Kalinge. And Mr. Omar Kalinge, for our viewers, is representing General Tumukunde, who is an aspiring presidential candidate as well. I want to give this opportunity to Mr. Waiswa Alex. Mr. Waiswa Alex, I think, is representing NUP and People Power, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, I am the head of ideology and training in the People Power movement. And of course, I am representing the People Power movement. In regard to the question that has been posed to us, it is very obvious that Ugandans living in the diaspora are very important to us as a country, because if you look at the people and persons living in the diaspora, segmenting them from starters, we have those who attained a lot of knowledge, went for scholarship, and did not come back. That has caused brain drain to Uganda. We have those that went for labor in places like the Middle East and those other African countries, house girls, the informal sector that we refer to as the informal sector. Of course, we have those who went for other types of jobs in the diaspora, that is Europe, in the United States, and other places. Now, these come with over $1 billion to our budget. So that shows you the importance of Ugandans living in the diaspora. They tremendously add a lot of economic value to the country and the tax base when they are repatriating their income that they have attained in matters with the work they do. When they come back here, the construction, their expenditure is basically back home. And that drives the economic importance of members in the diaspora, of Ugandans living in the diaspora, that to avoid the brain drain, if you involve the members of the diaspora, when you are in a better country, like the one we shall be under the leadership of Honorable Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who will be president in 2021, we intend to involve the expatriatism of the members of the diaspora and Ugandans to come assist us in developing, because in the diaspora, there is the biggest opponent of exposure. And we need that component of exposure to be brought back home to develop our country, because these things are doable. But the zeal, the exposure can best be found in Ugandans living in the diaspora. Politically, Ugandans in the diaspora are the first line of liberation. Why? They use their exposure because governments in Africa, like the one of Uganda, it always uses deceit at all platforms. especially the international platforms, different foreign missions. They are always taken with the intelligence of the governments that are in charge or at stake of where they come from. So for us, we believe as the National Unity Platform that politically we are going to use members of the diaspora to assist us, first of all, in resource mobilization, international awareness, because you cannot unseat a dictator unless the world is internationally aware that there's a challenge back home, because we are living in a global village. Therefore, to sum up that question, Ugandans living in the diaspora, being citizens of Uganda, are very important. They add more than $1 billion to our tax base. They have assisted much, and I believe in our infrastructure development, given their expertise and exposure, if repatriated back here, we shall, one, save a lot of money, because you can imagine if you have a Ugandan earning from the construction of a $1 trillion road, and we have many of those that are abroad, it means that those resources will remain here, which has been lacking. So we definitely need to have a better link. We need to have better relationships with our members in the diaspora, and also afford them to feel important. They must be afforded easy access to dual citizenship. Thank you very much. That is what I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Waiswa. We have Mr. Moses Byaruhanga representing the NRM. Mr. Byaruhanga, to the question, is the diaspora significant in the affairs of Uganda?
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Dr. Michael, yes, the diaspora is significant, there's no doubt about it. First of all, from the cultural point of view, even when some of you have acquired citizenship of those countries, biologically, if you are my brother, Michael, or Henrietta is my sister, even though she becomes American, she still remains my brother or my sister. So from that point of view, it is significant. In fact, that was the background. I think was it when we were amending the Constitution in 2005, we provided for dual citizenship of people who, like you, who are in America, who are in other places around the world, who have acquired citizenship of those countries, but are willing to maintain citizenship of Uganda. Under the old law, if somebody became an American, was originally Ugandan and became an American, like many of you are, would definitely have forfeited or considered to have forfeited their citizenship of Uganda. But we said, no, these people, that's just in a law book in writing. But if somebody is my sister, as I've already said, is my brother, is out there, the blood relationship, the kinship, the clanship, that won't change. Notwithstanding, they are of a different citizenship. So that was the background. Even that's why we amended the Constitution to allow dual citizenship. Wise is saying they will do it. It's already done. It was done long ago. So, but the issues there are now how to make it quicker, the smaller issues to handle, but the Constitution was amended to allow dual citizenship. I agree with my other colleagues, Honorable Nsereko and others who have said that yes, the remittances which come from the diaspora community, it has now been, I think, number until recently because of what is happening in the world with the pandemic. I think you were number 2 in terms of our exports. Number 1 being tourism, number 2 being diaspora remittances, and so forth. So this money comes into our economy. You send it to your relatives. You send it to do business. Others are buying houses. Others are banking. Opened up accounts like with Post Bank and others. Now all this is money coming in from you. It is important. So the more you are stable there and work and earn more money, the better for our economy, the better for yourselves, because many of you are investing or are on the social side, assisting your brothers in terms of school fees, assisting families in terms of welfare. So in whichever way it comes, it is important for both parties. The one who is sending it either to do business or to help his family, and the one who is receiving it is also being helped in that way. So diaspora, you are important. We as NRM, as a government, we regard you seriously. We have been engaged. This is the only UNA. I want to thank Madam President who have managed to organize UNA on visual, because I have personally, I think, attended over 10 UNA conferences, including the one of last year in Chicago, where Madam President was elected. So the importance we put to it, by even attending, even today, attending on visual, it shows you we are really concerned and we appreciate you and your contribution to your motherland in terms, as I said, of culture, in terms of the economy, and even moving in terms of tourism, those who just come to visit and go back. It is really good for us, for both parties.
Thank you so much, Mr. Beruhanga, and we appreciate all the answers and that each and everyone has accorded to this question. But in the interest of time, we need to move a little bit faster. Let's try to maintain the 2-minute segment for responses. I don't think we have any other person to respond to this, but so let's move on to our next question, and Madam President is going to give us that question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaluya. And in case we get a representative from Mr. Mugisha Montu, they'll find us moving along, and we'll circle back at one point or another. Our next question has to do with governance, and it will be with background information. So please pay attention. We all take pride and appreciate how the Ugandan government has been able to manage and avert some of the worst effects of COVID-19 and Ebola as disasters to our country. We also recognize that Uganda, just like any other country, in the case of COVID-19, was not prepared for this pandemic. And we followed the rest of the world by shutting down. In Uganda, we have a Ministry for Disaster Preparedness. And we have had a couple of disasters, such as even the recent floods in Kasese. They are those that have always happened in Mbale. My first part of the question is, are you confident that with the advent of COVID-19 and how it has been handled, significant policy measures will be put in place to revamp the current healthcare system and promote learning in the midst of disasters? Another question to that: what is the relevancy of the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness if it cannot plan for future unknown disasters? I'm going to pose this question to Mr. Moses Vyaruhanga as the person that is currently representing the sitting government.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, when it comes to dealing with disasters, well, even you in America, there you normally have hurricanes, you have typhoons, you have so many natural disasters. So if you are accusing our ministry here of not being able to plan for unknown disasters, but the disasters, by the very nature, are disasters. And I have seen how, even in America, you can't stop a hurricane. You can only guide the people or that it is coming at this speed, please try to evacuate, and so on and so forth. So in similar circumstances, yes, we have been having some floods. Being able to predict that the floods will be of this nature is not as easy as you may think. Like, as I said, when you have those hurricanes in America, so it is easy to plan for them. But the most important thing, what the Minister of Disaster has been doing is to take care of those who have been affected, to ensure that they are resettled, to ensure that the health system to look after them during the time of disruption, and so on and so forth. On the health system, well, the Uganda health system has, first of all, some of the diseases like this COVID are preventable in the sense of public health information. If you carry out a lot of good public health information, you can prevent the spread. That's what government has been doing in most cases, mainly. It's true, there's no cure yet in the world, in the whole world. How it came, it was also, why would I call it a disaster or otherwise? Whichever way you look at it, it's affected the whole world. Not in equal measures, but whether the death is small or here and it's big in the other countries, either way, a single death is bad enough. It's not admirable at all. You cannot say we have fewer deaths, so we are better off. No, any single death is bad enough. The world is working as one unit to ensure that scientists can get a cure or can get a vaccine. So I don't think there is any health system in the world which has been better prepared for the COVID, other than ensuring that you stop the spread from being so fast among the entire population. That's what has been happening all over the world. Uganda has done not so badly by having fewer cases of spread and having less cases of death, but any single death is bad enough. And I don't think there's anybody say, I'm better prepared health-wise to deal with such a situation, other than what is happening at the moment. Thank you.
The same questions are going to be posed to Mr. Kalinge. Are you confident that the advent of COVID-19 and how it's been handled, significant policy measures will be put in place to revamp the current healthcare system and promote learning in midst of disasters? And the other one, what is the relevancy of the Minister of Disaster Preparedness if it cannot plan for future and unknown disasters? Mr. Kalinge.
Thank you, Henrietta. We don't believe that under the current government, anyone can have confidence in a sound way forward. There won't be any serious policy proposals because there is simply no political will to do so. You are aware that the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda establishes, provides for the establishment of a disaster preparedness commission. Since 1995, this commission has never been put in place. So it's just sheer lack of will for government to establish, even to meet the legal framework for disaster preparedness. When COVID struck, they had to create a kind of ad hoc disaster COVID committee, which already landed in problems. From day one. The Office of the Prime Minister that handles disaster preparedness was embroiled in a scandal in the first week of the COVID intervention. Many, I think about 4 already in jail, inflation of prices and improper procurement procedures. So there's no hope. There's no hope for this government to cause any significant change. You ask also, what is the other question?
The other question is, what is the relevancy of the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness if it cannot plan for future and unknown disasters?
Good question. The Ministry for Disaster Preparedness remains relevant, but it's part of a broader bloated governance kind of apparatus. I think that would not be a full ministry in a sense. Of course, it's a kind of, the Minister of Disaster Preparedness works with the Office of Prime Minister and is called Minister, right? There was no need for a Minister for Disaster Preparedness. No, there wasn't, but still it's a good function, but they're not able to do anything that goes beyond firefighting. Disaster preparedness all over the world is a full-time job. The departments, meteorology departments, they are forecasters. They are always seminars and learning kind of platforms to prepare for disaster. What we do here is to wait for disaster to strike, run calls, collect the money, fail to account, and we move on. Can you believe that food was supposed to be distributed in 2 districts of Kampala and Wakiso, but over 50% did not receive any assistance. And here we are in the recent, in the ongoing NRM elections. I come from Kasao, Mukono district. One candidate, NRM candidate, is distributing the COVID relief food packed in the same bags. Packed in the same bags and marked milk, the substandard beans, and posho is being distributed in Kasao. Not Kasao is Mukono district, not Wakiso, not Kampala. Kampala people didn't receive the aid. It's being distributed to voters, NRM voters in Kasao to get votes. So this is the kind of abuse that cannot offer any hope. And you saw the president asking for donations of vehicles. Everybody was shocked. How do you ask for vehicles that are not ambulances to intervene in the COVID situation? It was very clear he was looking for vehicles to run his campaign in each of the districts. They got 4-wheel drives, the double cabins. They are now being used for matters not related to health, not related to COVID intervention, but to perpetuate the kind of reach of the dictatorship. So really, there's no hope. But we, as the renewed Uganda, we say, on assuming office, we shall make sure that the provision of the Constitution to establish a permanent disaster preparedness committee will be a priority. We shall also ensure that disaster preparedness is mainstreamed in government budgeting. We also shall ensure that even the private sector mainstreams disaster preparedness. We have fires every day in schools, fires in the markets. We have the highest road accidents on earth, on our roads. We have floods that hit periodically, the Bududa, the landslides. So this is a full-time job of our government, and it won't be a firefighting affair like the present leadership has really disappointedly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kalinga. We are kind of running out of time. I'm going to pose the same question to Mr. Waiswa, and let's try to keep it into 2 minutes so that the other panelists can also have a chance to respond. Mr. Waiswa, I'll repeat the questions to you. Are you confident that with the advent of COVID-19 and how it's been handled, significant policy measures will be put in place to revamp the current healthcare system and promote learning in midst of disasters? That's the first question. The second one is, what is the relevancy of the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness if it cannot plan for future and unknown disasters? 2 minutes, sir.
The history of disaster, especially during the NRM regime, is one of disaster itself. Because when you look at the budgetary policy of the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness in Uganda, it is very, very appalling. It is actually not only insufficient, but it is meager. The resources that are given to the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness are very meager, and they cannot go for the task of whatever happens. In Uganda, we have a high rate of accidents. And these accidents, if you look at them, they are disaster themselves, because running to the outpatients wards in the different government hospitals, it is also disaster there. But then when we talk about disaster, we talk about the wider catastrophes that come to the country, like locusts. Now they talked about the locusts. We are now speaking about COVID-19. But then whenever we have had these disasters, we have been appalled by the reaction of government. I want to give an example of Bududa. In Bududa, when the mudslides killed our people and they needed to be displaced, when you look at the budget and the cost of infrastructure that was constructed where they were going to be shifted to, the timelines of their shift, the quantum of persons that are being shifted was all appalling, because the background of the ministry that handles the fabric of disaster in Uganda is surrounded with corruption, it is surrounded with theft, scandal, total scandal after scandal. Because during the COVID-19, you remember, just like my other colleague alluded to, the entire hierarchy of the ministry of the office of the prime minister, particularly handling a disaster like COVID-19 that was consuming lives of millions of thousands of people across the world. In Uganda here, those in charge of saving lives during certain times of disaster were again involved in stealing funds and in clicking on how to attain wealth in such a time. You know that even the contribution of Ugandans to the task force, like the milk itself, apart from the one provided by government being expired, stories have come out that then this has also been sold back to those that had presented it to government for relief of Ugandans. Now that shows you the moral fabric of the people in charge of this country, that they can never lead us to any glory of any uncertainty at any one time. We need to change them, and the answer is the National Unity Platform. Of course, that leads me to relevance. This is not a relevant ministry. The ministry is not relevant because, one, it has failed its duty of reacting like its policy is, because our policy here is that we must be reactionary. It does not sit down to think about the future of disaster. If they had sat down always, then their preparations would be different. Let me give you an example. In Uganda, by 1980, we had silos. These were supposed to help us if we got a disaster of a fuel crisis. How do you overturn it? Moses Biaruhanga is on this platform. He knows that those who are, it is sad news. So I do not think that this government and its Ministry of Disaster has any relevance whatsoever as of these times in managing, thinking, and stopping any disaster. And this is reflected to even the resources that are given to those particular institutions. In Uganda here, when we got COVID, that is the only time we would have known that this government got our backs. But they gave us nothing, they gave us nothing and instead requested from us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Waiswa, for your response. I'm going to go to Mr. Joseph Kavuleta. Same questions. Are you confident that with the advent of COVID-19 and how it's been handled, significant policy measures will be put in place to revamp the current healthcare system and promote learning in midst of disasters? What is the relevance of the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness if it cannot plan for future and unknown disasters? And I will then get to Mr. Honorable Nsereko after you and give Mr. Biaruhanga a moment to respond to all of you since he's representing the sitting government. Mr. Kavuleta, you can take it away. And let's try to keep it to the either 2.5, 2 minutes.
Well, I'll answer your question starting from the last one. The thing is, is the Minister of Disaster Preparedness even involved in some of these disasters that happened, like let's say COVID? How involved were they as a ministry? I doubt there was a lot of involvement from them. I think it was just a ministry which was put there perhaps to balance regional appointments and all that. But I don't actually think they are even consulted in issues like this, because I think this is played out, especially COVID, with all the money that was availed by the World Bank and the international institutions for us to borrow. I think this was played out way above Minister of Disaster Preparedness level. It was way above their pay grade. So the relevance, I see very little of it. Of course, there can be relevance, but the whole thing is, the whole question is presupposing that we have in a government right home about. We have none. You see, this is the problem. I've told people all along, we just have thieves with guns in power. We do not have a government. Because you look at, for instance, thank God, most of the disasters we face in Uganda are of a health nature. Of course, there are a few exceptions, floods like in Kasese recently and in other parts of the country, and landslides like my brother, for people who has mentioned, mostly in Bududa and places like that, very hidden places. Aside from that, and the landslides are very predictable because they know they live in a very sloppy place. When it rains and the rains are heavy, there will be mudslides. That is a given. The issue is, of course, convincing people to leave their houses and go elsewhere. That has been a problem. But other than that, almost all of our disasters are of a health nature. Now, the whole health system in the country is completely broken down. And I mean totally broken down. And it is not for the want of funding. From the American government alone, we get close to $500 million, $500 million every year just for the health sector. Anything between 400 and 500 million, depending, it has been changing for the health sector alone. That means every day we receive over $1 million for the health sector in Uganda from America alone. So that's close to actually the budget that they have been giving the World Health Organization, and they're giving that to Uganda. So now that is a lot of money, and there's a lot that can be done there. But you see what usually happens now when because of the airports being closed and all that. So they say now Mulago is the place where they're going to be treating VIPs who suffer from COVID or who are under suspicion, whatever it is. And so it has been cordoned off for VIPs and VVVIPs. The trouble is, Mulago is saying they have not received a single coin of the COVID money. In trillions of money borrowed in the name of fighting COVID. The hospital, which has been doing the most treatment for COVID, has not received a coin from the government, in spite of all the millions of dollars, actually billions of dollars that have been borrowed in the name of COVID. So how do you have hope? I don't even know how anybody can say, do you have confidence? The question itself is so misplaced. As long as there is NRM in place, there is no confidence in nothing. Now, what we are trying to do when I get in power is to just transform the whole system. Now, the premise of this debate is that we kind of have some system that needs to be patched up here and there, perhaps made better, or some kind of working car, working vehicle that can be repaired, and perhaps a few things, change tires and what, and it moves. No, we have a complete write-off. What we need to do is start afresh, build from the bottom up, and actually, maybe 2 or 3 years from now, when I am president, then you can ask, do we have confidence in anything? But now we have confidence in nothing. Okay, all we know is that any disaster is an opportunity to get money, and for the same people who have been taking that money, take more and more of it, and we see where it goes around the city. We see buildings coming up, even during the lockdown. So the question is more or less, it's just that you ask and I have to answer. But really, I would rather pass and move on to something else, because when you mention NRM and confidence, I'm completely at sea. But this thing is coming to an end. That's the good news. And there is a new thing coming up, which we are going to build from the bottom up. And now when that happens, and we have the resources like that we have in health sector, which thankfully our development partners have been giving us, then can we start actually prioritizing health and thanking God that we do not have tornadoes, we do not have all those things which so many countries there have. Almost all of our disasters are of a health nature, and we can sort that even with the budget that currently is, even if we were to, to utilize what the development partners give us specifically for the health sector. But that can only happen. Of course, that's where the most scandals are in health, Gavi, Global Fund and all that. But it can only happen when there is this write-off of a system has been pushed down the drain, and we start building a new system afresh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kavuleta. I'm going to take it to Honorable Nsereko. And Honorable Sereko is in Parliament, so maybe he will have also some inside information of what goes on when it comes to allocating funds that should be allocated to these ministries. So Honorable Sereko, the question again says, are you confident that the advent of COVID-19 and how it's been handled, significant policy measures will be put in place to revamp the current healthcare system and promote learning in the midst of disasters? And then the other part is, what is the relevance of the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, and if it cannot plan for for future and unknown disasters? Honorable Sereko, you can take it away.
Thank you very much. Hope you hear me very well. And
yes, we can. We can.
First of all, let's address. We are all aware that the pandemic of COVID-19 caught the whole world unaware. Now, that one is a given and we all have to accept. Okay. Now, whether we are prepared or not, that is another question. The preparations are not done one day. It's not a trade-off one day. We've been yearning with this government to allocate funds to the Ministry of Health every single year, budget in, budget out, to the extent that even last financial year, we passed a motion on the floor of Parliament that was, I remember that house was chaired by the Right Honorable Lanya, and the motion was brought by Honorable Abori from Chenjojo Chaka. And the motion was to the effect that in future, if the health sector is not allocated a given percentage of the budget, then the House shall, in a bipartisan way, not pass the budget. But then a caucus was called upon and things were overturned. But let's go back to now what we want to address ourselves on. The issue of the Ministry of Health and how it has handled the COVID-19 pandemic. I have you appreciating. Well, we appreciate our health practitioners and the effort that they put in the fight against COVID-19. It's very much recommendable, and no one can take away that given. In spite of all the hardships they go through, the poor pay, the allowances that they never received, the low funding that they were getting. You remember the person at the Uganda Virus Research Institute was saying that even the money that was allocated to them had not reached there by August the 1st. And it was in the papers. This is very absurd. The same to Mulago Hospital. But let's look at what exactly ensued. When we all heard about COVID-19, the president, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, set up the National Task Force, the COVID-19 Task Force, which where he appointed the Prime Minister to chair the COVID-19 Task Force and for him to be the overseer. And what happened? They came up with the first supplementary budget. The first supplementary budget was about 1.1 trillion. Guess what? Only 284 billion was allocated to the health sector, and the security had over 300 billion. So you can imagine where their priorities are. So who would you allocate more money during this time of health disaster? Do you allocate that much more money to security, or you allocate that much more money to the health sector? And you can see day after day, there's a lot of exposure. The reason is how you prioritize the expenditure of the taxpayers' money. Second, look at Uganda with only 55 beds ICU. So with such a disaster, yes, lockdown was important, but how would we have locked down? Now we are at about 3,288 cases, something we should have averted. We locked down, yeah, of course, internally we locked down the entire country, but we forgot certain things. For me, I was saying we should have locked down people in their cities and they would have continued working. There was another school of thought. Others said total lockdown, and I told them, listen, we cannot handle a lockdown for over 4 months. Now, we are faced by two things. Are we getting off the economic cliff, or we are soon losing both? Now, as we open up, the cases are going high and high and high. Now we have 33 deaths, 1,532, I think, active cases or recovery, something like that. But as I tell you now, the issue became, the COVID-19 fight became a bonanza for people to eat. And we warned initially that this is going to be abused. Like Mr. Kalinge Nyago said initially, look at what happened in the office of the Prime Minister in the procurement of the food relief. It was a total chaos, total disaster, bad food, poor distribution. I mean, distribution of this food to Watiso and Kampala and parts of Mukono took more than 1.5 months. So if someone could not provide for themselves, there's no one that can survive hungry for over 45 days. Therefore, what do I want to tell the people? That yes, there are some efforts that our healthcare workers, and I really, really commend them, that they have worked in hardships. They have not even received their allowances. The drivers that were outside there driving ambulances night and day have not received their allowances. And all this money has been received by the Ministry of Finance from donor funds, and it has been remitted partly to the Ministry of Health. Initially, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Health came out saying she had not received some a portion of the money, but this is money that we had approved in Parliament to be spent by the Ministry of Health. Therefore, we are having a challenge of what has been endemic. The usual suspicion of Ugandans of poor health care and budgetary allocations to the Ministry of Health. Definitely, if you want to know, the question would be, what do you do in Parliament? We are appropriate. Are we the majority? No. The answer is that the majority is the NRM, and the way they want to allocate the budget, you can hardly stop anything because we lack the numbers. But going back to the real subject, did the Ministry of Health perform? Yes, the health workers performed. But are there many challenges that they have met on their way? Absolutely, many challenges. They are immense. You can see they were just, you can look at Uganda, 45 million people, only about 165 hospitals in the entire country. 65 are the ones owned by the government. Others, are part owned by private people. Do we have all the machinery, ICU? I mean, if COVID cases go to the extreme where you need ventilators, how many ventilators do we have in Uganda? We hardly have more than 200 ventilators. So if all the 3,000 people, may God forbid, were in need of ventilation, of administration of ICU services, definitely it would be a disaster. Therefore, this goes to the core issue of budgetary allocations. Where are the priorities of this government? Are they on healthcare or not? Now, going back to the economic sector, when lockdown was instituted by His Excellency the President, I warned of the following. One, I warned that if we do not intervene on loans, then we shall have an economic disaster, because very many people will default on their credit. Other countries that instituted such lockdowns had a freeze on the interest rates for people that had borrowed commercially and those that had mortgages. Now, incidentally, in Uganda, nothing of that sort was given, other than lip service of His Excellency the President coming up to say that banks cannot foreclose during this time. But look at what has happened. Recently, a lady in Nakasero had her property sold, a gentleman in Imbarara, and many other people that are heavily indebted. Now, when you ask the Bank of Uganda of the default rate indices, over 80% of those that are indebted on commercial loans are defaulting. Therefore, that has a trickle-down effect on the economy. Two, the issue of rent. The rent, you see, you lock down people for 4 months and you expect the landlords not to charge them of rent, and you've not given them any waiver. My argument, and in a motion we moved in Parliament, was that we told the government that at least give an income tax waiver to the landlords, waive property rates, so that they can also waive rent on their tenants. Now, we have over 2.5 million tenants in this country running commercial businesses, whether in Kampala or Kampala Metropolitan and outside there. Now, if no one attends to that integral part that is key and part and parcel as a factor of production in their business, then there is a huge challenge, I can tell you. Three, reduction in taxes. To the contrary, we are fighting the tax code. taxes increase. They increase taxes. For example, on apparel, on materials and apparel. This is not the time to increase taxes on Uganda. In the same economy, where 960 billion shillings were waived on non-Ugandan companies in form of taxes. Now, this is a vote of no confidence in the government of the Republic of Uganda and the way it has handled the economic the economic recovery plan during COVID and post-COVID. Finally, we talked about the 20% of the social security for people that have their money in the NSSF, at least access to 20% of the social security. First, the NSSF played around. The Minister of Finance didn't want to present it until we pushed through Parliament. And an amendment was presented for people to at least access their benefits in the midterm to an extent of at least 20%. What the president did was to call the caucus and tell the people, that now it is impossible, do not go ahead and pass it in Parliament. And this is betrayal. People are not asking for free money. People are asking for part of their savings. This is part of the economic recovery plan. Now, all the money that this government has borrowed to an extent of about $1 billion during this COVID period for economic recovery has not been invested in the people. Part of it has been channeled to the UDB, and access to monies in the UDB can only be left to the big players, not the small players. But I'm talking about the people that have informally started up their businesses, are highly indebted, and are at a high default rate. How will they access this money? It is near to impossible. Therefore, I can tell you that even without talking about the Minister of Disaster, there's nothing I need to talk about it. I think it should be a department in the office of the Prime Minister. Yes, it has a huge role on the issue of resettlement of refugees and others. Uganda is one of the biggest hosts of refugees in the world, and we should recognize that. Yes, it has played a role. Yes, it has done something good, but I can tell you it doesn't have the capacity, manpower, planning, and even the human resource that is honest and worth enough to handle issues of disaster related to health. Now, there are very many different clusters of disaster. We can talk about them, earthquakes, whatever it is, floods and others, but matters related to health should be channeled to the Ministry of Health that should have that standby resource envelope that Ugandans are already putting a bill for, but government is not channeling money in the right direction. Now,
thank you, Mr. Nsereko. Mr. Nsereko, we would like to give the other panelists. Can you please summarize?
You talked about education. When you talk about education in all countries, I can tell you, and I gave a proposal way early. Yes, it was right to scatter the students and send them back home, as it was a big community. But right now we realize that whether you want it or not, COVID is with us to live with. Look at an example of Tanzania. Look at an example of Sweden. I can tell you whether we want it or not, these children must go back to school. Let us just observe the SOPs. Let us make testing as cheap as possible and not a source of business. Because, rating testing at about 240,000 is extremely expensive. We've gotten donor funds, we've gotten a lot of money, we've not channeled it in the right direction. I believe the finalists should be let back to school to sit their exams. Then those that are in these academic years should be given an automatic pass. Then examining those finalists should be based on the years that they have studied. For example, PLE should be subject, those in PLE, primary living education, can be subjected to what they studied between P1 and P6. O-level should be subjected to what they studied between senior 1 and senior 3. A-level between what they studied in senior 5 and other tertiary institutions. I can tell you, young people in universities have borrowed money. We have the student loan scheme. And I can tell you others borrow money from banks and microfinances to finance themselves at university. So when you declare a dead year, that is rendering most of them in a situation in total quagmire. Probably they would not know what to do next because they cannot borrow this money anymore. They have nothing to use as collateral. And if government does not make an intervention, I can tell you there is no way we can have this as sustainable. In any case, if COVID lasts for about 3 years, are you going to call off school for 3 years? Is that sustainable? Do you know how many teachers are out of class? Over 600,000 teachers are out of class today. Private teachers
I think this issue, the issue.
Why I wanted an extra minute is because I'm a legislator in this case, and I want to tell you exactly what is going on. 600,000 teachers are out of school, and private teachers, over 50% of them, cannot be paid now. So we have 2.5 million.
There are other questions that actually they're actually going to address some of these. We are going to get more opportunities like this to discuss a lot of these things because
I'll take that. So 2.5 million people out of employment is unacceptable for a country to not redress that. So the Ministry of
course it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. But I want you
only be a department.
I want you to start. I want you to listen to this scenario because it is part of what you've been actually addressing. And I want you to begin the discussion from here. I want you to give you this opportunity to begin with this question that I'm going to pose.
Excuse me. I think I was supposed to answer.
Mr. Kaluya. Mr. Kaluya, before Honorable Nsereko goes into taxation, because he kind of exhausted and went into taxation when he was answering the question, I would like Honorable Moses Biaruhanga to have a chance to respond to all the other panelists because he is
in government
representing the sitting government. Mr. Biaruhanga, if you can summarize your response, that would be good.
Yeah, Madam President, first of all, I want us to be disciplined enough because you gave us 2 minutes. But when Honorable Nsereko speaks for over 5 minutes, as if we other panelists don't have words to speak, we all were a bit respectful enough and we worked within our time given. But you left him go on. Anyway, back to the point. At least I made that one. If you come about issues
at least you're lucky you have a second chance to speak.
The ministry of, first of all, Mr. Kabeta said the Ministry of Disaster has not been involved. The Ministry of Disaster is under Office of the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister, like Honorable Nsereko said, is the chairperson of the task force on COVID, National Task Force on COVID. So the Ministry of Disaster is part and parcel of that, of anything on disaster in respect to COVID. Mr. Nyago raised the issue of distribution of food. If he said somebody went outside, is distributing food now in Kasau, in Mkono, that could be theft, could be handled as theft like those other people were handled. But in Kampala, Honorable Nsereko knows, and the surrounding areas, for the people who were vulnerable, government distributed through the office of that's the Department of Disaster and the Office of the Prime Minister distributed food to about 1.5 million people in around Kampala and Mkono, and Wakiso. That's a fact. In fact, why it was a bit slow is because you have to follow SOPs, we don't make sure that people don't gather in big numbers, so on and so forth. All that was not anticipated in the past, but at least food was distributed and people received it. Somebody raised the issue of money which has been borrowed and so on and so forth. That money, part of it is to revamp the economy and so far and so forth. So that's why some money was put in UDB. Some money is being put into SACCOs under the Microfinance Support Center, so that the other people who cannot go for loans in UDB can access that money to revamp the economic activities. So raised the issue that what if people who are currently positive, if they were to undergo, they will require ICU, would they be able to be managed? There's no country in the world, including America today, which can handle under ICU if everybody who is positive was require ICU. So some of these things you are learning on the job. There's no doubt about it. How can you be prepared any better? The health system in Uganda, I appreciate, has been able to handle COVID much better than the countries which have much more money than Uganda. That's a fact. We all see it. Many people are talking as if they don't watch the international news. They're just still focused on their own small enclave here in Uganda. But if you watch international news, Uganda has been able to handle COVID-related matters well. We could do better. There's no doubt about it. Our doctors, the entire system, the preparations during the lockdown were to prepare the country, and most of the messages has been on preventive and preventive. Somebody's the issue of Bududa. Bududa, yes, we have had some cases of disaster there. The people many people were resettled in Bulambuli. I went there last year in June. They have over 200 houses were built for them, gardens prepared for them to be resettled away from the areas which are prone to disaster. And it's a continuous process. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Byaruhanga. And please, can we respect the time allocated to each panelist so that we can give them a chance to at least exhaust whatever their views are. Mr. Dr. Michael Kaluya is going to ask you the third question, and let's follow the 2-minute rule to answer these questions, please.
So thank you, Madam President. The next question is getting us into the economics of how the diaspora can actually engage in businesses and make sure that our economy grows with the participation of the diasporas. As I promised, I wanted to pose this question to go fast on this question. And here is the question. The scenario is the diaspora share the sentiment that East or West, home is best. They would want to start businesses like real estate, general merchandise, and so on. Here is the problem. Uganda's tax policy is not kind to real estate investments or any other investments. It's okay to tax rental income or profits earned by businesses. However, tax rates of 20 to 30% and also taxing bank savings are counterproductive to bridge the gap and satisfy housing shortages while attracting the diasporas as investors in real estate or other businesses. Here is the question. Would you please discuss about the Uganda tax policy and how it can attract such investors as the diasporas?
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Of course, the Uganda tax policy has a lot to desire. That has been a battleground for most of us in the August House. And as for the diaspora, definitely, I'll talk about the Ugandans that are living abroad. Of course, you know the canons of taxation, certainty, equity, you know, a tax policy should be equitable, it should be understandable, it should be certain. But most of the Ugandan taxes do not hit, you know, that bar, that required bar to, you know, to fulfill the requirements for the canons of taxation. But coming back to how the diaspora can link into business, of course, there is a lot of business that diaspora can do. Like we started, we have a vast resource called human resource, so we can have skills transfer. Very many people in the diaspora are skilled enough to come and start a lot of jobs here, let's say in manufacturing, in aviation, in tourism. You can see, yes, we have a flourishing tourism sector. They can get their money. Probably, I can tell you one thing, for someone who is in the diaspora, whether you want it or not, it's a fact, the interest rates, the rate at which you borrow money in the diaspora is much less compared to what we borrow here in Uganda. This has been part of our argument. So when you get cheap capital, because there are 4 factors of production, capital, how do you access it? The people in the diaspora can get cheap capital. But what we have to do here is to create the environment. 1, peace and stability. 2, certainty in form of taxes. I can give you an example. In the recent tax policy that was passed and where we challenged our colleagues a lot, let's say in the field of apparel, the cost of taxes on import duties on a container of chiffon and other materials used to make apparels and jeans and others was moved from 20 million to 400 million shillings, was hiked from that to that. That's for a 20-feet container. And for a 40-feet container, which is a raw material for you to make a shirt and export it back outside, let's say to the US market, there are some materials that you cannot find made in Uganda. Yes, they can protect cotton, but you can't protect chiffon that cannot be made in Uganda, silk and other materials. Therefore, our tax policy is very disappointing, and it's only those that can have access to the big man and tell him, yes, I've come with an investment, that are given waivers, given land, given all kinds of waivers, like you know. So we must put a better playing ground for all Ugandans in the diaspora to know that investment back home gives them a leverage, knowing that there is a policy that says all Ugandans in the diaspora can be given cheap access to land if they have good investment in investment parks and industrial parks. That is not happening right now. In Africa, you need technical know-how, not what you have. I can tell you here, Ugandans that have dual citizenship, that have citizenship that is for other countries but lack national IDs, can no longer own land in perpetuity. You know that right now, that they are now having to, find a way to get national IDs and they cannot access them. Therefore, their land rights are being threatened from even their small investments that they have started. Why? Because they cannot access national IDs or they cannot easily have dual citizenship. But leave alone, even in the tourism sector alone, if a Ugandan in the diaspora is charged $100 or $50 to get his own visa to return home, how will he convince other people to come and start investment in tourism? So we have to change our policy from here back home. We need a government that is responsive in the area of patriotism of its people that are abroad, but also people at home. If Ugandans outside in the diaspora are sure that people at home are, that government cares for its people at home, they'll have the confidence to come back and invest their monies back home. But what I can tell you, you have cheap capital. What you deserve here is peace and security, better taxation. The lower the taxes on issues like manufacturing, the lower the taxes on issues like importation of raw materials that is non-selective. Tax holidays that are selective, given selectively to certain people, will not help build our economy. But
thank
in
you.
areas of ICT,
thank you, Honorable.
Whether you're here or you're abroad, you are free to invest. So people in the diaspora, we can benefit from you from ICT. Maybe.
Thank you, Honorable. Let's hear from Mr. Kavleta. What policy? How do you think about the tax policy and how it can affect the diaspora in terms of attracting them to come and establish businesses in Uganda? I know you are a presidential candidate. Can you give us some of your policy alternatives on that?
Unmute. Okay, thank you very much. The issue is this: a lot of the things that have been raised by Honorable Stereko actually create a bit of the bottlenecks that are experienced within this context. That's the context of this government. But first of all, before we understand, we're going to give you my policy alternatives for the taxation. Here is the thing: the way the taxation is built right now, it is for the purpose of getting a revenue for the government, period. Now, taxation is about both ways. You have to inject as well as, take something out of it. So they are interested in helping people, certain, fledglings get on their feet and so on. So they keep them away from taxes, that's a few industries, and then go ahead and give them time before they're taxed. So there's a bit of give and take. Now, the tax policy that we currently have is all of take and take, because what happens is, of course, they are all industries that have been killed completely. For instance, we know that 71% of the people who live in this country, according to a study in 2017, live off the land. That is, are farmers of some kind, different varying levels, but they are farmers. Now, those ones are largely all.
I think we can't hear Honorable Kabuleta.
Mr. Kabuleta, your volume is off.
Mr. Kabuleta.
Naita tuwulira.
Mr. Kabuleta, your volume is off.
Hello?
Yeah, your volume was off. Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
We can hear you now.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I was saying that the tax policy here is about take and take. There's no giving, there's only taking. And now, as I told you, 71% of the people are off the tax grid, completely off the tax grid. They do not pay taxes whatsoever. So that means less than 30% of the taxes that the country collects come from a few people. Now, what that has caused is every year, when they are looking to expand the amount of taxes collected, they just send out URA officials with all these, targets to meet, and they just hit the ground and they are going to tax just about everything. That's why they are thinking of increasing taxes during COVID period when everybody else is reducing. Kenya reduced their VAT from 16 to 14%. They eased on the loans, and a lot of the things that Honorable Senator was talking about were done by the countries surrounding us. Uganda did none of the above. They actually wanted to increase a lot of the taxes on fuel. They wanted to increase on rental income and all that, because they are just looking at where shall we get the money. And that is because we have a huge public expenditure budget, a huge public expenditure budget. So we're having 45 trillion shillings of a budget, and we are contributing far less than half of that, about 21.7 contributed from available taxes. And that is projections. I don't even think we'll hit those targets with all this COVID and so on. But even if we did, those are only projections. And now even of that, 12 trillion has to go towards paying interest on our loans, which were accrued previously, which loans, of course, have increased now because of all these facilities that were opened as a result of COVID. So what we are seeing right now is government trying to milk a stone. People who have been overtaxed are having the tax burden increasing and increasing. Now, before even I go into the diaspora, now, briefly going into the diaspora and what they can do. The truth is, and I'll be very honest with you, with this current system in place, there is very little you can do, because I have had experiences of people who came full of energy, full of expectations, very happy about all sorts of things. And they came here with some money accrued from abroad, some of them savings, some of them even loans, and they were completely frustrated. I do not know one single one who came out and was successful, and they had very good ideas. Sorry?
They're more or less the same.
Sorry. Excuse me, am I?
Yeah, we are listening to you.
Yes, and they had very good ideas, but because they ran into a system that is waiting to receive money, and just, and the climate generally, they were frustrated on the ideas they had. They are bringing machines which will stop us importing everything, and they go and want to procure those machines and bring them here and save us from all that importing. They are heavy, the taxes on that is very heavy. They should not be any, and things like that. Eventually, they run out their savings and go back. Very angry people, and I know a number of them. So the truth is, with this current environment, unfortunately, we've come to this. Would want to think that this can be patched up, but I would be lying you if I said I think it can. Unfortunately, with the current system, there is very little that will, and many of them have tried. I'm talking the experience of so many people. Many of them have tried, and they have this desire to want to come and create a scenario here where they can retire back home after they are through with working abroad. Just basically even creating businesses for their people here and making them less dependent on their income and so on. but there has been a complete frustration. And it's not just because of the tax policy. That's just one of the problems, the issues
Mr.
there.
Kableta,
Now,
just 10 seconds, you wrap up.
Okay, now what President Joseph Kableta does is he goes and brings the 70% of the people who are off the tax grid and brings them back on the tax grid by reviving our agribusiness, which has been destroyed for the most people, for the farmers especially, bringing them back and making them able to earn money off their soil. And that's a big number of people. Now, when they do that, and when they are given an input by government for a short time, we shall be able to harvest taxes from them, and then we can reduce the burden on these other people who have been carrying it for so long, because then now we'll have perhaps 80 or 90% of the country on our tax grid. So that means we do not.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kableta. Mr. Waiswa Alex, what is the NUP policy on taxation to attract the diaspora to invest in some of the good things in Uganda and make money?
First of all, you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that question on the tax policy of the National Unity Platform. Of course, it was very difficult for me to discuss the tax policy of this very regime because I don't think they have a policy. It is very, very difficult to invest in Uganda, especially when you're coming from the diaspora or coming from elsewhere. The investments here, first of all, as you gave us the question first, you talked about investing in property. And for me, I was wondering, why should we even be inclined to a particular line of investment? The policy of the National Unity Platform of taxation to members of the diaspora coming back home, first of all, is creating equity, a platform that is equitable to all investors. If you are a Ugandan, definitely our tax policy and you are earning from abroad, one will be creating equity that you can come back home here, be heard, be given a good investment advice, and then be taxed from what you've earned from in Uganda. Because now, one, people are taxed from earning from abroad, and yet they were not given a fair ground. Members in the diaspora, as you're doing all your financial transactions here to do business, you are taxed. And yet you're going to do business here. What would be the purpose of taxing an income of an individual from the diaspora who is going to invest in his mother country? So for us, definitely that type of taxation will not be existent. The policy will be that the productivity and the investment of the persons of the diaspora. First of all, we would like to have you members of the diaspora with the exposure that you have to come and improve our productivity here in industrialism. Therefore, the incentives like having tax holiday must be given to you without a hassle. Today in Uganda, the policy, even if it exists on paper, what you go through to attain it is more expensive than actually what exists on paper. So for us as the National Unity Platform, we guarantee equity to the members of the diaspora in terms of taxation. It must be fair. Today in Uganda, you will bring the same material on Monday, another one brings the same material on Tuesday, and you're paying strictly different amounts of money. The National Unity Platform has zero tolerance policy to corruption, especially in the collection center, the Uganda Revenue Authority. Madam President and Doctor, you know that here NRM is celebrating Honorable Kate Shumbwa, who was sacked from the URA for stealing billions of Ugandans in the Uganda Revenue Authority. Now, for us in the National Unity Platform, we shall not associate ourselves with persons of moral decadence like Honorable Kate Shumbwa now of shame. Because if you have a policy that those who work with you can be corrupt and then feed your party, then it means that that is to the core. In the National Unity Platform, under the stewardship of the generational leader, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, we have zero tolerance to that type of impunity. Therefore, we are going to implore, and of course, civic education is very important. We must have a curriculum of new developmental ideology. That is very important, because what are we investing in? You see now, like in the United States, you people live in the diaspora, and very good, you are in the United States. What was their future thinking? What was their blueprint mentality to development of investment? Because you're talking about tax, but what are you going to tax? The core must be advice on investment. What is going to be our line? The National Unity Platform looks at production and not micro production, where here people talk about razor blades, bars, what we want to look at macro production, not Vaseline and sanitizer. We want to talk about macro production. We want to talk about people looking at the big things that people have not thought about. Look at our road construction. The expertise itself is not from here. We want to have that human resource when Ugandans can be employed to do a $1 trillion project. And then we can know that if these Ugandans in the diaspora have been awarded, for example, the Nile River Road, and they can do it with $100 million themselves. We give them the business, they have the engineers, they have the resource. Those are Ugandans, they earn, and then we tax them. But in Uganda here, the taxation policy is to milk the cow minus feeding it. You don't feed it with investment, you don't feed it with resources, you don't feed it with fairness, equity, but then you tax it. The generational leader, Robert Kyagulanyi Sentamu, and the great brains, economic brains that we exist with, shall have those as our policies for you members in the diaspora, notwithstanding that the time you gave me was not enough.
Yeah, thank you so much. We always revisit some of this. I'm going to give the opportunity to Mr. Kalinge, who is representing General Tumukunde. And then we'll crown it all with Mr. Moses Vyaruhanga. Mr. Kalinge, you have the floor.
Thank you. But my friends have said it all, really. At Renewed Uganda, we recognize that Uganda's tax regime is unfair, exploitative, and favors foreign investors over locals. They invest, the foreign investors that are favored invest in industries that don't add value to Uganda's raw materials, right? So when you say we are going to strengthen the agricultural sector and the industries you favor, all right, that you even tax exempt discretionary, don't add value to the raw materials. So you cannot grow your education, your agriculture sector. But I would like to perhaps talk about something that is least discussed, patronage. I think there are many diaspora Ugandans that are doing well in Uganda. They have invested quite heavily and are well protected because they enjoy patronage. The unwritten rule in this country is that we will not allow you to make money unless you support Yoweri Museveni as president. This is the bottom line. So what Renewed Uganda is assuring you is that you don't have to be General Tumukunde's supporter or Renewed Uganda supporter to get the assistance you need as an investor. And I think that's fundamental. Patronage is the bane of our times, and somebody has called it the Afande syndrome. Whom do you know? Which Afande do you know in Kampala? You know, so to make some money and perhaps get a few exemptions, you must be seen to be. You have even to pretend that you support the system. Under our leadership, you don't have to. All right. Secondly, we believe that any Ugandan who has lived abroad for 10 years should be able to bring into the country any amount of stuff, and I mean stuff like American stuff, that is worth 100,000 US dollars without tax, without being taxed. This should be given that any Ugandan who wants to return and live 10 years abroad should be able to bring in stuff worth $100,000 tax-free so that they can start a life. And sometimes when you talk about diaspora, you get the impression that everyone in the diaspora is doing well. We are aware that many diasporans are really struggling. They would like to come home. So we want to make it also very possible for them to come back home and start a life without being unnecessarily unfairly taxed. Real estate. I think it was Mufumbiro who kind of alluded to the fact that perhaps we should be thinking about other forms of investment. It does seem that diaspora is really stuck with the real estate, and it's like the only perhaps favored investment home. There are advantages to that, right? But I think we have to rethink a little bit. Up to now, I'm surprised why Ugandans, all the brains we have in the diaspora, I mean, real brains, cannot create an online university, a Uganda Open University that can teach up to 500,000 Ugandans at a quarter of the cost of the universities we have at home. And you make a lot of money and tax-free, I mean, in that sense. But yes, it's really time to think about these things. I think there's overemphasis on real estate, and I think we need a paradigm shift here. It's not true that real estate is the only thing you can make. Beyond that is the cost of money, of course, as I think Harry Monseko said at one point. I think the interest rates are so high, and that also translates, it kind of adds the burden, the tax burden, because you have to, the cost of money is high, and then the tax money is on your neck, and so you really not able to do much.
Yeah, I give you another 5 seconds, please.
Another 5 seconds. I won't use the 5 seconds. Okay. The bottom line is that there won't be a system where you are supposed to even pretend you support the government in Kampala to have your business running in Kampala.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalinge. We are going to go to Mr. Moses Byaruhanga. I recognize as well, Honorable Norbert Mao has joined us. We'll be giving him an opportunity as well to say something, but I want to go to Mr. Moses Byaruhanga. You've seen what the other panelists have presented. You are in government. Do you think the current tax policy in Uganda is attractive to the diaspora to start businesses in Uganda?
Thank you, Michael. First of all, taxation in Uganda is not selective to the diaspora or non-diaspora. Any money coming into the country as foreign direct investment, whether from a Ugandan, whether from a Chinese, whether from an American, is good enough. Like the previous speaker just mentioned that, you see, many of you people in the diaspora look at the real estate. If you look at the return on real estate, it is one of the investments where return is so low, especially compared to factories and industries. So return on investment on real estate is low. The policy has, until this financial year, been that those who are investing in real estate as a company, you are allowed to recoup your profit and reinvest them. So that if even tomorrow you realize that even with the rent you recovered, you are able to build another house and build another house, you are not taxed. I don't know, these people are talking as if they don't know that the system which has been there. So only this financial year, when government said no, maybe people are, now, the idea was those who are in a company were not being taxed at all, because they were allowed to reinvest their profit, and the moment you invest your profit and show that you have built another house, you are not being taxed in direct income tax. It is this financial year when the government said no, only 20% of your income is regarded as operational costs. The other 80%, it will be taxed 20% of it on it as income. 20% of the 80%. That's the only change which was made. But people are talking as if they don't know anything, and I'm not surprised, because some people go into these things without any knowledge. Waiso was totally off. I don't know he knows any taxation system in Uganda. He doesn't know anything about taxation. If you look at the tax system which was introduced this financial year under the Finance Act, almost for everything that is locally manufactured, irrespective of who, do our sector-based taxes. Taxes for the same imports were increased to protect the local production. That's a fact. You can look at the income tax amendment bill. It is there. It is all there. Most on everything locally produced, taxes were increased for the same commodity imported to allow the growth of the local industries, to allow the growth that if a person from diaspora want to come and invest in a factory in Uganda, he shouldn't be competing with the factory from China when he's producing from Uganda, because for him, he's offering a job to a Ugandan, he's maybe using local materials and so on and so forth. All that is provided for here. If you look at in fact, it is a 40-page tax book which has been produced by UNAA. All those taxes are there, irrespective of who. So there's no patronage. A tax is a tax. If it is you're in textile industry, for instance, Mr. Honorable Onsodeko, my young brother, was talking about tax on aprons. Probably could be involved with me. Maybe those people are importing some of these items. But the fact of the matter is, do not protect.
I said apparels. I said apparels. Okay, I said apparels like materials like silk.
Silk, local industries.
There is no silk produced in Uganda.
To protect local industries like Nigeria and others who are in the textile industry, a tax was increased for imports of different fabrics was increased from 25% to 35%, with a view that will be able to make the use of Ugandan cotton more wider by the local fabric industry, even for the fabric who is not produced in Uganda. But if it's going to be cheaper than the one in Uganda, you better protect the one in Uganda than allowing a Chinese product, which is not in Uganda, but it is a fabric, to come in and compete with our local cotton. In many countries that do that kind of taxes to protect their local industry against foreign, sometimes cheap dumping. So in some of these countries, as you know, Honorable Sereko and others, their countries, they have low, as you mentioned, they have low interest rates. Some of them even have exports deliberately to come and dump in your country. So some of them are even doing subsidies in their own countries, in the case like sugar and so forth. So if you don't protect your industry locally, you'll just have nothing to invest in. Mr. Kaveta raised the issue that the 70% don't pay taxes. I don't know whether Mr. Kaveta, as he wants to be president, is aware. Other than if he was specific, he would have said they don't pay income tax. But that 70%, somebody who has a telephone buys airtime of 10,000. That airtime has VAT on it, so they are paying indirect taxes. They buy paraffin for their turnover. There is a tax on that paraffin. They are using a boda boda. Boda boda is buying fuel which has a tax. So you cannot say that 70% who are in our culture are not paying taxes. They are paying indirect taxes, which are good for an economy. They may not be paying a direct tax on their income. That's a fact. But at least they are not out of the tax bracket. That's a fact. I want to educate Mr. Kaveta on that. On the back to the question of how do you grow our economy today, the agriculture sector, we are now talking not of lack of commodities, but we're talking a lack of a market. Take for instance like milk, like sugar. Sugar, Uganda today is a net exporter of sugar. We used to import a lot of sugar in Uganda, but now we have enough for our local market. We have now sugar to export to our neighboring countries. Today, in terms of, say, milk, we have enough milk production in Uganda, which is an agricultural commodity. We are now talking of exporting milk to the neighboring countries. In fact, last financial year in 2019, exports of milk brought into the country about $150 million, which through exports, having risen from zero, because in the past we used to import powdered milk from Denmark and then have it reconstituted under direct operation and sold as milk from Uganda. but we're just importing everything. But today we have export. In fact, we are now looking at the implementation of the Africa Free Trade Area, because now the Ugandan market is getting small because of overproduction of certain commodities. The East African market is getting small. Not only small, but also some of them are instituting non-tariff barriers. But if we get a big African market open to us, we'll be able to export much more, and that will open more opportunities for people like you who are in the diaspora to come and invest. Because if you're going to invest, you must look at the market. Mr. Kalinga was talking of that the factories which are given protection or are not adding value to the local commodities. I've given you already milk. We are now in short of a market. I've given you sugar, the same. Recently, the Chinese who came and set up a factory producing tiles. We used to import tiles in Uganda, worth close about $40 million a year. Now, Uganda is importing enough tiles for itself. We are almost reaching the level of exporting to the neighboring countries because a factory has been set up here. So many industrial, what do you call them? Like Namamve, are being set up. You have the one in Mbale, the one in Jinja, in many places. And we agreed as government that land access to these industrial parks should be free. What government is now trying to spearhead to improve on is to ensure that to ensure that the infrastructure in terms of water access to those places, electricity access is made easy. And also we are working now on the cost of power, which is about at 8 cents to American cents. Our target is to reduce it to about 5 American cents, so that we make Uganda more competitive, so that when you come and invest in Uganda, the cost of production becomes low because the cost of power will have come down, and then you can export to the region and any other places, even internationally. So really, my brothers and sisters in the diaspora, under the NRM, you are able to come and invest here. It is your money coming in is not taxed, as you all know, and exports are not taxed in Uganda. The only tax you get will be income tax when you have made profit anyway. Income tax is paid for when you make profits. And in a country where you are in America and other places, you know, these taxes are there. Income tax is there, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Madam President, I beg to chip in because he alluded something to me.
Let me give you 1 minute.
Oh, thank you. It is really laughable that Honorable Moses Ruhanga, who got to know me 10 years ago because of patronage, today can assume that I am not serious and not with the knowledge of taxation. However, I want to tell him that I said that what is actually on paper is not the practice. I have heard him speak about sugarcane plantation, sugar and sugarcane plantation. I want to tell him, let him go and understand what the Ugandans who are involved in the plantation of sugarcane are going through. You are talking about, you are inviting Ugandans to come and invest here. You should also tell them the treatment you accost to them. I want to tell Ugandans in the diaspora that it is a fact here that those who are planting sugarcane, a lot of it for the investors like the Madivan and others, are not benefiting from it because of the government policies. So government should not be here. For example, the policy of permits, you introduce that a person who is going to sell the sugarcane to the industry, to the factories, must have a permit. These permits, you have patronized them, you have given them to your henchmen, you have given them to members of the regime, and it is at the detriment of Ugandans and the peasants who are farming. The cost of 1 ton, Honorable Ruhanga, is about now 70,000 shillings, coming from 270. And the selling policy, because of the permits and the monopoly, is appalling. You talked about electricity. Yes, you have production. Wait a minute on electricity. You are talking about 5% of electricity, but you know, in Uganda,
that we pay the money we pay as a result of the government agreement on the production of electricity is different. We have capacity to transmit about 1,500 or 2,000 megawatts, and yet our production is at 3,000. It means we pay for the 1,000 that is not transmitted. Honorable Yaruhanga, that affects the cost. You think we do not have these statistics? We have them. It is laughable that because of patronage, you assume that I am not serious. I don't think that was called for.
Mr. You're not serious. Even
thank you.
Mr. Moderator, maybe I want to make another point. My name is Mohamed Sereko. Please,
we wanted to move into the next question.
No, the matter of tax,
we are running out of time.
The matter of taxation is very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaluya. Mr. Kaluya, my good brother, Honorable Moses Biaruhanga, alluded to the fact of protectionism. And I would like to tell him that there are practices that are acceptable. He said, let's say, take an example of the textile industry, that their intention of increase of taxes, even when we're in due course of COVID. And that was the issue I was telling you of lack of touch, disruption of business. I've told you that there was a hike to the cost of paying for a 20-foot container from 20 million to 400 million shillings. Now, we're talking about taxation, certainty. For anyone to come and invest, there must be certainty. And Honorable Biaruhanga, my brother, I would like you to put yourself in the feet of these people. Production is a cycle. Everyone starts at a stage. Nyanza starts at a stage where it is investing in production of school materials, but it doesn't spin the cotton. We have other generations. So when we talk of, there are very many fabrics in the world. You don't even know how many fabrics. Not everyone has curtains made out of cotton. Not everyone wears. There is no one producing jean. There's a material called jean. We have chiffon. We have mixed polyester. There are over 60 materials. Silk. Let me tell you, not even in the US, they import materials. Even China, you're talking about, imports materials for production of particular items. Now, the people that are in this business, and I'll invite you to come down and see them, are employing in their small factories and small foundries over 80 to 70 people who are involved in tailoring, cutting, and others. So this is a chain. Only that some of you do not believe that ordinary Ugandans can manufacture like such a shirt made out of mixed jean and other materials that Nyanza doesn't actually make. So as we promote Nyanza, do not kill the SMEs, the small enterprises that are created by Ugandans. Therefore, the taxes that do not fall in the category that fits the canons of taxation will deter investment. Even if you invite our people and they know today you have a tax that increases every financial year, that kills the incentive to invest because there is no certainty. Therefore, let us follow the true principles and canons of taxation, and we shall make the investment climate safe and good for Ugandans in the diaspora to come back here home and invest. That is all I was saying. You want to protect, but not at the expense of the SMEs.
Thank you, Honorable Sereko. Mr. Biaruhanga.
Just a minute, and I'll keep it to a minute.
Mr. Biaruhanga.
No, this is yes. Give me a minute.
No, I wanted Mr. Biaruhanga to respond to...
Let him respond to all of us generally. Let him respond to what has been said by all the other people, then he can respond to us collectively, if that's okay.
Okay. Let's, Mr. Kableta, have 50 seconds to do that. And then I'll let Mr. come in.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, first of all, Mr. Waiswa said a very good thing.
Just a second. Mr. Kableta is a presidential candidate.
Why have you muted him? Okay.
Because you have the floor.
No, Mr. Kableta is a presidential candidate. He's a presidential candidate. You can't just give him 50 seconds. He's a presidential candidate.
We do recognize that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sereko, for fighting in my corner. Thank you very much. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. What Mr. Weiss was saying is very right. Even when we have had success stories generally as a country, for instance, in the sugar industry, of being an exporter of sugar, which is good, and other things, even milk that he's mentioned, Mr. Biarwanga has mentioned about milk. Look at what the benefit has been. And now here is what is actually at the heart of all my presidential campaign, which is making sure that the people who are at the heart of producing these things actually are beneficiaries, which they are not. Because he said, okay, there was a bit of an error there, but if you look, a ton of sugarcane is suppose 170,000 shillings in 2017. It is now down in some places to 70, although the official price is 90,000. But in that time, in those 3 years, the price of sugar has gone up. The people who are producing the sugarcane have become poorer and poorer. Many of them are even getting out of that business. And then look at the other things, the cost of that, what that sugar production has been. We have a lot of Namave has already been eaten up by sugarcane. That is not a good idea. We do not cut down trees which have been there 100 years for the purpose of planting sugarcane. That is also true for Bugoma Forest in Bunyoro and Budongo Forest. We are sacrificing a lot of our heritage in other areas to come up with that sugar success, in as much as we celebrate it. If only it was benefiting the sugarcane growers. That you cannot cut down forests which have been there for 100 years to grow sugarcane. That is not proper thinking. That is thinking of people who do not care about this country. And now those forests have a lot of potential in other areas. Some of those forests have Uganda has over 1,000 different species of birds. Birding generally in the world is a $32 billion industry. And Uganda has 11% of the bird species in the world. So now we should be earning a lot of money from birding. And now you're cutting down the places where those birds are. And you're not, because you want to plant sugarcane and you're not going to get those places back. That is not how you do things. Then the milk industry, there are people down in the Western Uganda who have been forced to sell a liter of milk at 200, 300 shillings a liter of milk. Now it is being exported at much bigger than that. But the milk producers are paupers because they've been cut off the system. And now that means that, and I've been there, and they are not happy at all because they have to sell 3 liters of milk to buy a bottle of water like this. And they sell 3 liters of milk to buy water. So they are not happy. Now, while it is good for us to have general as a country, but the reason that is also what was alluded to by Mr. Waiswa, is there is a lot of these permits. Now they have gone into coffee as well. Now coffee was doing well. Now they have gone into coffee. They have to regulate the industry. What they are going to do is make sure that farmers are slaves of people who have permits. And there's one person who has permits, and Mr. Biarwanga knows it, one person, and is distributing them to the people around him so that now they can go and buy coffee at very reduced prices and make the farmers paupers and then go and sell that coffee at very high prices. That's how they killed the vanilla industry. They have entered into coffee. Sugarcane, people are suffering. I come from a place where people grow sugarcane. My father used to work in Kinyara and I lived around that place and I saw how outgrowers were rich that time. Now under NRM, they have become very poor and now they are cutting down forests to plant sugarcane, forests which have tremendous value in other areas. This is poor governance. We cannot be doing this. Even when there are success stories, it is all.
Mr. Kableta, we can't
Mr.
hear
Kableta, your volume has gone off again.
Your volume. Mr. Kableta, your volume has gone off. Your volume went off.
You muted yourself, Mr. Kableta.
Did you unmute me on purpose?
No, you muted yourself.
No, you muted yourself. We kept calling you.
But Mr. Kableta, let's give Mr. Moses Biarwanga. There is a lot that you have mentioned, and in the view, I think you are raising the issue of free market system. So, Mr. Biarwanga, can you please respond to a lot of the arguments from the other panelists?
Thank you. Apart from being in government, I'm also a farmer. So when it comes to like a sugar cane, I know it very well, very, very clearly. I know milk very clearly. I told you the reason why there is a problem of a low price of milk in the cattle corridor is because of the external market. In Uganda, we are producing 2.5 billion liters of milk a year. Our internal consumption is 800 million liters of milk a year. So we have milk in excess of 1 billion liters to export. The biggest export market has been Kenya. Of recent, Kenya, notwithstanding the issue of East African protocol, they have been limiting the milk going into Kenya. So most of the milk is not going into. Now, the biggest challenge we have with milk is the export market. We are now trying to explore the ECOWAS market and other North American countries like Algeria. Algeria imports milk worth $1.2 billion a year. They can import all our milk. We're in negotiation with them to give us a quota or allow our milk go into their market. Sooner than later, they have a representative wrote to the president of Uganda, wrote to the president of Algeria. They recently replied in May with their issues they have asked us to work on, which are working on to explore that market. And when that market is explored, the milk prices will go up as long as the demand for the export goes up. If we could get more internal market for the milk, that would be good enough, but still the export market is the answer. On the sugar cane, which I used to know very well, why are there, first of all, the permits you are talking about, voice is talking about, are not being given by government. The permits are being given by the factories. Why are they giving permits? About 3-4 years ago, when some new factories came in, like Mayuge Sugar, GM Sugar, Kaliro Sugar, and so forth, when they came onto the market, they didn't have cane of their own or their own outgrowers. They hiked the price of cane, started buying a ton at about 170,000, highest it went. And the other, all the established companies were complaining. Nobody wanted to listen to them. Government talked about zoning, that if one company should not be 25 kilometers from the other. Some of the farmers, because they had seen the high price go up, they didn't want to listen to this. They rejected it. What happened is that the sugar companies themselves, like Madivani, came into a place like Kayunga, where I even have a farm, bought about 10 square miles of land, planted their own sugar cane. The Meta Group did the same, came and planted their own sugar cane. Now, the price of sugar collapsed to now about 110,000, 100,000 per ton. Now, what does that mean? Now, when people saw the price going up, they went ahead and planted more sugar cane without clear where they will sell it to, which zoning would have solved that problem. But now, because the government was saying, before you plant sugar cane, be clear that you will get a market to somebody to buy it from you. Today, because the Madivani and the Meta, they planted their own cane after they saw uncertainty in the market. And the Honorable Senator talked about certainty in the market. Any producer, any farmer, any manufacturer wants to be certain that they will get supply. But people have said, we don't want you to be a monopoly. We don't want zoning. So they rejected zoning. Government kept quiet. Even a bill was brought to Parliament. Honorable Senator knows, but the parliamentarians rejected zoning in daylight. President brought back that bill. That bill was rejected again. President signed it into law, not because he wanted it, but he didn't want an unnecessary quarrel with Parliament. So, if we had agreed on zoning, that would mean instead of giving a permit, the manufacturer would know that so and so is in my area. Will be supplying me cane as of this date. So they remained with their loyal farmers, who they gave permits to. Now, if you planted cane without the knowledge of the company has enough sugar cane to process. So last year in December, 2019 in December, President visited the Jinja and met sugar cane farmers from Soga who are complaining about the excess cane, which the factory cannot take, and has promised that he is going to, through UDC, work with them through a cooperative and construct for them a sugar mill, which would mill their cane, which is in excess of what Madivani and Meta and other companies can take. That's the solution we have. Otherwise, if you say everybody supply sugar cane, as long as the company going to crash it can only take less of it, they will not, if you give everybody the permit, they will not have to say it too. That's a fact. So we must talk about these things in a more informed manner and form. That's why we're saying Mr. Waiswa doesn't know what he's talking about completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beruhanga. We are going to turn into question 4, and I'm going to let the Madam President take over on that question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaluya. Now, let's move away from taxation and move to the part of the discussion that really is important to us here in the diaspora. At the start of this conversation, you all ascertain and agreed that we, the diasporans, are a significant component in the affairs of our motherland, Uganda. This past July, the courts ruled that the diasporans and those in prisons have a right to vote, including in the forthcoming elections in 2021. In August, the Parliament passed a bill adopting 46 additional constituencies in Uganda. While the Electoral Commission announced that it would be a complex affair for the diasporans to vote in the upcoming elections, a few days ago, the same Electoral Commission completed demarcation of those new 46 constituencies, and the bill was passed in Parliament. Now, as we have had this scenario, when is the right time for diasporans to vote? Do you think the diasporans' affairs should be independently represented in the Ugandan institutions? What is the meaning of the court orders in Uganda? Are the rule of law and thus the independence of these democratic institutions in Uganda respected? If the Electoral Commission was able to demarcate the new constituencies, why can they not do the same to make sure that the diaspora can be given the right to vote in the upcoming elections? There are existing several diaspora desks in Uganda. We would like to know whom do they consult when these desks are set up. I'm going to start this question with Honorable Norbert Mao. Honorable Norbert Mao was not with us in the beginning, but joined us late. So welcome, Honorable Mao. And you get the first chance to at least give us your opinion. Yes, we can. Can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Thank you.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I want to thank you very much, President Henrietta.
Thank you.
For this opportunity to speak during this panel, in this virtual UNAA convention. As a lawyer, I know that in 2018, a case was filed to compel the Electoral Commission to allow prisoners and Ugandans resident abroad to vote. We also know that in the mid of October last year, the Electoral Commission closed the voters register. So we have a court order which the Electoral Commission chairperson, who happens to be a judge himself, is duty bound to comply with. And then we have the practical issues that the Electoral Commission wants to talk about. Now, voting in the diaspora should be done through our embassies. The Electoral Commission, when discussing that issue, said this would be a logistical nightmare. But as a political party leader and as a lawyer myself, I know that the right to vote is the mother of all rights. And it is one of the rights which shouldn't be denied at all. In line with what the Constitution says, that power belongs to the people, and the people shall exercise that power through the vote. So it is our duty to insist that the Electoral Commission should comply. If not, then it is our duty to go back to court so that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and all the commissioners are found to be in contempt of court. When I was in Parliament, I'm one of those who campaigned tirelessly for Ugandans in the diaspora to have the right to vote. Those of you following this panel see the number plates on vehicles registered in Washington, D.C., which says taxation without representation. Indeed, taxation without representation is happening to Ugandans abroad. They are taxed, but they are not represented. They don't have a voice. If even in the political parties, we are already amending our constitutions to allow Ugandans who belong to our respective parties to have seats on the decision-making organs of the parties, then how much more imperative would that be for the Uganda government to facilitate voting? We have saved money due to the COVID pandemic because all the money for travel abroad is saved. All the money for the many conferences that our ministries, agencies, and departments usually host have been saved. Therefore, the argument that it would be a logistical nightmare is not acceptable. I would call upon UNAA and the rest of us. And by the way, this is a non-partisan issue. Irrespective of which political party, we now have a court ruling to lean on. I want to assure those listening to me, and indeed the UNAA fraternity, that this is a good cause. It was good enough that the government recognized that Ugandans abroad should vote. Now it is even better because we have a court ruling. There's an order that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, who is a judge himself, must comply with. So UNAA, this is an assignment. Let's leave this UNAA convention and get to work to push the Electoral Commission. In any case, the Constitution says that the Electoral Commission shall do everything possible to ensure that all Ugandans eligible to vote shall vote. Actually, eligibility has nothing to do with where you live. Eligibility is about your citizenship and the fact that you are 18 years and above. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Norbert Mao. You have really impressed the moderators because you were on spot with your time. I'm going to move to Mr. Joseph Kavuleta next. Same questions. When is the right time for the diaspora to vote? Do you think the diaspora affairs should be independently represented in the Ugandan institutions? What is the meaning of court orders in Uganda? Are the rule of laws, thus the independence of democratic institutions in Uganda, respected? There are several diaspora desks. How are they set up? And the last one is, if the EC could demarcate and have the 46 new constituencies adopted, can the same EC put processes in place for us to be able to vote?
Thank you very much. First of all, here is the thing. Where we had a webinar with Justice Byabakama, who is the chairman of the Electoral Commission, sometime in, I think, the 3rd week of June. And that was because I had a case against the Electoral Commission in regard to the so-called scientific election. So we had a webinar here and we discussed the issue of people in the diaspora. One person raised it so articulately. Why can't the people in the diaspora vote when there was a court order that they should be able to? And he said that time, those words exactly, that, the logistics of how, they want, and even put it kind of on you people and said, how do you move to the embassy? How do you post your votes to the embassy? How do they verify, that, and then against the, but the main thing he said actually is the issue, because somebody even asked him that there is, which was also a very pertinent question. That time people were not coming home yet from who had been caught abroad because of COVID. And one of the people who was there wanted to stand for Member of Parliament. And there was a time limit in which he had to come and get through the party primaries and stand. Then he says, how then can you proceed with this electoral process when some people even who have an interest in standing cannot come home because the airports are closed? And he had no answer for that. So there are so many things which are being done here. But the real answer to that question is because it is going to be so difficult to control the votes that are coming from the diaspora. Because what all this election and the scientific election and so on is all about controlling. It's all about making sure that the incumbency perpetuates themselves in power, even without the legitimate will of the people. Now, the diaspora are people who are not easy to control, and you cannot say which direction they go. I know eventually they came into your systems there and your associations and so on through all sorts of means. But then individually, people have their right. And some of the people who are in the diaspora are already on the voters register. And some of them already have national identity cards. Although that was the issue he put, that they might have a right to, but they might not be on the register. But many of them are. So the question to him was, what if they already are? Shouldn't they be able to vote if you do not have to update? Because of course there was a time when they stopped updating the voters register for the coming elections. And they said, now we cut off at this point. Now we're not going to update it any further. But then there are so many people in the diaspora who are on it, but still they will not allow them to vote. So the answer is there should be voting from the diaspora. And there's absolutely no reason why somebody who is a citizen, as Honorable Mao said, who is a citizen and who is above 18 should not be able to vote. If we want you in other things, imagine a scenario where you're giving $1.3 billion, sending it back home. Welcome, thank you very much. You come with your opinion, we say keep your opinion to yourself. You come with your vote, we say keep your votes to yourself. Everything, you come with your investment, we say thank you very much. We are here to tax you. We'll tax you even before you set anything on ground. Then, so it's only the money we want. Everything else we do not want. That's the scenario that we are seeing right here. Now, of course, the court order is there. It should be respected. They have been giving all sorts of excuses. But I think there is a system which has been put in place with all this scientific thing, which is down there, which they are hoping to use for all manner of, things that they are capable of. So I think you people in the diaspora would upset the planning. You kind of came in this late and you would upset the whole planning of what they're planning, which is of course very illicit. Now that's very unfortunate, but I do not see any reason why somebody who can cast their ballot at an embassy, and we do have these embassies in this country, should not be able to vote. And there is 1 million of them. And I think about 1 million of them out there. Now, that is a huge turnout for an election, because it can swing it one way or the other. Because we had 10 million people who voted last election out of 60 million registered voters. We are now about 17.9 registered voters. Usually the people, who win will not do that by too much, you see. So the 1 million can determine a lot. Maybe something has been cooked and the court order came when people were in the process of cooking and you were too late to be served. I see it that way, but there's no other reason I can think of why you shouldn't be able to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kavuleta. I'll move on to Mr. Waiswa. Same questions. When is the right time for the diaspora to vote? Do you think the diaspora affairs should be independently represented in Ugandan institutions? What is the meaning of court orders in Uganda? Are the rule of law, thus the independence of democratic institutions in Uganda, respected? There exist several diaspora desks at the in Uganda. Whom do they consult when these desks are set up? And lastly, if the EC could demarcate and have those 46 constituencies adopted, can the same EC do the same for us here in the diaspora and allow us to vote?
I will take the questions in wholesome, and I will first of all say that the person of Justice Byabakama is so much into question with court orders, because this was the very person who was responsible for the false prosecution of retired Dr. Kanokiza Besigye sometime when the retired was charged with rape, and you know what happened in those cases. So this is the type of character of individual that we are dealing with at the helm of a so-called independent electoral commission. Now, at the time when the electoral commission is fighting with the regime to have their doctored figures sink into Ugandans with prospect to the forthcoming elections, they are finding it very hard to respect court orders, notwithstanding that that has been their policy. You all know about the Black Mambas. You all know about the Black Mambas who attacked courts after somebody had been given bail. You have all seen what has been happening to our Muslim brothers when court orders have given. Even in the national inter-platform, our individuals like Honorable Zake, they gave a habeas corpus, that is bring him to court without trial, dead or alive. But then for them, they end up doing the same thing and disrespecting court orders, because we are in a dictatorship. We are in a broken system that does not respect the doctrine of separation of powers. And once you are in a system where the doctrine of the separation of powers is now all invested in the monolithic hand of President Museveni, then I don't think that unless we put a lot of struggle, that you members of the diaspora will be allowed, because Byabakama is a mouthpiece of President Museveni on how he wants to be declared the king of Uganda in 2021, which we are promising as the national inter-platform that will not happen. Yes, members of the diaspora are supposed to have voted yesterday on the admission of a senior presidential advisor of the office of the president, Honorable Moses Byabakama. He has said you are in category number 2. Taxation, you are in category number 2. I told you that in the diaspora you bring in billions. It is foolhardy for a group. Wait a minute.
Madam President, I did not say that the diaspora is in category number 2 in taxation. Please, Moise, get me correct.
Mr. Byabakama, you'll get to address him when you
I was meaning in revenue. You retorted to, okay, the diaspora brings in billions of money in dollars in respect to our tax base. It is only important that you respect such a group of people who bring in such amounts of money of their sweat to your country to make decisions of how their country must be governed. Those people in the diaspora are used to good roads. That is why they will give you their money. They want good roads. They can only determine that they have good roads when they take choice of their leaders. But I wanted to say, not to be distracted by Honorable Moses Byabakama, that you are supposed to bring up a fight. We are supposed to bring up a fight because it is your constitutional right if you are a registered voter. And this is not, even by law, these were not your acts that you are stuck there. Those of you who are registered, you would have afforded to travel back. But the act of God that brought the force majeure that brought COVID-19 is not yours. It must be thought after. And I think we should push members of the diaspora. I know they don't want you because you are very exposed, very, very exposed. And this government fights has been ruling us on deceit. It would not want abantu abagendo kubusa banabwe.
in other words. But I believe we should put up a fight because you contribute a lot to the economy and you must assert your citizenry by making sure that you participate in that election. And us as members of the National Unity Platform will offer all, both the legal and other assistance as may be needed by members of the diaspora to effect that court order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Waiswa. I'm going to move this to Mr. Sereko. I think we lost Mr. Kalinge Nyago of representing Honorable General Tumukunde. I don't see him anymore. I'm going to move to Mr. Honorable Nsereko, and let us try to keep time because we are, I think, into the next forum. But these are important questions and these are important issues of the diaspora. Honorable Nsereko, your 2 minutes on the following. When is the right time for diasporans to vote? Do you think the diaspora affairs should be independently represented in institutions of Uganda? What is the meaning of the court orders in Uganda? The rule of law and independence of democratic institutions in Uganda respected? We have a lot of diaspora desks. We don't know how they are set up. We would like to hear from you what you think about that. And you are a member of parliament. You were part of what was enacted, having those 46 new constituencies accepted. Since this was done, can we also be given the same courtesy as diasporans to be allowed to vote?
Okay, let's start from there. First of all, the right to vote is enshrined in Article 59 of the Constitution. And Article 59 of Uganda's Constitution is very clear that every citizen should be accorded the right to vote. Citizens of Ugandans in the diaspora under this category, the answer is yes. But you see, this right also envisages the possibility, the issue of the register. Now, there is a constitutional command as to when elections should be held, mainly the ones of presidential in Uganda. The ruling came out at such a time when we all have to accept the reality. It came out at such a time when we had the COVID challenges, and the reality is, yes, the command of the court was to that effect, that the people in the diaspora and prisoners must vote. But voting is a process. Registration, voter update, and all those requirements for everyone to appear on a voter's register. But now the issue is some of the citizens were outside Uganda. How would they have access to that voter's register? It should have been done electronically. There is no excuse. Was there funds? Do we have that infrastructure? Would they be able to vote, whether yes or no? So we are talking of the right, but exercising this right, the practicability now of exercising this right in this very election, I find it a little bit difficult given the challenges, because then we have to go on the technological side. Someone must come up with a given form of technology where someone in Missouri, in Chicago, in LA can either cast them, because we don't have the law providing for electronic voting in Uganda. It would have required an amendment of the law. In Uganda, how do you cast a ballot? Can you post a ballot? Do you have to move the ballot to the embassy? Do you have to move to the embassy? So it has a lot of jargons that start with registration and the actual voting, the appointment of agents. So now we can communicate in a virtual way. The right is there, but can the right be practically enforced for the election of 2021? I still find it such a tall order, and that's the reality. But had this order come much earlier on, let's say 1.5 years, in compilation of the register, in update of the register, in fulfillment of all these processes that create the situation of an election, because an election is not mere casting of the ballot, voter and civic education, the challenges of someone not being in Uganda but voting at local government. You know, can you, now I'll give you an example. For local government, it was lining up. at LC1, how would someone in the diaspora cast for a vote? Would they line up behind, ethics of their own people in case of local council? So what would happen to a prisoner voting at local council stage? The question is, you should be a resident in that area. So are you a resident of the prison? Is the prisoner a resident of the prison? Or the prisoner? So which election are we talking about? Because the constitution is absolute on this. You have the right to vote. But we must enact other laws to do with electronic voting. That's number one. Then to do with voting at local governance and ability to stand. Because the law is that when you have the right to vote, then you have the right to stand. Can a prisoner actually contest and represent a constituency? When the same constitution tells us that if you've been convicted of, a crime and you're going to serve for more than a year and blah, 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 you cannot serve. Two, can someone represent us from the diaspora? And we are talking about representation. When the Act of Parliament tells you that you have to be, as a member of Parliament, you must be in Parliament for at least a certain number of sittings. So can you be in the diaspora and then be a member of Parliament at the same time? That's a huge challenge. So these are questions we need to address ourselves to. Do people in the diaspora need a member of Parliament? Yes. But can you be in the diaspora and again be in Parliament? Right now, Parliament has embraced electronic, debate. So now that issue was solved through the rules of procedure of Parliament, but not into the parliamentary administration, the Act of Administration of Parliament. So there are a number of various bills that we need to amend to accommodate the right to vote and be voted. But the question as to whether the people in the diaspora should be represented cannot be a question now. Then secondly, you asked me that I was in Parliament during the passing of the new counties. I absolutely objected to this because it increases the cost of administration. Now, you're going to fall in the same trap, the people in the diaspora. You're talking about the increased cost of administration on the taxpayer. So how shall we know that this is an MP representing North America, South America? How do you demarcate the constituencies? Do you come in as a special interest group, or you come in as a constituency? Now, there are laws for demarcation of constituencies, given the number of people that represent that constituency. And this is the gerrymandering we are talking about. How if you come up with a situation, and how shall we measure the numbers? Are they 1 million, 1 million? Because the issue of representation in our constitution talks about the number of people, the population that you represent. So what is the population of people in Massachusetts? How many members of parliament should they have? Issue of demarcation now, I think the time would not have the sufficient time, and that is realistic from a realistic point of view for 2021. But coming through to 2026, we need to amend the laws. We need to make sure, for me, I'm even amongst those people that talk about a small size parliament, really. 327 constituencies, we are going to be 500. Look at the taxpayer. This guy paying tax in Kampala every now and then, and in the other parts of the country, who is hit with this bill just for creation of new constituencies. Do you want to be part of the problem? The issue is, let us provide service delivery to the people in the diaspora. It's not necessarily that there must be someone to be their member of parliament. For people in the diaspora, for example, to have their visa fees waived for as long as they are Ugandans to return home, to have their passports and consular services accessible to them at all times, to have, tax holidays, to have their rights on ownership of land for as long as they can prove ancestry in Uganda. So these are the things we need amendments. So we need proper communication with these people. And for me, I believe that representation alone, if it's not effective, it cannot solve the problems of the people in the diaspora. But as for their right to vote, it is absolute. Now, look at Uganda as it is. Do you want to hit the burden? So if you're 1.5 million people in the diaspora, how many members of parliament will you get? Will you get another 30 members of parliament into the Ugandan parliament? The burden you'll be heaping on the taxpayer, are you contributing to the expansion of the cost of administration on the ordinary Ugandan? That's something we can talk about. I'm not saying it's absolute, but look at the pros and cons. What weight, what burden are you heaping on this poor taxpayer at the end of the day? For me, I was against the creation of more counties because it increases the cost of public administration. In 5 years alone, we are going to meet a cost of another 400 billion. Why? We've created the elderly, we've created 50 new constituencies. When you look at wages, pension after that, and everything, and allowances that come with that, the election, the cost of manning election will be very, very high. Now, when you look at the period we're going through, it's a period of, saving money, lowering taxes. Now, when we increase the cost of public administration, then we shall be self-defeating in effect, defeating the real cause that we are justifiably fighting for. Therefore,
Honorable Sereko, you're over 4 minutes right now. I would like you to summarize and get the next panelist.
Thank you very much. As I wind up, my colleagues in the diaspora, do you have the right to vote? Yes, it's granted to you by the courts of law. And unless this order has been has been vacated, it still remains as an order. That's the ground and basis for challenge of this election. Therefore, unless the Attorney General appealed this ruling, or unless government and the EC appealed this ruling, and definitely it can be a huge ground for debate. How many people in the diaspora and in the prisons were denied the right to vote? But the practicability, like I said, leaves more questions than answers. We would need more amendment of laws to cater for electronic casting of the ballot, computation, counting, and relay of results. So
Thank you
that is
so
all
much.
I can say.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sereko. We are going lastly to Honorable Byaruhanga, same questions. When is the right time for the diasporans to vote? Do you think the diaspora affairs should be independently represented in Ugandan institutions? What is the meaning of the court orders in Uganda? Are the rule of law, thus the independence of democratic institutions in Uganda respected? There exists several diaspora desks in Uganda. How are these set up? And lastly, if the EC could demarcate the 46 constituencies and they were approved by the MPs, can they also find solutions for the diasporans to be able to cast their votes? Honorable Byaruhanga, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me ask you a simple question, Madam President. Do you have Ugandan citizenship?
I have dual citizenship, yes.
You have dual citizenship. Now, because why I ask this question, there is a difference between a Ugandan in diaspora and a Ugandan diaspora. What do I mean? A Ugandan in diaspora must be a person like you who has citizenship of Uganda. But there is a Ugandan diaspora who I said at the beginning, who has no dual citizenship, but now is staying in America and is an American by citizenship, but doesn't have Ugandan citizenship. But because he's a brother to Mao, he's a cousin to Moses Byaruhanga, he's related to by clan, by all the other things to other Ugandans. So he's a Ugandan diaspora, but not a Ugandan under the law. So we have to differentiate the two. And when somebody talks of 1 million Ugandan diaspora, many of them are talking about Ugandans, Ugandan diaspora, not Ugandans in the diaspora. The two are different. If one was to look, because I have been to the UNAA many times, if you, out of 1,000 people who turn up for UNAA, for instance, if you ask how many have citizenship, it's less maybe than 10% of those with the citizenship. But that notwithstanding, Honorable Sereko has said it all. Yes, the court order is there, but there are other processes to follow. Even you in America alone, Henrietta, the question of voting by post is being challenged. Within America, it's being challenged. Now, within America alone, now, if one is to vote from Peking, from Beijing, one from Guangzhou, one from Massachusetts, one from Chicago, and so forth, are you going to vote, if you put voting at the embassy, say in Washington or New York, these are the two embassies in America, but America being as huge as it is, would people transport it, would be by post to the embassy of the East in Uganda? It's something one needs to look at squarely As I said, even in America alone, voting by post is being questioned. So we need to understand it. Yes, the law, the court order is there, but can it be in the 2021? I don't think it's possible in 2021. Maybe in 2026, the EC and all of us Ugandans will have come out with practical ways of implementing such a court order. Honorable Nsereko has raised a matter. If you are to vote, at what election are you voting? Are you voting presidential? Are you voting parliamentary? Are you voting what? Honorable Nsereko is an MP for Kampala Central, and I guess maybe he's going to stand again in the next election. Now, how do you, Henrietta, vote for him when you are in America or somebody who is in China in that situation? So that must be worked out within the law and scrutinized, and all of us agreed on it. So the court order, yes, but practicability of it in the current circumstances of the next election, which is only a few months away, is impossible to face reality and say the truth. You must be on the register. The register, the Gate Commission updated the register and closed that process. Now, today, even though today somebody turns 18, that's another debate. But the question is, there must be a timeline, because the commission also is not voting the process as the Honorable Nsereko put it. You, from one to the other, you have updated register, people check the register, whether the names are there, and so on and so forth. There are so many things to do. That notwithstanding, you ask another question. So Nsereko put it, I agree with his argument on this matter. So I don't have to labor so much. On the question of offices, which deal with which will deal with diaspora affairs. Many of them, Parliament and the Speaker's office has a desk for the diaspora. State House has one for diaspora and the Minister of Foreign Affairs. These offices, Henrietta, if you have been following UNAA affairs very well, were set up in response to the request, especially you in UNAA, who are more organized in terms of diaspora people in Uganda, are more well organized. The Speaker's office, the Speaker, Honorable Kadaga, with many members of Parliament, has been attending UNAA regularly, and her office of diaspora, it was in a liaison with affairs dealing with diaspora. The same with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which set up a department to deal with diaspora affairs in liaison with the embassies, which embassies deal with you as the diaspora people. Even today, the government of Uganda contributes to UNAA affairs to a tune of $100,000 every year through that process of the diaspora office. So your question is, were they set up, whom was consulted? These were set up in response to the requests from especially UNAA, which is well organized among the Ugandan diaspora. You raised the question of demarcation of constituencies. Well, demarcation of constituencies, you cannot equate it with what is required to make it practical for people in the diaspora to vote. I cannot equate the two, and they're not equatable. In terms of representation in Parliament, it's the question which has to be discussed, because if the diaspora has to be represented, will it be represented as a special interest group? And how do that special interest group vote for its member of Parliament? Here we have special interest groups, the youth, through the youth structure, the elected representatives. The army, elected representatives. Women universities are elected through universal suffrage. Now, how do you elect representatives of people in the diaspora? Maybe you people in the diaspora, you could also give us ideas. You make proposals. If we want to be represented, how we could represent like this, and they are discussed at various fora. We all agree. If it requires amending the law is amended by the next Parliament to ensure that the diaspora are represented. But also within the diaspora, the question of how they vote for their MP and how many should be, what should be the size of those are all open issues, like Honorable Nsereko put them, which should be discussed in an open forum, and the views are agreed upon. The consensus at the moment is reached, then you implement it. Otherwise, people in the diaspora vote, yes, they should vote. But when, I don't think it should be this time around because of the intricacies which will be made, it will be required to make it practical. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Moses Vyaruhanga. Because of time, I'm going to jump into two questions from the audience, and then Dr. Kaluya will summarize this session. I have a question from our Deputy Speaker in UNA, Mr. Albert Bakasara. He is asking if can all panelists comment on the violence that characterized the NRM primary elections yesterday? What are the implications of such violence on the upcoming January general elections? I'm going to give you strictly 2 minutes and I'm timing it. I'm going to start from Mr. Waiswa and I'll go all the way down.
Of course, there is the national resistance movement is the ruling party in power, and what it reflects, what happens in its internal management is the reflection of what might happen in the national election. We members of the National Unity Platform have been propagated as those who are violent, but the violence that was witnessed, we have been witnessing it for us who are here for a very long time. In Ijinja, a member of parliament was battered by another member of parliament, and one was imprisoned. You have seen what has happened in Shema. A minister, a very arrogant, drew at human beings with impunity and with certainty that nothing will be done to them. So we are facing the worst stage of the dictator, and we must brace for impact, but then also remain focused. The violence will be much because even government, it is now a policy of government that in this next election, they are going to be very violent. You have had Chitata, and what Sipapa went to, Sipapa is one of the presidential colleagues these days. He went to Kamocha and fired bullets by Rasta people. So yes, the state is going to orchestrate violence on Ugandans, but I want to assure the 40 million people that this is the time for us to stand together and overpower the rule of the gun that has been the order of the day for the last 35 years. So it is going to be a very violent election because the NRM is organizing with Mr. Byamukama a violent election. But we as members of the National Unity Platform are seeking Ugandans to remain calm, steadfast.
Your time is up, Mr. Waiswa. Thank you, Mr. Waiswa. Your time is up. I'm going to pose the same question to Mr. Nsereko. Mr. Nsereko, can you comment on the violence that was characterized in the NRM primaries yesterday, and what are the implications of such violence on the upcoming January general elections? 2 minutes.
I think it's a very bad culture and it's mainly seen not only in Uganda, but in the whole of Africa. You remember, I think it was in the late 2000s in Kenya, where thousands of people lost their lives because of poor organization of an election. Now, violence starts from how people organize an election. When you organize an election poorly, definitely the people will turn out to be violent. Secondly, the issue of the police looking away when people are doing violence is very, very bad. It's sowing very, very bad seeds. I remember the president was saying that any police officer that shall witness people being battered will definitely lose their jobs. I'm waiting to see how many of those are going to lose their jobs. I saw people being beaten. Honorable Wadiomu in Jinja, I think he was slapped and pulled out of the Tale Center by police officers, I think even their opponents. And I can tell you, this is sowing seeds of wrong democracy. Everyone should condemn violence. It's not a tool to get power during elections. It is very bad. It sows bad seeds, and it should not be condoned. So I would like to tell the people in the national resistance movement, that you can't give what you can't have. So you can't promise a peaceful election when in your own primaries it was terrible. It was, violence everywhere. And it's a very big shame. It's up to the national resistance movement to actually cleanse its image. And it has a spokesperson here, Mr. Biaruhanga. It's up to you now, because you cannot promise us peace and security when in your very own election, you couldn't guarantee it. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nsereko. Thank you for keeping time. I'm going to ask the same question to Mr. Kabuleta. Can you comment on the violence that was characterized at the primaries, at the NRM primaries yesterday, and what are the implications of such violence on the upcoming January general elections?
Oh, thank you very much. The thing is this, at the heart of all the violence is one thing, and that is entitlement. There are people who believe that they have an entitlement to being voted, and the process is just there to rubber stamp what they think about themselves. Now, they do not see it as a sieving process, as them being subject to an electorate. So when it doesn't go that way, then they have all the means within themselves to be violent. And they have the guards, they have this. The other day we saw an MP, and his guard slapping the woman person and so on. So it's all comes from that. It comes from, that entitlement thing. But here's the thing, fish rots from the head. Every time we have had elections here, starting even in 1996, when there was no doubt as to who was going to win the election, even if it was free and fair, everybody knew it was going to be won by Museveni because he was popular at the time. But still, every time there's an election, you will see members riding through town, going nowhere, just basically showing strength to tell people, vote wisely. Telling people that if you want your peace and your security, just make sure one person wins. Do not think that this process is actually about determining the winner. This is just some kind of ritual that you are supposed to go through. There can only be one winner. And I don't think there has been an election with a lot of militarization in this city, especially because that's the hotbed of opposition politics, like 2006. Of course, it has carried through all the other elections. So it comes as a message to the people that there will be peace only if, you see. Now, when people learn from the master, then you see the people beneath also start creating their own kingdoms where they feel free to create violence if people dare vote against what they, what they feel entitled to. And this is the thing of now. Now, what does it say about the coming elections? It says it's going to be the same thing. If there is this president in place, and if he is on the ballot, it is going to be extremely militarized. Okay, I am saying if because there is no guarantee he's going to be. But if he's on the ballot, it is going to be extremely militarized, very militarized. You'll see there will be a message across. You see now they are passing out, there is COVID. Everything has come to a standstill. But the military schools are still passing out soldiers, and they are still passing out thousands of soldiers because they are timing the period such as this, and they are, so. But as that gentleman, Mr. Alex Waiswa, has said, the whole culture of who is going to, when you go to campaign, people say, who is going to look after your vote? Now imagine an election where it's lining up. It's supposed to be very straightforward. Line here. This one has more people, the other one has less people, this one has won, but still you have guns. Now what will happen when it's a secret ballot and when nothing is as straightforward as that? So the reality is this. People know that the voting is just the beginning of the process. After that, you have to fight. Okay, that's what has been made, and the fish rots from the head, and we know who the head is here. And the whole process is rotten because it starts from the top. So now everybody is primed from the MP, even after the MP, everybody will be primed to protect their ballot. And what is supposed to be a straightforward process is never a straightforward process in this case, and it's all because of the NRM. And thankfully, everybody saw what they are what they are about, and we don't expect anything different from them if their, rotten head is still in place at the, by next year.
Thank you, Mr. Kabuleta. You've gone over your 2 minutes. I'm going to go to Honorable Norbert Mao. Same question. Can you comment on the violence that characterized the NRM primaries yesterday, and what implications of such violence and what are the implications that there would be such violence in the upcoming general elections in January?
Thank you, President Henrietta Wamala. What we witnessed yesterday is chickens coming home to roost. Violence is in the DNA of NRM. It was conceived in violence, and violence begets violence. They have simply reaped what they have been sowing. As the other political actors, what we should read from this is that we should watch out. Speaking as the president of DP, a party which is committed to non-violence, I can only say we have got to be on guard. There's a saying that if you see a dog chasing someone covered with a mat, what of a person covered with an animal skin? So those of us in the other parties are also at risk. But let's talk more about the outcome of the elections. Let's look beyond the violence. Beyond the violence, Ugandans must receive a signal. The NRM primaries have given Ugandans a signal that all Ugandans, including those in NRM, are tired of those who have grown fat, smug, impudent, arrogant, and full of hubris. Ugandans want change. If we don't get that signal, we will simply be talking about the violence without knowing what the violence means. The fact that the incumbents have had to unleash violence means that they are no longer attractive to voters of their own party. I call upon Ugandans to see the silver lining around this dark chapter we witnessed yesterday. Let's embrace it. Let's come together, let's unite. Let's send a positive message of hope to Ugandans. Let's build an alternative, and let's draw a firm line between the oppressors and those being oppressed. That will be a more positive interpretation of the dark chapter of yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Norbert Mao. I'm going to go lastly to Honorable Moses Biaruhanga. I think he will have a response since he represents the party. Can you comment on the violence that characterized the primaries yesterday, and what are the implications that we won't have the same violence in the upcoming January elections?
First of all, I want to correct your question.
Mm-hmm.
The NRM primaries yesterday were not characterized by violence. It's true.
I hope the person who wrote is listening.
To correct the
question. Yeah, they were not characterized by violence. It's true there were some cases of violence in some few places, and they're being handled. You have even had people have been arrested already. Those who got involved in violence, some people have been arrested. And NRM believes in the rule of law. If you engage yourself in such acts of violence, the law must take its course. If there are police officers who acted violently or against the law, they must be dealt with. I myself yesterday received some calls from few places, somebody saying, oh, there is a case here, one is doing this. And the police, I informed the police immediately when I received such a calls. I think there was a case in Isinjiro, where I informed the Deputy Inspector General of Police and said there is a case here, please make sure that the law takes its own course, and it has indeed taken its own course. So, but the other thing is, you see, the NRM election, Uganda has about 68,000 villages, and the election was at village level. When it comes to policing, I think the size of the force today, if you put the ratio of police to how many people they should police, is about one police person to about 890 people. And the ideal line should be between one police person for about 500 people. That's what normally happen in more developed countries with better technological investment technology. So we need to upgrade first of all, the number of the police, to increase the number of the police, to upgrade the technology of the police, to be able to cope with such situations. The polling stations at the presidential election level and national parliamentary level are much less than the villages where we had an election yesterday, which was largely peaceful in many places, but with few cases where we had some violence and the law is taking place, as I've already said. For the parliamentary elections, I think now after parliamentary and presidential, if I'm not mistaken, the constituencies are about 30,000 or thereabout. Last time they were 28,000 in the last election. Now they were increased. They are slightly about 30,000, slightly more than that. So, and the police, the National Electoral Commission normally hires police almost per polling station, which the party could not do because even the number of villages are more than the number of the police. So the police was definitely overstretched, but that's not to condone that anybody should go and take the law into their hands because the police is overstretched. But for the national elections, the polling stations are much less, and the EC can afford at least to have a police person manning each and every polling station in Uganda. I was here like in Kampala, I'm sure, with my friend, Honorable Onsereko. There was no violence in Kampala. The election took place peacefully. In Wakiso took place peacefully, and many other places. So it's not that it would be like that all the time. What this shows you, though, is that NRM, for instance, is going to have a candidate in each and every constituency of Uganda. When you hear other parties, definitely out of 400 plus constituencies, they cannot have an MP in each and every constituency. That's also a fact. So when somebody says, those people are saying you when we win, when they win, or so forth, you win where? Okay, if you win at presidential elections, how would you be effective without a parliament on your side to have a majority in parliament? No, none of the people who are talking here in the different parties can boast that they can even attempt to have a majority in parliament because they will not have enough candidates for each of the parliament of the constituencies. Now, why was this election? Some people was a do or die because in NRM, when you win the primaries, almost 70% of people who win the primaries go to parliament. So this was the stakes were much higher. That's not a cause. It should not be a cause for people to be violent. But many people who have voted or have gone through today, by today, many of them are going to be in parliament. If you see the number of people who participated in this election, almost 30 million people, that even shows you if our now role for NRM will be to make sure that these people are mobilized to come and vote for the next presidential election and parliamentary elections, so that NRM wins both parliamentary and presidential elections, which are coming sooner than later. So for me, the big message is that there was a high stake because people think that the moment they win this, they won't be in parliament. But that's not a cause for violence. We must respect the law. We must ensure that if you win well. If you lose, you accept you have lost. And life goes on. You don't have to be in parliament all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Biaruhanga. I'm going to pass this on to, I'm sorry, we have to move along because we have some forums that are running 1 hour late because of this. We are going to move on to the last session of this forum, and I'm going to hand it on to Dr. Kaluya to close it out.
Thank you, Madam President. The Political Forum is one of the most attended and vibrant forums in UNA. I want to thank our panelists for this year's Political Forum. Thank you very much for participating, but I have one more thing that we need to go through, and then I ask you the last question. I have a few statistics that come out of the World Bank. And if you are familiar with what we call the Gini Index, the Gini Index measures the distribution of income from the poorest person to the richest person, or it also measures consumption. In 2016, the Gini Index for Uganda was 42.8. 2017, it was 41.40. 2018, it was 37.60. By the way, when you have a Gini Index of 100% or 100, it means that there is only one person that owns money or resources in that country. A Gini index of 0, it means that there is equal distribution of income. So Uganda is not in a bad shape being around those numbers at this point. The other number that I wanted to talk to you about is that given the Gini index is that 49.88% of Uganda's income is held by the richest 20% of the population. 34.20% of the Uganda's income is held by the richest 10% of the population. And the 2.6% of Uganda's income is held by the poorest 10% of the population. And 6.25% of Uganda's income is held by 20% poorest of the population. When we look at the GDP numbers, this is GDP per capita based on purchasing power parity. In 2017, the GDP was 631.52 in dollars. In 2018, that number was 642.78. 2019, the number grew to 776.77. And it's projected that that number is going to increase to 823.11 cents in 2020. It looks like it's a good trend, but the numbers are so low. The other statistics is 51% of Ugandans have less access to clean water. And about 5% of children who die in Uganda die as a result of lack of clean water. Moreover, 81% of Ugandans have no access to improved sanitation. Okay, we also have another number here. Corruption index for Uganda, that is from the Transparency International. It says that in 2018, Uganda scored 26 points out of 100, and it was number 149 most corrupt country out of 180. It was the third most corrupt country in East Africa. In 2019, that number went to 28. The position did not change that much. So at the end of the day, we also have an interesting number. Bible engagement. 51% of Ugandans read and meditate on the word of God. So they go to church and they can recite the Bible and they can read the Bible. Based on these statistics and what we have discussed in this forum, which I want to thank you so much, do you believe that our country, Uganda, is moving in the right direction? This is a yes or no question. And I'm going to begin with Mr. Waiswa Alex.
Uganda is not moving in the right direction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex.
Of course, definitely Uganda is not moving in the right direction, but do you want me to answer the very question that you asked?
No, I just asked whether Uganda is moving in the right direction. That is the question.
No.
So your answer is no. Honorable Mao.
Thank you very much. The expectation of Ugandans is that for once we will witness what we have not witnessed before, change without bloodshed. The way things are going, there's no guarantee that this regime will not end badly. And therefore, Uganda is not moving in the right direction.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kavuleta, Joseph Kavuleta, do you think Uganda is moving in the right direction?
Well, unfortunately, you've boxed us in a very tight corner with your question. I do not understand what your intentions are. Moving in the right direction politically, economically, in terms of in direction, in which way? Because you've given us the whole host
based on what we have discussed and the statistics that I've given you, do you think Uganda is moving in the right direction?
The statistics you've given us are showing us that. Please mute people who are not on whatever. Please mute other people so that I can talk, sir. The statistics you've given us are showing that Uganda is traveling from Entebbe to Nairobi at the pace of a snail. So, but we are pointing in the direction of America, but we are moving on the back of a tortoise. So are we moving in the right direction? Yes, in that, as far as those statistics are concerned, but on the back of a tortoise. So, but generally, in regard to what our expectations are, we are definitely moving in the absolutely wrong direction. Although this question, I'm trying to make it yes or no, is very sinister, honestly, because you're boxing us in a place where...
That's the only way I could do it. Rohanga, please.
Thank you, Michael. First of all, your figure on access to clean water is wrong. The access to clean water is 70% in rural areas and 78% in urban areas. If on yes or no, Uganda is moving in the right direction, that's yes. Because most of the projections are showing an improvement, except the worst one was on corruption. But the others, if you weigh them, Uganda is moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Mr. Byaruhanga. I'm gonna hand this over to Madam President to close it all. I want to thank you for the participation. There is a lot that we would have discussed about visas and so on, and citizenship fees, but we cannot. And we know we need to apologize to our audience as well for not giving you a platform to ask directly. But I just have one person that asked me a question. I may need an answer. Either you can respond to the chat. Who is in the Ministry of Agriculture responsible to be talked to if somebody wants to export from Uganda to the US? That person is seated here in the US, wants to export or wants to, not export, wants to import matoke from Uganda to the United States. Mr. Vincent in the Ministry of Agriculture is not responding. That is what I've been told to say. So, but what is the person that is supposed to be contacted?
Can I answer?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, you need to get an export license from the Ministry of Trade. What agriculture does is to ensure that you meet the CITO, how do they call it, the quality requirements to export to the American market. Thank you.
The phytosanitary certificate.
Oh yeah, that's the certificate they give.
Thank you,
the
sir.
Trade for exporting, it's a means of trade.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Madam President, please take it over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kaluya, for accepting to come and sit through these 2 grilling hours with me, with our guests. Thank you so much to all our panelists that answered the call. I know it was short time. We thought that we would have a physical convention due to COVID, everything that's going on with the SOPs and stuff. We could not meet in the large numbers as we usually do. We only took a decision to go virtually around August 13th. It took us just a few days to put these invitations out, make phone calls, make contacts. I'm sorry, I've been in your faces on your WhatsApps, but this was very relevant because we thought this discussion is very important to us as diasporans here. Because when it comes to the economic, social, and political transformation of our homeland, I think we do play a key role, as you all agreed in our first question of this forum. Thank you so much, Dr. Honorable Norbert Mao, for showing up. We thought we were not going to have you. Mr. Joseph Kabuleta, we are honored. Thank you so much for showing up on this forum too. Honorable Moses Byaruhanga, again, as we usually see you in UNAA, we are honored that you turned up again. Thank you for giving us that insightful information of what's going on back home. Mr. Waiso Alex, it was my first time to actually talk to you. yesterday, and I am so happy that you were able to agree to come and represent NUP. Thank you so much for accepting. I appreciate that. Honorable Muhammadin Sereko, you're always vocal. I always enjoy your debates at UNA, and I'm glad that you did not let us down again this time. Thank you for turning up for this session as well. Thank you so much for being with us. The UNA Convention is still ongoing. Our next forum is going to be on issues that pertain to us, and they are going to be addressed by an immigration representative from Uganda streaming in live, and also Deputy Ambassador Chinyera. That's going to be streaming next. So please continue being with us through these conversations. UNA is here. We did not stop, and even you guys in Uganda, stay with us. You don't have to go away. Stay with us. So our next session will start in a few minutes. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
You have the right to leave anytime.
Thank you.
www.radiombfm.com 93.7 A home away from home.
In the beginning is a dream. That dream gives us the courage to take the first step. And then the next step. And then the next. Along the way, we meet people who make great things happen. Business breakthrough. A home. A smile. A new deal. In life, you need the right partner to progress. At Equity, we believe together, we grow. Equity Bank, your listening, caring partner.
It.
You are live.
Okay. Has the recording started as well? All right. Good afternoon in the US. Good evening in Uganda. We are here today to have another session. And this is one of the sessions that many of you in the diaspora have actually been asking us to have. We have representation from the Ugandan Embassy in Washington, DC. We have representation from Ministry of Internal Affairs in Uganda, and also representation from Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined today by Ambassador Santa M. Lakechinyera, who's the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Ugandan Embassy in Washington, DC. And she's here to help us understand the processes of the services that the embassy is going to be offering us moving forward, especially after COVID. We sent you out details of those services, and these include passport renewals, visas, national IDs, deportation of Ugandans, repatriation of remains of Ugandan nationals. Ambassador, welcome, and we are honored to have you here today.
Thank you very much, Madam Henrietta.
Thank you. We are also joined by Mr. Jacob Siminyu, who's the spokesperson of Ministry of Internal Affairs in Uganda, and is, I think, specifically representing the Immigration Office. And he will be able to actually answer some of the questions that most of you have been having. So please don't forget to send your questions in the chat so that we can be able to pose them to the panelists. And lastly, we are also honored to have Ms. Linda Odea from Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the Diaspora Desk. Welcome, panelists, and I think I'm going to have the floor opened up by first having Ambassador Chinyera start off with the presentations for today.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Ugandans who are viewing this convention from wherever you are. And before I go far, I think I'll have to share my screen because I have a PowerPoint presentation. So I'll share my screen and we see how it goes. How does it go? Okay. So thank you very much, Madam Henrietta. Thank you everybody who is watching us from virtually on this afternoon here in Washington. I'm going to make a presentation on the services that the embassy offers to the Ugandan diaspora in the Americas. Okay. So I'll be giving my presentation directly from my PowerPoint presentation, and then we take it from there. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was just having some small technical issue here. So regarding the consular services that the embassy offers to Ugandans in the Americas, I just thought I should first give you a small bit of perspective here. And this slide shows the embassy's wide area of accreditation. As you all know, the embassy is located here in Washington, DC, where we are represented and we represent Uganda in USA. You all know that USA is constituted of with 50 states. We also represent Uganda in Latin America, where we cover 11 countries. We also represent Uganda in the Caribbean, where we cover 2 countries. So Ugandans are spread out in all the above places. This shows the area of coverage and the extent of consular services that the embassy provides. So I thought I should give you this perspective.
Thank you.
Now, what are consular services? Consular services are any help, information, and advice provided by the embassy and consular posts to Ugandans who are living or traveling abroad in a specific area of accreditation. And in our case, our consular services are to Ugandans in the Americas. What consular services are rendered by the embassy? Our consular services include assistance with travel and legal documents. These are passports, visas, national IDs, dual citizenship certificates, and emergency travel documents. We also offer consular services in terms of assistance on legal matters. These include document authentication, citizenship verifications, and recommendations for specific services in Uganda, such as NGO registrations. We give protection and help in distress. Under this protection and help, we offer consular visits. These visits are carried out to ensure fair and humane treatment of Ugandan citizens in case of arrest or detention. Please note, however, that the embassy does not provide legal representation or pay for lawyers for those in detention or jail. Our duty is to ensure the person is humanely treated and his welfare is upheld. We give protection in times of emergencies. We do repatriation in times of emergencies. For example, during war, natural disasters such as COVID. We've all experienced this recently. Disasters like earthquakes. And we also handle emergency in times of deportations of Ugandans. The other protection, distress protection that we give is when there is death of a Ugandan national. Under this, we do tracing of the next of kin. We also help with repatriation of remains of the deceased person. Now, today's focus, as I was requested to make this presentation, we are going to focus on passports and emergency travel documents, visas, national IDs, dual citizenship, repatriations, deportations, and assistance to returning citizens. Now, on passports, I must say that a passport, a Ugandan passport for that matter, is a constitutional right. It is the property of the government of Uganda. We currently have e-passports, which were launched by the EAC heads of state in March 2016, and these passports are machine readable. Applications for the passports are done online. Right now, we have questions about the deadline. The deadline for application of for e-passports stands as of 15th January 2021. However, consultations are ongoing as to whether to extend this deadline. We have the ordinary passport here on this slide. This is the passport that most Ugandans apply for usually. The ordinary passport costs 250,000 Uganda shillings. And for our diaspora people, we always, there is an extra charge of 10,000 shillings for the courier fees. Now, where should a diaspora member or a Ugandan abroad apply for a passport? I've indicated there the passport portal, which is www.passports.go.ug. Why am I doing this? Because there have been cases of people being duped and making applications on fake websites. So please beware of fake websites. The website that I've indicated is the correct one. We have here the application process for the passport. It's a common problem and a common question that we always get here at the embassy. What is the process for applying for this e-passport? So I have outlined it there. First of all, you have to go to the passport portal, which I have given there, www.passports.go.ug. After you've opened that portal, you accept the terms and conditions displayed. You answer simple security questions. You complete the passport application form. You print the passport application advice form. You make payment for the passport using the selected payment method that is indicated there online. Then you complete the passport interview record form and send all the documents to the embassy. So that is the process that we are currently that we are following here at the embassy. We have here some important points for you to note. That when you send your documents to the embassy, send all the documents after you've made your application to the embassy. And the documents should be sent with the following: 2 passport photos, your old passport, a copy of your national ID or NIRA letter. But if you don't have, this is not mandatory. A copy of the recommender's national ID. You send also a payment receipt, which was given to you at application, a copy of your resident ID, your student ID or driver's license, and then you must include a prepaid self-addressed envelope. This should be a trackable envelope for purposes of returning your passport when it is ready. I'll now talk about the emergency travel document. It's also called the certificate of identity. This document is issued to Ugandans who have lost their passports but urgently need to travel to Uganda. It is a one-way travel document and it expires on arrival at Entebbe Airport or point of entry into Uganda. The final destination of this emergency travel document must be Uganda. So if you've traveled on an emergency travel document, you should therefore obtain a new passport while in Uganda if you intend to return, because this document will be taken away from you on arrival. Applicants for emergency travel documents must prove beyond doubt that they are Ugandans. Requirements for the emergency travel document. We need proof of citizenship, and we will ask for your passport or birth certificate or your national ID or your voter registration card and whatever document you have from Uganda. We need you to complete application form for Ugandan travel document, a letter explaining why the applicant does not possess a valid Ugandan passport. We need 2 colored passport-sized photographs. And then there is a $50 processing fee, which we only take in terms of money orders or bank receipts. We need a self-addressed priority or overnight return envelope, because the embassy will not send your document by regular mail. We shall also need your travel itinerary or air ticket, which indicates your destination is Uganda. Now, I'll also talk briefly about visas. As everybody knows, visas are issued to non-Uganda passport holders, and we currently have e-visas, which are also applied for online, and there I have indicated the online application portal, http://visas.immigration.go.ug. Now, what do you need if you're applying for this visa? You need a copy of the biodata page of your passport. You must make sure that your passport is valid for at least 6 months beyond your arrival date. We need a copy of, we need a yellow fever vaccination certificate, a recent passport-sized photograph, a recommendation letter from Uganda if you're applying for a business or conference visa. We need an invitation letter from family or LC in Uganda for those who are applying for other visas, and a copy of your flight itinerary or return air ticket. You will then upload the scanned copies of all these documents on to your online application. That is how it is done. Then you'll definitely need a payment card or your bank card to make your online payment for the visa. These are steps for the visa application. They are simple steps. You select the application type, you fill out the form, you upload the documents, you make your online payment. Rather, you submit the application and then make your online payment at the end of it. Now, I give you some important note as you are doing the visa application. Upon submission, the applicant will receive a notification with an application number, which he or she can use to track the application. That decision taken on the application will be sent electronically through the email provided by the applicant. So it's important that you provide correct information. If approved, an approval letter will be sent as an attachment to the email provided. And then this letter of approval serves as a travel authorization. You can then print it out and present it together with your valid passport at the port of entry when you travel. My next item is the national identity cards. All our Ugandans should know that the national ID cards are only issued to citizens of Uganda of 18 years and above. The card is biometrically enhanced and it is machine readable. Every Ugandan citizen has the right to have a national identity card, and registration is not delegatable. Mark this, registration is not delegatable. Every applicant must register for the ID card in person to allow biometric collection. The process is absolutely free of charge, so no one should tell you to pay something for the national ID. Now, these are the process. This is the process that we follow. Registration for national ID at the embassy is strictly on appointment. So when you want to make to get a national ID, you make an appointment for registration at the embassy. And then when you come, a NIRA Form 3 with a barcode will be given to you at the embassy for completion. you should read all the details that you need and you bring the relevant documents to prove citizenship. Once the registration form is completed, all data will be entered into the ID system. For information, the ID system is housed in Kampala. It is at the National Identification Registration Authority, NIRA. Now, biometric information is then captured, including taking your picture, scanning fingerprints, and signature. After enrollment, 2 copies of enrollment form will be generated. The applicant retains one and the embassy retains the other on file. When your ID is ready, you will be contacted by the embassy to collect your ID in person. You must come in person because the system will not release the ID card without verification of the applicant's biometric information. Now, requirements for the ID registration. As Ugandans, you will know that there are various, Ugandans are citizens by birth or descent, but there are also Ugandans who are citizens by law. So if you're a citizen by birth, then you will have to give the following documents: a copy of your national ID, a copy of the national ID of both or either of your parents, if they are alive, a certified copy of a birth certificate, and your Ugandan passport. Those who hold dual citizenship, you must bring certified copy of the dual citizenship certificate with the passport of your current country of residence. There are also Ugandans who are citizens by registration. Now, in order to get the dual citizenship certificate, you must bring the certified copy of the certificate of citizenship by registration, which was issued to you by the National Citizenship and Immigration Control Board. You should also bring an identification bearing your photo. Those who are citizens by naturalization, the certified copy of the certificate of naturalization as given to you by the National Citizenship and Immigration Control Board. You should also bring an identification, an ID bearing your photo. I want to give you these important notes that the embassy does not make corrections on national IDs. This is a function of the National Identification Registration Authority. And then registration can only be done once. You cannot register in Kampala and then come and register at the embassy. You can only receive your ID from your registration center. If you apply or register for the national ID in Kampala, you cannot get your card from the embassy or vice versa. And we always get questions as to whether children should get national IDs. Here we want to say that children can apply for national identification numbers, but will only receive the ID cards when they turn 18. But at least one parent must have a national ID and will stand surety for the child as they apply for this national ID number. Then we go to dual citizenship. What is dual citizenship? This is the simultaneous possession of 2 citizenships, of which one is Ugandan. It is provided for under the Uganda Citizenship and Immigration Control Act of 2009. The rationale for granting dual citizenship, I just thought I should highlight that for Ugandans. This was a recognition that Ugandans in diaspora make enormous contribution to the socio-economic development of Uganda. It was also given so that the need to enable Ugandans in the diaspora to maintain linkages with their roots without any legal hindrances. The dual citizenship certificate is also to allow Ugandans to benefit from the best of two worlds, namely their host countries and motherland Uganda. It is also supposed to facilitate attraction of potential investors from the diaspora. Who qualifies for dual citizenship? Any person aged 18 years and above who holds citizenship of a country that permits dual nationality and also seeks Ugandan citizenship and satisfies the requirements for granting of dual citizenship. A person who was a citizen of Uganda by birth and who on acquisition of citizenship of another country renounced his or her Ugandan citizenship and wants to reacquire his or her former Ugandan citizenship. So these are the categories of people who qualify for dual citizenship. Now, application for dual citizenship, these are the processes. You have to go to www.visas.immigration.go.ug. And the process is clear there. You'll start a new application and select citizenship in a drop-down menu under visa or permit type. Select dual citizenship under category. Select indigenous Ugandan under subcategory. And then a list of requirements will be generated when you click those buttons. Now, with that list of requirements, you will upload the required documents as prompted by that generated list. Then you will submit your application. Your application goes directly to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who will do due diligence on your application, cross-check the facts that you've given them. And once your application is approved, you will receive an email from the Ministry of Internal Affairs informing you when to report to the ministry to give your biometrics and sign for your dual citizenship certificate. You can then make an online payment of the certificate fee only after you have been given approval. You will receive a receipt as soon as your payment goes through. About children below 18 years regarding dual citizenship. Many of our diaspora children do not hold Ugandan passports, and like all other non-Uganda passport holders, they require visas to travel to Uganda. For one reason or another, sometimes they overstay their visas when visiting with parents and family in Uganda and are penalized for it. So as embassy, we recommend that Ugandan parents of children holding US passports, for example, apply for dependent passes for their children to avoid overstay penalties. The children can apply for dual citizenship at the age of 18 and above. I thought I should make general comments about online payments, online payment for consular services. We always have people struggling with the online system. So these are the general notes that I'm giving to our dear diaspora people, that please note that the Uganda Revenue Authority is the authorized agency to collect all government revenue, including non-tax revenue from consular services. Therefore, when making online payments, you will be redirected to the URA website. URA uses select banks in Uganda to process payment. These banks are linked to Visa and MasterCard global payment system. The select banks accept Visa and MasterCard credit cards. So you do not have to hold an account in Uganda in order to make your online payment. As long as your credit card is compatible with MasterCard or Visa, any of the banks you select there should be able to allow you to make your payment. The next thing I want to talk about is the repatriation of Ugandans and legal residents. Of course, this is one of our other consular services. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in flight restrictions worldwide and the closure of Entebbe International Airport. Many Ugandans and resident permit holders therefore got stranded abroad, unable to return home. The embassy carried out registration and verification of stranded Ugandan nationals and non-Ugandan resident or dependent permit holders in its area of accreditation, namely the United States, Central and South America, and the Caribbean for repatriation. So far, 2 repatriation flights have been successfully executed. We had a repatriation flight on July 17th, 2020, and this flight repatriated 276 Ugandans people. On August 18th, 2020, we had a second repatriation flight, which took 197 people. Registration is currently ongoing for a third flight, subject to raising a critical number of passengers for the flight. And of course, as the situation of COVID-19 is being reviewed from time to time. It is important for all to note that for all repatriations, standard operating procedures, SOPs, that are in place to curb the spread of COVID-19 must be observed. These details are on our website, but for clarity, the key elements of these SOPs include the requirement for a negative PCR COVID test. You will undergo 14-day quarantine on arrival. And then if you are on this repatriation, you must sign an undertaking to observe the SOPs that have been put in place. The next consular matter is the repatriation of remains of deceased Ugandans. The government of Uganda has developed new guidelines in light of COVID-19 for repatriation of human remains to Uganda during this COVID-19 pandemic. Permission for repatriation of remains must be sought from the Director General of Health Services through the embassy, irrespective of the cause of death. Guidelines for repatriation of remains are as follows. In the unfortunate event of death of a Ugandan, the funeral home or responsible entity should make a formal request to the embassy for repatriation of the remains or body of the deceased. The embassy will then seek the necessary clearance through established channels and ensure that the repatriation of remains meet all established requirements. The following original documents should be submitted with the request. 1, a medical certificate of the cause of death. 2, a post-mortem report or comprehensive medical report from the attending doctor or health facility, an embalming certificate, a passport or identification document of the deceased, because we must be sure we are repatriating a Ugandan national. Guidelines for repatriation of remains. The embassy will then seek permission from the Director General of Health Services for repatriation of the body. And once permission is granted, the embassy issues a clearing letter. We authenticate all the original documents that were submitted and then return to the applicant with the letter of authorization from the Director General of Health Services. All these documents should accompany the body and will be needed for clearance when the body arrives in Uganda. Then there is a guideline regarding the packaging. And this is not only a Ugandan guideline, it is also a guideline which is an international guideline for air travel. When a body is being taken by air, the body should be packaged in a waterproof body bag, then placed in a zinc-lined airtight coffin and an outer metal or wooden box. Then we want to note here that the embassy offers consular services relating to repatriation of deceased persons free of charge. Now, on the issue of deportations, this is something that we deal with from time to time in our consular department. And here are some of the things I want to highlight. The US Department of Homeland Security, and in particular, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, as everybody knows it, carries out periodical deportation of individuals who do not meet the requirements for legal stay in the USA. Most of the deportees that are brought to our attention usually fall in these categories. People who are here on illegal stay, rejected asylum applications, removal orders on criminal grounds. So what do we do when these deportation cases are brought to the embassy? We do verification of citizenship, first of all, to be sure this is a Ugandan. And when all those processes have been done, we issue a one-way emergency travel document so that the person is sent home without any hassle. We also visit detention centers or prisons to interview detainees where we have been told there is a Ugandan caught up here and there and is, we ask to go and see these people, talk to them and understand that whether they're actually Ugandans. Then finally, we do coordination with the Ugandan and US authorities on the deportation operation that they decide to undertake. Now, what you should know as our Ugandan citizens and diaspora, the US government reserves the right to determine who gets deported. We as embassy, we don't just put Ugandans on a list to send them home. And in general, foreigners who have entered the country illegally, committed serious crimes, overstayed or broken the conditions of their visas, or have otherwise lost their legal status to remain in the country are deportable. What is your responsibility as a Ugandan in this area of accreditation? We urge you to stay in the country legally. You should respect the terms of your visa and stay so that you don't become a subject of deportation. You should obey the law. You should have your paperwork in order and stay out of trouble, because these are most times the issues that bring them to bring Ugandans to the attention of ICE. You must register with the embassy. And this one, I would like to point out that registration with the embassy is something very important for all Ugandans who are out here. Our registration link is on our website, and I have given it there. If you go to the Uganda Embassy website, there is a big link for registration of the diaspora. What is the importance of registration with the embassy? You can be easily contacted in case of an emergency, whether it's a natural disaster, civil unrest, or family emergency. You also can receive important information from the embassy about safety conditions in your host or destination country if you are registered with us. And then one other important point is that for purposes of tracing owners of lost and found Ugandan documents, some documents have been returned to the embassy by the US authorities after failing to trace their rightful owners, but we don't know where to send them. These documents include passports, birth certificates, marriage certificates, academic documents, and yet some of these documents are sometimes needed for you to certify or verify your Ugandan citizenship. So it's important for you to register with the embassy so that in such an event, we can be able to trace you and link you with your documents. I was also asked to give a small comment about Ugandans returning home and regarding issues of assistance with taxation. Ugandan diaspora of 18 years and above who decide to return home for good. Say you lived here and you now want to go home to retire or for whatever reasons, you qualify for tax exemption on all used personal effects and one vehicle, which you should have owned for at least 12 months. This tax waiver is a token of appreciation by government of Uganda for the contribution that the diaspora makes towards the country's development. How do you apply for this tax waiver? You write to the embassy and indicate your current address, the work you have been doing in the USA, your travel itinerary, packing list of the items and the vehicle details for which you request tax exemption. Then you provide documentary evidence of all the above and proof of ownership of the vehicle. You provide a copy of your Ugandan passport, and then the embassy will issue you a letter addressed to the Uganda Revenue Authority for tax exemption and clearance of those stated items. We want you to note that citizens who are returning home as investors can also benefit from incentives and tax exemption on machinery and plant. So this is a general thing which interested citizens can still look up on that website under Uganda Investment Authority. Now, lastly, I want to also give to our Ugandans and Ugandan diaspora and citizens that apart from the embassy, we have honorary consuls or consular posts where you can go for brief or for simple consular services. Some limited consular services can be obtained through our honorary consuls who are located in the following places outside Washington, DC. We have Macon in Georgia, in Argentina for those in South America. We have Aurora in Colorado, Chicago in Illinois, Dallas in Texas, Miami in Florida, San Diego in California, and then Malibu in California, and Seattle in Washington State, and then in Trinidad and Tobago. So if you go to our embassy website, you will find the links and contacts of those consular posts where you can make a quick reference. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation, and I hope it has been helpful to you to answer some of the questions that you've always brought to our attention. And I am now here ready to answer any further questions related to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Santa. I actually have a couple of questions. The first one, let me go back to them. I guess someone asked, how do you get a dual citizenship certificate? And if I remember, that was shown in the presentation. They wanted to know the process of getting a dual citizenship certificate. And then has the embassy considered waiving application fees for new East African passports for those that have just renewed their Ugandan passports?
Thank you, Madam President. The process for dual citizenship application is online, and I think my colleague, Mr. Jacob from Immigration, will supplement on that. Maybe he'll clarify on it better than I have. But regarding the issue of waiving application fees, I can simply say we have not been advised as embassy regarding any, any new guideline or policy. Mr. Jacobs Siminyu will also be able to give us some update on that. Thank you.
Okay. And then someone says they applied for their national ID during the UNAA convention. What is the current status of receiving those IDs that were applied for? When can they be able to pick them up in person?
I would want to advise this person to first of all check on our website. We have a list of all IDs that were issued. Maybe the ID is still with us here and the person simply needs to come and pick it up. We have a long list there on our website, which gives everybody whose ID was printed out. So let that person first check on that list. And if it's not there, then they can give us the details that they have, then we can cross-check with NIRA so that we have an update for him.
Okay. Someone's asking, what is needed for evidence of the NIN number, the NIN number?
The NIN number, as I mentioned, applies to children under 18. So one, this child must be a Ugandan, or at least someone who has one of his parents as a Ugandan. So it goes to the issue of citizenship. So we shall need the national ID of the parent, birth certificates. We shall need the passports of the parents, details of the like. But gladly we have Mr. Siminyu, and I really trust that some of these things will be given more clarification.
Okay. Mr. Siminyo, I hope you're taking notes on some of the questions that are routed to you. I have one question from Mr. Edris that says, why would the embassy need one's immigration status in the country of residence to renew a Ugandan passport?
We have not asked for people's immigration status as far as we are concerned.
I also don't remember that. I renewed my passport.
All we ask for is that you must prove that you are a Ugandan, and we need that Ugandan passport that you came with so that we renew it for you.
Okay, and I have renewed my passport twice, and I don't remember being asked that before.
We don't ask for your immigration status because that is not our function. Your immigration status is the function of the US government.
Okay. And then I have a question from the banking institutions in Uganda. They say with the deposit protection fund in place, all Ugandans meant to open accounts in the banks in Uganda are being required to have a national ID. What is the government doing to make sure that diaspora people are helped to get these IDs?
Yes, this is what we are saying to Ugandans, that the national ID is an important document. And we've all along been saying, come to the embassy, get your national ID. We are here as, your connection point between the US and Uganda. So you come to us and you fill out these forms and we do the processing and help you get the national ID.
Thank you.
The only thing I need to maybe point out that because of COVID at this point in time, we are not receiving applicants in person because of the COVID situation. So once we open up, we still shall go back to our guidelines that you must come on appointment, and then we take you through the process and ensure you get your national ID.
Okay. I guess following up on what you just said right now, that you're not receiving physical people to come in at the embassy, the next question is the ambassador bringing the services to Ugandans, or do they only expect people to go to Washington, D.C.?
Thank you very
can
much.
Can someone mute? I think, Linda, you have a noise that's coming in from your side. Can you mute, please?
Leon, come and unmute.
Thank you. She says, is the embassy going to bring services to Ugandans in the communities, or do we have to all go to Washington, D.C. to receive these services?
Thank you for that question. As you have observed, from time to time, we also visit some states when we are carrying out our routine work. And when that happens, we coordinate with the Ugandan leaders who tell us what services the people are interested in. Then we invite, the professionals, if I can say, the technical people for national ID, for dual citizenship, for whatever. And then we bring them closer to you. So when that happens, yes, Ugandans can apply for those services when we come for these consular visits. However, outside that, this is your embassy. It is situated in Washington, D.C. You have no other choice but to come to the embassy. So if we cannot come to you at that point in time, then please come to the embassy and we shall serve.
Okay. I don't know whether this is a question that I don't know whether this is going to go to Mr. Siminyu. Someone's asking, can a dual citizen run for any office in Uganda, even for presidency?
I pass that to Mr. Siminyu.
Okay. So far, those are the questions I could easily pick up from here. I'll check if we have any more questions for you, Ambassador, on Facebook. But let's go to Mr. Jacob Siminyu. I'm sure there are a lot of questions that will also come to you after your presentation. Mr. Siminyu is the spokesperson of Ministry of Internal Affairs and deals with the immigration part of our laws in Uganda. So he will be able to explain to us some of the questions that you're asking, such as dual citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Siminyu. You can take it away.
Thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me well.
Yes, we can hear you, but you may have to speak a little bit louder.
You know, I am not in the diaspora now, although I have lived there before. So if you're not hearing me well and you don't say it, then you will get a challenge.
Okay.
Like you have said, I'm called Jacob Siminyu. My lighting might not be very good, but you will forgive me. You know, we are now getting into late into the night, and we are not. I'm not in the office. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, through the Directorate of Immigration Control, the country smoothly and legally. And recently, we have embarked on automation to ensure that so many people can move without necessarily having challenges of delay. And we have introduced those new services like the online issuance of passports, online issuance of and other forms of citizenship, online issuance of visas, and most importantly, online payment. In the last few days, we have received a few complaints about the payment, the people who are paying for passports, and we have been advising them to get someone maybe to pay for them from home, but we hope this will be fixed by URA in the next day or two after the week begins. People who are using cards were having challenges, and we escalated that. So we are working on that. I hope it does not come up again. Our mandate, of course, as I said, was mainly focused on movement. So what we offer is we offer services that affect Ugandans in the diaspora, investors who are coming into the country, tourists who are coming to see the good things that we have, visitors coming to Uganda, and our services can be categorized into citizenship and passport control, inspection and legal services, and immigration services. At one point, any of these can affect you as Ugandan in the diaspora because you may be having citizenship from another country and you are received as an immigrant. Or you may overstay and you become a subject of inspection and legal services. or you may want citizenship or passport and you become a subject of the Department of Citizenship and Passport Control. I am not going to be very consistent. I have jumped many things that High Excellency has hinted on. To start with, I would like to encourage Ugandans to apply for their new e-passport. These passports are paid for to answer some of the questions, and they are not subsidized. They cannot be subsidized because the last time we issued the old passport was in 2018. Actually, it was 18th December. That's when we started issuing these passports. Whoever got it and has used it must have used it for 2 years. So whoever got a passport just before that must have taken about 2 years. Secondly, government is only requiring the cost. I mean, it's only getting the cost of getting that passport to us and to have it produced. There is no additional NPR that government has put on that passport. The intention is to make sure that we get the best passport in the world so that Ugandans can easily travel without any trouble, given the fact that we had a number of passports in wrong hands, not because they were issued to those people, but some of them will get them, manipulate them, and then turn them into their own. Although when you go to the machine, the passport will continue reading the original passport. So that is something that we could only control by introducing the e-passport. So the e-passport cannot be forged. It cannot be manipulated in any way. You cannot pretend to hold it because your biometrics will not match with those in the passport. And if you attempt to manipulate it, it simply gets destroyed. So you can't forge it. We want trust for our travel documents so that we can easily get visas and travel around. So if you're asking about the price of 250,000, I know that those in the diaspora, you add another 10,000 for carrying that passport to the mission. I think that is a little bit challenging. We have had that question and it has not been addressed. What I can promise is that as we order for more passports, according to the agreement that was signed, the price will on its own come down. On its own, as the service provider now starts producing passports from Uganda here, and issuing the national ID, also producing them from Uganda here, the cost is likely to come down. So when it's inevitable for it to come down, all Ugandans will benefit. The other thing is that a number of questions which were being asked about the deadline have now gone down. I would like to thank you for widely circulating that impromptu statement that we issued over the weekend. And really, we thank you. We thank the groups of different nations for sharing it with our Ugandans outside the country. Normally, people apply for passports, but many of them now are asking how to apply, and High Excellency has endeavored to go through the process and the portal. That portal is www.passport.co.ug. I would only like to talk about its character. It is so simple that the only things that you need to write in there include your name, your telephone number, your email, and maybe the other things like the names of your parents and your clan. Otherwise, everything is for selection. You just select and then proceed. The other thing that I would like to comment about is people who are asking questions about getting their passports if they are far from the embassy. Excellence has labored on this, but we emphasize that you should not send documents home without going through the embassy, because then we need to know whether you're Ugandan or not, and the embassy is best placed to do that. Where we have embassies where we send and receive documents using our service provider. Are you hearing me? Am I being heard?
Yes, but you may have to increase your volume a little bit.
Okay, I will try to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the maximum, but maybe the biological volume. So those who are far from the embassies, ensure that you go through the embassy to get your passport renewed, because you may prefer to send documents home, but then you need to be interviewed by the embassy and get a letter from the embassy. And I'm not only referring to Washington, D.C., I'm referring to all other embassies. Then I also want to urge Ugandans not to apply for national ID when you know that you have another citizenship. If you have another citizenship, first go through the citizenship process, applying for dual citizenship, and once it's concluded, that's when you apply for national ID. So it does not serve you to apply for an ID before you become a citizen. The other thing is that I request you not to apply for passports for children who are born in missions. We normally issue their passports from home, so you can get a one-way travel document from the embassy, come with that child home, and then have a passport issued. The other is that you should ensure that when you come with that child, the one-way travel document, you get a copy of it so that it makes it easy for you to apply for the passport. Because some people think that when they are born outside, they will have trouble being given passports. No, we will. Our citizenship by birth, the physical place where you are born. So it is easy for us to interview you and issue the passport. For those who are applying for citizenship, we have different types of citizenship. There is birth, there is registration, which comes from long stay, there is naturalization, and there is that for children. Our Excellency has labored so much on that, but Ugandans are encouraged to apply for those citizenship. And then those who are applying due to marriage, it's also very easy. This portal, which we use for applying for these immigration services, is also very easy. When you start, the portal is www.visas.immigration.co.ug. It was highlighted by Her Excellency. And you agree to the terms, you choose the service that you want. The unfortunate bit of it is that they refer to your citizenship as a type of visa, but that will be sorted out. So when you choose, they show you what you need to go ahead and apply. So those who want requirements, it is just near there. Requirement for any service, it's just near there. You can open that site and choose a service, then they will give you the requirements. So that we don't go so much into it to answer the question that was provided earlier. I'm told only people with one citizenship are allowed to apply. So if you have two citizenships, please don't. Why? Because Uganda does not grant more than two citizenships. So if you have two already, don't waste time applying, because you'll get somewhere and they get the application on grounds that you have two citizenships already. The other is that
5% back or 10% or 1% or something. So you're purchasing fuel for your car.
Okay.
Is that somebody interfering?
We got somebody.
Okay, so Mr. Siminyu, I guess let's start off with the question that
No,
came from.
I have a few other comments.
Okay, go
that,
ahead.
The extension of visas is free for anyone, foreigners,
okay.
Ugandan. Once you enter, they give you a visa pass, but extension is free. But you have to come in time. If you overstay, you'll be subjected to very unwelcoming fine of $100. That's not visa. So what you have to do is ensure that you come to renew the visas of your children on time. If you don't have time to apply for dual citizenship, as I said. So we have also received. Please note that there are no delays in issuance of passports these days at home. If you pay for express, which is an additional 150,000, it is 1 to 2 days, and then normal application takes 3 to 4 days. But if you are in the mission real, it will be impractical for you to pay for express because you will have to wait for the courier to bring your application to Uganda. And yet it takes 4 days. But if you want us to take 2 days, you have to pay for express. But again, it will wait for the other batch to move. So I advise that express might not be very practical, but it might be practical when we bring machines to the mission. We will be bringing machines. We would have brought them by now to Washington, D.C., Victoria, Ottawa, London, Abu Dhabi, and Copenhagen. But we haven't, and plans are underway for that to be done. The other embassies will still continue to use the other methods that they have been using to deliver mail. We have improved coordination between our ministry and the embassies. We have a group with foreign service officers who handle issues, consular issues, and we interact regularly. So if you have issues, you can raise them with our embassies. They will ably get them to us. And I noticed this when we calculated the recent statement so efficiently. So I think it can work very well for us. In case you want to contact us, you can contact us through www.mia.co.ug or call our toll-free number 0800-199-003 or 0800-199-004. I would like to now, I think I have answered some of the questions. There is one of the waiver. There is the one who wanted application for dual citizenship. It is just one of those. So you go to that site, and as soon as you get there, it will give you those requirements. Now, there are different types of dual citizenship. There are at least 2 types of dual citizenship. So I don't know which one you would want. Otherwise, if you chose the one of having been an indigenous citizen, then it requires you to get a recommendation letter and a national identity card of a recommender who should be a Ugandan, a valid certificate of good conduct, proof of having been a Ugandan. This one you can do by attaching a copy of your passport. You attach a copy of your birth certificate for applicants born outside Uganda. Then we have current passport. You attach the biodata of the passport that you have from another country, recent passport size photograph, then a medical report. There are also other documents that we have attached to that photo, which you can download and fill and get notarized and attach as well, like the notarized oath of allegiance, and you can download and attach. There's also evidence that other countries permit those places. Because if that country does not permit, we do not issue you citizenship. So you have to attach to that evidence, and you also have to attach proof of profession. Maybe these are academic documents. Then is another document you can download
which is Form A, which you fill and also attach a letter from your own letter requested to the Secretary, National Citizenship and Immigration Board, requesting for being granted national citizenship. So simply, you just go to that site, www.visas.immigration.co.uk, and agree to the terms and choose what you want. They will give you the documents that you require and the fees. They will give you the documents and the fees. And the fee for dual citizenship is $400. So once you have seen those things and prepared them, then you come and fill the application, attach them, and submit the application. There is dual citizenship for all officers. Someone talked about dual citizenship. I didn't capture it well, but you can remind me and I answer also.
Okay.
I thank.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. The person who asked about dual citizen was asking if a dual citizen can run for any office in Uganda or even the presidency.
Yes, that's if you are a dual citizen, you can run for some offices, but you cannot be a president, you cannot be like a chief justice, you cannot be an army commander, you cannot be a director for immigration, and a few other offices. Really, there is where you stop when you are a dual citizen.
Okay. And then someone's asking, dual nationals like, oh, sorry, that's a comment, but the other one's saying, what's the importance of changing the Ugandan passport to the East African passport if Rwanda can block our border? Why are we pushing for the East African passport?
Well, the questions are becoming a little more difficult. I even wonder whether they are in my jurisdiction. But we are pushing for the East African passport as one block. There are many things that are easier to achieve when you are a block. Remember, when we get together, we are closing into 200 million. That, in simple terms, is a big block in terms of negotiating exports, in terms of negotiating so many things, and generally having ease of travel, ease of getting visas, and so many other things. And also to ensure that Ugandans are able to easily go to these countries, but also go outside without necessarily using many documents. You remember, we used to have a Ugandan passport, we used to have East African passport. The East African passport would only take you to East Africa, the Ugandan passport will take you elsewhere. Then there were some issues. So we chose, our leaders sat and agreed that for us to improve to strengthen the cooperation, we can use one travel document, and it's working. Uganda can easily cross into some of these countries, save for that border closure, which is also being dealt with, and I believe it's not a big concern. Ugandans have a bigger stretch to travel across the region than just that one border. These are issues that have taken so long to come up, but again, we will have to deal with them and remove them. It is not that when someone behaves in a manner that is not pleasant to you, you also retaliate. No, you look a way of resolving the matter, and I believe that is what our government is doing, to resolve the matter so that the cooperation can continue as though that has never occurred. Thank you.
What's the deadline for the old passports to be phased out? Because of Corona, a lot of us have not been able to have our documents renewed or put in order due to the travel restrictions. if I have a valid passport, why shouldn't I be allowed to use that passport that is currently valid until it expires before acquiring the new one?
Well, this is two ways. One is that we have taken 2 years announcing this deadline of January 2021. And even if someone chose, even if all people in the diaspora chose to apply for their passports now, within the next 1 month, the challenge would be on our side to ensure that we do the application. So it is really not about COVID, because when COVID came, I know that embassy also relaxed on how to interview people, on how you can easily get your documents coming to the embassy, and many others. But anyway, government is trying to see whether we can find another deadline. But until that new deadline is got, we still have to reverberate January 2021 as we look for the new deadline and get the approvals when we communicate.
Okay. I have someone typing in questions. They're like, I need him to please help us understand this, but they are still typing. Okay. Does having an East African passport mean moving freely within the East African region without a visa?
Yes, that is what it means, and that is what it has been. For visas in East Africa, they have been waived. But there are some countries that have remained with their visa because they value them. So when they come to us, we also charge them. And that is South Sudan. South Sudan being a new entrant, it has not consented yet to so many agreements. So it will have to go on consenting to them before you are able to go to South Sudan without paying for visa. And as of now, we also charge them. For Tanzania, you can enter for free, but business visas are charged. So we charge Tanzania for work permit. And we had waived this for Tanzania, but Tanzania continued charging Ugandans. So we thought maybe we will wait until such a time when it is ready. That's when they will stop charging our people work permits, and we also stop charging them work permits. So for Tanzania, you can, visa fees are not charged, but business fees like special passes and work permits are charged. In other countries, you can freely move, and you can even be given 6 months to stay. And Ugandans now are using national ID to go at least to Kenya, to Rwanda, and of course the Rwandans and Kenyans can come with the national ID using what they call interstate pass. An interstate pass is a document which is issued when someone has a national ID and goes to those two countries. Tanzania does not subscribe to that use of interstate pass yet, and Burundi doesn't subscribe, and South Sudan is also yet to subscribe to that. So using a national ID, you can do it within the boundaries, Kenya, Uganda, with an interstate pass, and we allow them to stay for 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siminyu. As a leader, I just get all these questions sent to me. Thank you so much, Mr. Siminyu. As a leader, I always get all these questions sent to me, and it's really important that we get some of these answered. And that's why we invited you, the experts, to be able to offer this information to members. Someone asked on Facebook, is there a possibility that we will have the old way where the embassy was in charge of printing these passports? This is a very cumbersome process.
Yes. We have centralized issuing of passports, but you can come to the embassy and be personalized. Those of you who think in the process of sending papers to the embassy and they issue passport, I think that's not sustainable. You will have to appear in person because it is our responsibility as citizens to protect the image of the passport of Uganda and the
I think your bandwidth is going out, Mr. Simenyu. We can hardly hear you.
So if you need a passport, you will be required to go to the embassy. And because we are going to install machines, I told you the embassy already. One of them is our Copenhagen, London, Victoria, Abu Dhabi. The issue of people just sending documents to the embassy, install machines, and they'll be required to come and take their biometrics.
Okay, thank you so much for those answers. We are going to move on to the next speaker, and that's Madame Linda. Madame Linda, you can unmute yourself. Madame Linda, are you there? Hello, Madame Linda. I know she's in Uganda, so I hope she didn't drop off. Madame Linda, are you there?
Let me send her a message.
Okay, did you send her a message? I can't hear her. I tried to unmute her. I don't think she's here with us anymore. I guess that is what we have for today. But most of the questions that would have gone to Madame Linda have to do with the diaspora affairs. I don't know whether any of you would be able to help us, either Mr. Simenyu or Ambassador Kinyera. Some of the questions that have come to us had to do with the diaspora desks that are in the country, but when people go back to Uganda, for example, we here in the diasporans, they really don't get that much service out of those desks. Especially services such as I need to go find where I should get my land titles. I don't know who should help me. Just some simple services. So we wanted Madame Linda to really nail it down to us and explain to members what these desks are for, what they do in terms of services to the diaspora, but we don't have her. I really wanted her to come and talk to members today. Other than that, Ambassador Kinyera, I have a question here about from someone talking about the visa fees. They gave a hypothetical example whereby if a family of 5 is visiting Uganda, that means they have to pay $250 in visa fees. If they exit to visit the neighboring country, on return, they would still be paying still be paying $250 in visa fees. So the question is, do you think these visa fees are counterproductive to encourage diasporans in visiting home? Should they revise these fees and maybe waive some of them? Especially if, for example, I leave the country and go back after a month or 3 and my visa had expired and I have to incur another same fee. Especially if, for example, I leave the country and go back after a month or 3 and my visa had expired and I have to incur another same fee. For example, I leave the country and
but after a month or 3, and my visa has expired, and I have to another thing. For example, I do
Thank you very much, Madam Henrietta. The issue of visa fees is not only something that is unique to Uganda. Everywhere the world over, countries apply visa fees for anyone who does not hold their passport. So if you have to go into the country for any reason and you don't have a Ugandan passport, these are the visa fees that are currently on the table. So for Ugandans to avoid these visa fees, we simply recommend that you apply for dual citizenship so that you can be spared that hassle. So this is the recommendation I would give as the embassy. Revision of visa fees, this is not what we do. So I don't know if Mr. Siminyu could also say that, because that falls within their own mandate. But for us, we simply go with what has been given to us as the guideline. But we would encourage Ugandans to apply for dual citizenship if they are to avoid those fees. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, I would like to thank you all that answered the call. Okay, Mr. Siminyu, you had something to add on to that?
Yes, there is something which you can use in the interim.
Okay.
If you are in the diaspora and you are coming to Uganda and you hope that you will go to Rwanda or go to Kenya, those two countries. You can apply for the East African tourist person, but it allows you to many times as you want in a period of 3 months. The same with Rwanda. But don't go to Tanzania. When you go to Tanzania, it's not signatory to that visa regime, so your visa will then expire. So if you are come to Uganda with a visa, East African tourist visa, you can go to Rwanda, come back, even go back, come back, and go to Kenya, come back, even go back again and come back. But if you go to Congo, that visa expires. So in the interim, you can use that in addition to applying for dual citizenship, as our experience has reiterated. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador Santa Chinyera, for taking time out to come and talk to us. We appreciate your time with us.
Madam President, can I say one thing before you finalize regarding the question on the multiple diaspora desks that we have in the country?
Oh, yes, yes, that would be helpful.
Yes, I know in your previous segment, that question was raised. We have a diaspora desk in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have one in State House. We have one in Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yeah, the answer I would like to give is that as government, we are looking towards harmonizing all these offices so that at some point we have a one-stop center for all diaspora issues. Yes. Of course, this is work in progress, and we've taken note of the concerns of Ugandans and the difficulties that they have navigating around all these different desks. So definitely, we want to give them assurance that this is not something we take for granted. It is something we take as a serious concern, and yes, work is in progress to ensure we have a one-stop center at some point.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That is very informative.
Yes, and then just to highlight the issue of the diaspora registration. Yes, we have on our website, we have launched a new website right now. We currently have a new website, and there are several things there which will be updated for the benefit of our diaspora. But I thought I should show them the diaspora registration, where it is. I don't know if there is time for that.
Yeah, you can show us. And also someone followed up with a question on the diaspora desk and asked, what are the criterias of appointing representatives of the desk?
Oh, now that's a question I cannot answer. But within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we simply, the ministry designates a capable and, a capable officer to handle that desk. So I really don't know what happens in the other places, but for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs,
yes,
we have people who are, we have a full department for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll be able to see the screen though.
If you can share it.
How can I share it? I think that's where I have a technical problem now.
Or what you can do, Ambassador, you can have it added to the presentation. And can you please share the presentation that you shared with us today so that we can post that to the website afterwards?
Thank you. I think that will work better so that we want to encourage Ugandans to register.
Okay. Mr. Siminyu, you had, I think, something to add to that.
Yes, I had a thing to add to that. That when, for example, I don't think
You dropped out, Mr. Siminyu. We can't hear you.
Desks of the service nature. You can't hear me still?
You may have to repeat that.
Hello?
You may have to repeat.
Yeah,
You
I
have
was saying that the desks that we are talking about, diaspora in State House, diaspora in Foreign Affairs, diaspora in Internal Affairs, are not of equal weight. The main desk is in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ours are service related, like serving the diaspora when they have a service. We used to have one service, which was passport. Now we have added citizenship, which is online, and we have a coordinator based on merit and based on service delivery. You must be found in an area where you are delivering services to the diaspora, and at the same time, you must be capable of doing the coordination. But really, ours are just for facilitating the main office in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I don't think there is duplication. It's just about improving on service delivery. But if we can do it better, as I said and said, it will.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. Thank you so much, Mr. Siminyu. We really appreciate your time. Madam Linda, I don't know if you're still there, but we can't hear you. We tried to get you on, and I think you may have gone to bed. I know it's late in Uganda, but thank you so much for being here and sharing with us. We appreciate it. Madam Ambassador, I think I'll be following up with some phone calls, especially on what you just presented. We have some personal matters here going on. We just actually lost someone this week. So I need to talk to you about that. I'll be calling you to discuss that with you because we need to repatriate him. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And with that, I'm going to be closing this forum. For all of you who have missed, for all of you who are just tuning in, we are going to ask for this information to be sent to us, and we will post it on the website. If you have any questions, remember, the embassy always will answer your questions.
Thank
We can do what we can do. You can send us the answers, we'll still send them to the embassy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was an honor to speak to the Ugandans and to have an opportunity to address the convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
www.radiombfm.com. 93.7, a home away from home.
In the beginning is a dream. That dream gives us the courage to take the first step. And then the next step. And then the next. Along the way, we meet people who make great things happen. Business breakthrough. A home. A smile. A new deal. In life, you need the right partner to progress. At Equity, we believe that when we work together, we grow. Equity Bank, your listening, caring partner.
All right, Derek, show is yours. Thank you.
Very good. Hello, everyone. My name is Derek Kayongo. I'm so glad to be with you. Welcome to our panel, a very important panel and a very relevant one indeed, given the times we're in with COVID-19, with Black Lives Matter. We all have this incredible experience that we're going through right now. So the panel really is going to talk about our role as immigrants to this great country and what we can do to be part of this great country in our Blackness, in our Ugandanness. So we want to welcome you to our panel. We've got about 5 panelists today, and they're going to introduce themselves really quickly. But I just want to tell you that I am really delighted that you're part of our panel because we have a very, very important issue to talk about. And that issue has a lot to do with your role and my role and our role as Ugandans in this country and how we're going to live here with our children and our great-grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So everybody welcome. And we're going to be doing a couple of housekeeping things. One thing is that we will have about 10 minutes of everybody speaking on the panel. And then after that, we'll have a Q&A or a discussion as a community. And then after that, we will close with a concluding remark or call to action, as I would call it. We have about an hour and a half to do this. So please, when you want to ask a question, just post your question on Facebook or wherever you want to post it. And our brother centers will read the question and then we can answer the question together. So don't be lengthy, be very, brevity, as Churchill said, is the best thing you can ever have. So I'll stop there by saying, again, my name is Derek Kayongo. I'm the former CEO of the National Center for Civil and Human Rights. I'm also the founder of the Global South Project. Some of you remember me as a CNN hero in 2011. So that was really fun having your support and all that good stuff. So I'm going to start off by having everybody introduce themselves, and then we can start with our panel. So why don't I start with Lorraine? Lorraine, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Lorraine Victoria Kanike. I am 22 years old. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here today. I am a recent graduate of the University of Massachusetts, Boston, where I studied a combined major of theater arts and African studies. And so that was a really fun experience for me. I just graduated in May. My African studies really involved dissecting kind of Western culture and how it impacts the African continent on a whole, as well as the African diaspora. So I have been really, really interested in Blackness and Black people all over the world, globally throughout history, and especially right now, seeing as I'm a young person living in this really volatile time. I feel like I've been radicalized more and more every day. And that's also comes with all of my schooling and stuff. So I think it's a very exciting and challenging, but also exciting time to be alive and to experience everything. So yes, I am I'm a first generation Ugandan American. Both my parents are from Uganda. They came here in the late 90s and I was born here in Boston and we've been here ever since. So I think I've got quite the American and Ugandan upbringing both at the same time, which is why things like Black Lives Matter are so important to me, and important for me to explain to my family and my friends who are maybe from a different culture why it's so important that we have to stand together and be in solidarity with Black people everywhere, especially in America. Yes, thank you.
And can we have Yuda? Can you introduce yourself? Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Huda Muchibi. I was actually born and raised in Sweden, so I never really lived in Uganda, but I moved to the States right after high school to pursue my education. I got a degree in political science as well as international relations from San Francisco State University. I've been living in the Bay ever since I came here. I was actively involved in co-founding the Black Student Union in college. So I've been involved in various civic and political organizations. I'm currently advocating for people who are currently informally incarcerated. And so I have seen firsthand the impact that the injustice is causing not only our African American brothers and sisters, but Black folks in general. So I'm pleased to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Huda. Senteza, can you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So hi, my name is Senda Zakironde, also known as Senti, and I grew up in Uganda, went to primary school there, did high school in King's College Budo, then came to the US and did high school in Berlin High School. And then after that, I did my bachelor's degree at Babson College in accounting and finance, and then did my MBA still at Babson, and now work in investment banking. And as my passion is food, so I have a catering business in the community in Boston where I cater food for Ugandans as well as DJing. So my whole thing is trying to like change people's perspectives of Africa through food. So if I can show them nice samosas that I've made that, you know, and they love them, like, you know, they love them. So like, that's like my thing, like, let me use this path to show this different side of Africa in Uganda. And I'm married, have a wife and 2 kids. And I think, and then I also started an NGO called UG Buddy, which helps Ugandans who, like myself, who come from Uganda and move here, but then need help making that transition from Ugandan education to the US, because as I've noticed in Uganda, we have a different way of being educated where, you know, like if, for example, in primary school, you know, or high school, if a teacher gives you an exam and everyone fails, they get praised. But in the US, it's the opposite. If they fail, that means you've failed your job, so you get fired. So that upbringing of, you know, like trying to show, you know, it's fine to like challenge your teachers, and, you know, it's fine to it's okay to, you know, to challenge the status quo. And I believe this is why we're here right now, because we need to make that transition into being part of this generation where, you know, it's okay to speak up and have your voice be heard, and that's why. And then me having my 2 kids, like I don't want my kids to go through what I went through, you know, coming here as an immigrant with, you know, an accent, and then being treated differently and having to take different, you know, classes because you're from Africa. Not, I mean, we speak English in Uganda, but then maybe in the American system they don't realize that, or they didn't back then. So making that change is what's important to me. So I'm really trying to see how we as a Ugandan community can make that adjustment to understand that this is, our home is still Uganda, but we still live here. So we need to be able to be safe and be a part of this movement, be a part of this struggle for equality as Black people, because like I've said before in many forums, like when a cop sees you, they want to know if you're Ugandan or American. So like, how do we as Ugandans do more than just sit back and hope this goes away? Because like, again, our culture is one where, like, you know, you think if you sweep something under the rug, it's gonna go away, but that's not the case as we have seen. So that's what's driving me.
Very good, thank you. Edward, you're next. Quick introduction.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you all the panelists. It's a pleasure being in here with this group of people. I've heard about most of your works, and I'm still learning more about all of you. What I've had so far is very impressive, and I congratulate you on all those achievements and the work you put in into our communities. My name is Edward Chove. I live in the suburb of Chicago, Crystal Lake, with my family, my daughters, 3 daughters, and my wife. I've been in this country for about, it's about 17 years. I've been within the community service in our community here, locally and then nationally. I've been president of the Ugandan community in Illinois. I served in the UNAA council representative for Midwest, where I also happened to serve as the deputy speaker with the UNAA council, 2017 to 2019. And right now I serve as the UNAA director of development. So being and working with Ugandans around the community, I've come across different stories, seen so many things. But I know our people put in a lot, but I still believe as a community we haven't done as much as we need to do in regards to this issue. So I was happy to be part of this and trying to find a way of bringing up this conversation within our communities and showing how important it is for our people as a race and as immigrants. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So here we go. I'm going to posit the first statement, and then each one of the panelists will give us about 5 to 6 minutes of their thought around diversity and inclusion, which is really what we're talking about here. How are we as immigrants going to really be part of this culture and part of the work that is being done in this culture? Because we are contributors, whether we like it or not. So the first thing that we wanted to talk about is that as immigrants, the one thing that binds us together as Africans with African Americans is this common denominator, that is that we are Black. Whether we like it or not, we are Black. And by virtue of being Black, it means that we are in partnership with the African American community. And so the question then becomes, what is our role in this incredible struggle that African Americans have been invited to, whether they like it or not? So the first African American landed in the United States in 1619 in Virginia. And that particular African was then just visited upon with this incredible cruelty that we've seen for the last 400 years, not 250, but 400 years of oppression, racism, and this incredible indignation that they've had to go through. So that being said, the question then today becomes, what binds us to this incredible experience of being African in the United States. When George Floyd was killed right before our eyes with that knee on his neck, I think all of us, whether we were white or black, if you're a human being, you must have felt something really powerful. So the question then was, what do we do in our community? Because we've been quiet. If you don't know this, as Uganda, we've been very quiet. We've been very subservient and obsequious to this notion of being good citizens. And we are good citizens as Ugandans in the US. So the question now is, what do we do going forward to become part of the struggle to make Africans or Blackness as a society, as a culture, as a people, to be recognized in this country as important and playing a role? So that's the common denominator for all of us today, is what is your role as an immigrant in this country? Your daughters, your sons, your grandparents, what are you going to do to be part of this Blackness? So I am so delighted to be part of this panel. I'm going to open it up first with the ladies and have them posit their first view of their experience, the issues, your challenges, how you've beat those challenges, and what has been your role in the community. Those are the three questions we're going to answer in those 5 to 6 minutes that each panelist is going to start. So I'm going to start with Lorraine to tell us a little bit about her challenges that she's seen as a Black woman, as a Black child in this country. How has she beaten those challenges? What has she done to still survive in this community? And then the role that she's played in her community. Lorraine.
Thank you so much, Derek. So there are a lot of challenges I feel like I could list being a Black woman, especially a Black Ugandan woman in America today. But just going off of my childhood here in America and what I've experienced, obviously racism is a huge factor. I lived for most of my life in a very white town, surrounded by people who did not look like me, did not really relate to me on certain levels. So that presented a lot of different challenges for me growing up. Just not having representation, whether that was in school, whether that was on the TV programs I was watching, I felt very isolated in certain aspects. And, growing older, I started to realize that there were also structural barriers, like embedded into the American system, that have prevented me from, getting a certain job that I have applied for, or, certain colleges would not accept me because of what my last name was or my background, or other structural things that are put in place to oppress Black people specifically and marginalized people as a whole. So those are just a few examples of things that I can think of off the top of my head that have been presented to me as challenges being Black and young in America. As far as overcoming those challenges, I have really tried to focus on what the words equality and solidarity mean to me, and defining those for myself, and then practicing those definitions with the people that I love, with the people that I interact with. It is my belief that no one is free until Black people themselves are free, as I believe the most oppressed group of people. So I try to practice solidarity with all Black people that I encounter, because all of our challenges in some way or another are informed by our Blackness, are informed by our shared community in that sense. And so I try to practice solidarity however I can. And so, sorry, what was the third question? I feel like I've been
what has been your role in the community? What have you done about these challenges? What have you done?
Yes, so similar to Huda, actually, I was a part of my Black Student Union at school. I was the vice president for 2 years. So I've been really active when I was still on campus, trying to take the studies that I was learning, about colonialism, Western imperialism, things like that, to give context to people who might not know so much about Africans and Black struggle and Black liberation. So I would try to do that a lot. I have taken to Facebook in the ways that I know how to kind of engage with other people in my community. A lot of my aunts and uncles and parents and everybody are on Facebook, and that is where they get their information from. So I try to take the resources that I have and try to disseminate those into the community so that other people have access to more radical ways of thought, more just different exposure to things that they might not have exposure to regularly. I regularly do speeches. I go to protests actively. I was on the ground in Boston during the George Floyd and Breonna Taylor armored Arbery protests. I try to be as hard as I can be to be an activist and uplift voices that are not usually heard. So that's usually what I've been doing as far as in my community.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Yuda, you're next. 5 minutes.
Oh, you're on mute, Huda.
Sorry, thank you. I think one of the earliest memories that I remember growing up in Sweden, my mom telling me that you may speak perfect English, Swedish, but your skin tone will tell you that you are not Swede, right? So even if I had questions like, why do I look different? I grew up in a predominantly area where, although we were very diverse, it was very multicultural, but there weren't a lot of native Swedes, right? So when I was interacting with them, I would come home and ask, well, why do I look different? I speak like them. And I believe early on, my mom always emphasized that, be proud of who you are. Even though you speak a different language, even though you have a different name, you're not always going to be treated the same, right? So early on, I was exposed to that. But I always say that I learned more about Blackness per se moving to the United States, right? And that was through education, learning about Black politics, Black history, because once again, obviously we weren't taught that in Sweden. But some of the challenges is structural racism. I remember specifically my last year of college, I had completed a thesis paper, right? And my professor at the time questioning the validity of that paper, right? And so right then and there, it's like, you couldn't possibly write this. Like, this cannot be writing, your writing, being exposed to that. And so one of the things that I personally had to work on is understanding, not only the struggle, but also empathize. But I think it also goes both ways, because we have a tendency to believe okay, as Africans, what is my role? But it's also as African Americans, what is the perception that they have of Africans, right? It always haven't been a positive experience. And how can we bridge that gap through active listening to really understand, okay, what are the misconceptions that you have of Africans and what are the misconceptions that I have of African Americans? Those are some of the struggles that I had to overcome, because I had my own biases coming to the States. And also being involved, like I mentioned earlier, in protest, in political organization, in civic engagement, but honing on to active listening, being open to hear, this is the misconceptions that we have. These are, I've been ill-informed. Help me understand where you're coming from. And so what was the final question? Sorry.
What has been your role in the community after hearing all those challenges and being part of those? What have you done about it?
Becoming more educating myself, but also actively seeking out, because I feel like I have a responsibility. What good does it do to just sit back and expect things to be better if I don't seek that information? I think you have to understand the underlying frustrations, and repelling your own ignorance. And that goes by asking a lot of questions and educating and talking to different people and putting yourself outside a comfort zone. And I think as Ugandans, Africans, I would say old generation as well, being open, because you are living here in the United States, and whether you like it or not, you're not going to be seen as a Ugandan or Kenyan or anyone from the diaspora or Caribbean. You're Black. So you're going to face structural racism, but being open-minded to learn more about the experience of Blacks in this country, primarily African Americans.
Very good. Thank you so much, Yuda. Sentenza, you got 5 minutes.
Okay, so sorry, Derek, do you mind repeating the question?
The first question is, what are the challenges you face as a Black person in this country? And then the second question is, how have you fought back? How have you beaten those challenges? And the third question is, what have you done about it? Yeah, what have you done?
All right, got it. So I remember vividly when I first came here and I went to high school, and I mean, it seems like it's a cliche, but I was asked about having animals in the backyard back in Africa, and how do I respond to that? It's like it's a real thing that's been asked about, because I went to the same school system as Lorraine, so it was just me, I think, and my brother, only maybe two more Black people in the whole school system, the whole school in high school. So dealing with that and making that change from being in Uganda, where it's only everyone looks like you, to being the only one. And then add that onto the fact that our parents do not grow up in this school system, so they really they weren't equipped, to help with those problems. So I mean, I see this where we have immigrant families where parents are working day and night, so they don't have time to go to PTA meetings to understand what the kids are going through. Maybe if I tell my parent about my struggles, about they don't know how to respond to that. I mean, I last week I had my daughter tell me she wants to be white, and I had no response because I wasn't ready for that. And I've kind of grown up in this system, so how do you respond to that? How do you empower her to be proud to be Black, because you've grown up being Black in a Black country? So how do you do that? So those challenges. And even at work, I work for an investment bank in Boston, and I was a little upset that they weren't doing much at that time to address these issues while other companies were. So I spoke up, and it was the first time that I really spoke up, because before I was just being quiet, just being in my zone, just doing my job. But then I realized that we need to do more. So I spoke up, and I was what is a company doing to address these issues? Are they training the managers to handle racial issues? Somebody tells you somebody says something to me, because most managers in these companies are white, so maybe they have no interactions with Black people. So how do they address these issues? So that's the thing. Then if you go back to us as Ugandans, I've seen us during protests in the US for what's happening in Uganda, right? So we're here in the US, and it's perfect, it's fine. I understand that, but then what about where you live, where you spend most of your time, where your kids are gonna grow up? Are you keeping the same energy and doing the same thing to protest these issues? Because most Ugandans who live in the diaspora, they go back to Uganda for maybe a month in December or a few weeks. They come back here, so you spend most of your life or your time here. But are you doing the same thing to make sure that you're safe, your kids are safe? So that's part of what I what I would love to see more of us doing is speaking up, and then if it goes parents and kids, parents attend PTA meetings, which goes to my next point. So right now I'm having discussions with my town's superintendent for schools. Are you guys teaching Black history? Because I know I wasn't taught Black history in my school. So now is the time for us to push those, that awareness, that, because, and I asked this question, I'm like, are white families having this discussion about race in their households? Probably not, because they never really, need to have that talk. But Black families are having this talk, Black Americans having this talk because they've grown up during the civil rights movement. So they've seen this. They want to equip their kids to be ready to deal with these issues. If a cop pulls you over, that cop pulling over talk, we need to have that talk as Ugandan Americans, because chances are, because when you're in America, and then you're working hard, you live in a nicer neighborhood which might not be Black, so you won't look like you. But your kids need to have that talk, that if a cop pulls you over, this is what you have to do, that kind of thing. I mean, it's not we don't want to have that talk, but we need to have that talk. So that, as well as so what am I doing? I founded the my college. I founded the Black African Student Union as part of a way to bring Black, like the African awareness to the school, and then having these talks with with fellow parents, with kids. We had a Zoom with Lorraine a while back to have the same issue addressed, and it was a nice talk because I want to have parents and kids kind of like get a middle ground, because as like have that discussion is the main thing, is what I'm pushing for.
Thank you so much, Senator. Edward, your thoughts for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Derek. Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't think we've given this issue a very serious attention as Ugandan immigrants. The challenges we have as Ugandans or immigrants, that we come in here, we are facing the Black person stereotype. And then again, we are coming in as people from a different country or part of the world. So here you're fighting to fit in as a Ugandan coming to America. Then again, you have to fight and fit in as a Black person. So a lot of challenges have been faced and seen all over. I remember when I just come in here like a year, I'd been here like less than a year. And later on, I came to realize that this is something that has been used several times to either discriminate or racial profile a Black person, where police stops you and then they ask, after they check and then they realize, oh, they have nothing on you, and they tell you, well, you fit the description of the person we are looking for. And I've had that several times, and it happened to me myself. Walking down the street of Chicago, the police stops you and they search you and they're like, oh, you're good. So I was so curious. I asked them, well, so why did you stop me? And the police was like, well, you fit the description of the person we are looking for. It bothered me a lot. So as I went on to speak to other people, to my friends in the African-American community and the Africans in general, that's when I came to learn that that is something that is used mostly with the law enforcement just to racial profile a Black person. So the society, it so happened that we have to work really, really hard because the society already painted the Black person as the criminal they are looking for. If you're looking for if something wrong has happened, look for the Black person. Maybe they did it. Chances are they could have done it. So we come in where we already negatively viewed by the community and everyone. So we have to fight all that, and we've been fighting all this. We've seen the employment. A lot of us who work, a lot of Ugandans work in the healthcare industry, and where you go in, you're the person supposed to help this elder person or this young kid, and someone doesn't look at you very well because of the color of your skin, and you're here to help, you're here to serve this person. So all those challenges, and how do you go about them? Education, educate. We educate these people, educate them who you are. You can't be viewed as a Black person. Don't be viewed as the color, just what you can offer. So that's what we have been trying to tell our young kids, trying to empower them to get that confidence, show them that I'm not that person, the Black person, the criminal they are looking for. As most law enforcement people will tell you, you are not that person. So here in our community, I've been doing a lot of things since I came in here. I've served a lot in our community, different capacities, just trying to empower people and trying to see that at least Black or American, Black Ugandans, when we come in here, at least we elevate ourselves. Recently, I came together with a group of parents here in our community, and we tried to bring young kids together and start the conversation. The last one we had was very, very was very good in the first place, but we got a lot of information that really surprised us. What these kids go through in school, in their communities, with their friends. And a lot of them don't share everything. When they come home, they don't share everything. So when I sat down with the parents, like, so how do we get these kids to start talking? So we said, well, we can bring these kids together, have them interact with each other, start a conversation, and then maybe we can jump in later on after they come up with whatever is on their minds among themselves. And we did that, and what we came out with was very, very surprising. Like, some kids scared of doing certain things because they are viewed differently. This one little girl told us her friends were telling her that she has to go pick cotton after school. Or remember, you have to come and pick cotton at my place. And if these kids don't know how to go about such situations, then it's going to demoralize them psychologically, physically, and as a community, of course, we're going to be losing a lot. So we've been doing a lot of talking to these kids, empowering them, educating them. The young black kids, the boys. I've had a conversation with some of these teenagers, and they tell you, well, at school, everyone thinks I'm a drug addict. Why? Because I'm black. I'm supposed to be. And how do I fight back? Even so many parents don't even know how to answer such questions. They don't know how to talk to these kids. How do you respond to such things? A lot of teenagers are starting to drive. What are you going to do when they stop you? They don't teach this in driving classes. They may hint on it, but they don't give you the detail because some of them have never had such experiences. So as parents, as a community, I think we need to give this very, very serious talk, very serious attention. I also think we have, and I know the president is on, I know there are so many things that UNAA is trying to put in place. As director of development, I work with the vice president and the president. We're trying to see how we can start these alliances with so many of these civil rights movements, the NSCP, Rainbow Push, the Black Lives Matter. So as we get to engage these other groups, whatever, we get our people involved, we have our people participate, because a lot of, like Senteza said earlier, in our culture, those who grew up in Uganda, we are not taught to speak up. We don't speak up much. Like here, our kids here, they know that they are taught that. They grew up knowing you have to speak up. You see something wrong, speak up. So a lot of our people who grew up in Africa just lay back home and keep quiet. So we've seen young kids leading these movements, Black Lives Matter movements, a lot of young kids, and so many of our grown-ups have started to stay home because they are scared. Maybe there are so many other things as immigrants we know may affect us. A lot of our people are scared. Maybe this is going to affect my immigration status. Maybe if they get me, this is going to affect, they will see me, and then my kids at school are going to be treated this way and all that. So those are things we need to address as a society. And we are doing that locally here as a community. We're starting. And as UNAA, we want to get to that level and engage all our communities, working with the vice president and the president, want to engage all the presidents of the different communities and see how we can get our kids, because our kids face a very big challenge. These young kids we all face them as adults, but a lot of us can work our way out of those. We know what to do, we know what to say, and we know how to act. A lot of these kids don't know. They are lost. So I think this is a very important conversation, and I'm sure by the end of the day, a lot of people will see how important it is and just jump in. But just to, I was reading through this, what our viewers commenting. But all of us here, I wouldn't say we are experts on this topic, but I understand we've been through so many experiences as a community. So together with all our viewers, we can come up with ways how we can empower our communities. There's a lot we can share. There's a lot we can learn from each other and then spread it out. Let's come out. Even if we haven't come out to go marching in a protest, there's so many ways we can contribute to the struggle. Donate. Send out the message on social media. So many ways we can help, we can engage our communities. So we'll continue the discussion. I don't want to take much of the time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Ed. I wanted to recap what everybody has said and then open it up for questions. If you have a question, please, or a thought, please post it in our social media piece. And then Senators, I will read one question and we can all answer. So from Lorraine, the first presenter at the panel, she talked about structural barriers, which are really part of the piece that interrupts our equality and being able to be part of the general society. With Mrs. Muchibi, Huda Muchibi, she also talked about structural racism, this idea of perceptions, how you're perceived as an African here, and how African Americans perceive us and how we perceive them, the stereotypes that we have to go through. Senators have talked about the daughter who said, I want to be white. Daddy, I want to be white. Can you imagine your daughter saying that to you and how you react back to that? And of course, in conclusion, Edward talked about this idea of stereotypes, fitting in as Ugandans, this idea of blackness, education. And I like what Edward said, this idea that being black is also being criminalized. In other words, you're black, therefore you're a criminal. So those are some of the thoughts that we have come up with here at the panel. And then I'll say, let's open it up to the piece, and then we can do that So Senators, do you have any questions for us that have come up into the panel?
Yeah, so we have one from Moses Wilson is asking, are the challenges faced by Blacks and Africans by extension the same in all areas in America? And I mean, if you think about that, obviously it's based on the geography and, and where versus like I have some Africans, some Ugandans who say that they don't like there's no racism in the US, and they're more in the East Coast because maybe, depending on how they view it, saying maybe that the East might have more educated white folks that, that maybe either they hide their racism or, they understand equality, but then that's not really true. So to answer this question, obviously it varies by region, but it's still there. And that brings me to my next point about on the same topic, African privilege. I mean, we've all talked about it. Where you think if you're African, you're exempt from, from this issue and this. So, and the whole point of this is to make us understand that we're all Black at the end of the day, because if you look back to history, the African Americans came from Africa. I mean, it's in the name, so came from Africa. We came at a different time. So this is going to be our grandkids in the same struggle. So it affects everyone. And if Derek or anyone else has anything to say on that.
Yeah, Lauren, you want to chime in as well?
Yeah, just to jump back to Moses's question or point, I wanted to, I guess, racism in all like forms is different across the country, I would say. But like that does not mean that because I'm on the East Coast and I live in Massachusetts, which is kind of heralded as this like beacon of racial equality and justice, that doesn't mean that the racism does not exist here. Racism takes many different forms and Black people face different challenges, whether that's like structural and institutionalized racism, whether that's interpersonal racism with other people. Racism in all different parts of the country takes different forms. I think what we've noticed now more so is that this particular kind of violent racism, police violence, white supremacist violence happens in the North as well. George Floyd was killed in Minnesota. I know personally living in Boston that there is a whole bunch of like housing racism that happens along like housing lines and where people are allowed to live, how the city is segregated. So it's clear that like the North is racist. The North in the United States has its racial issues. Just maybe it's presented in different ways than like the southern states that people think are more racist.
Yeah,
I'd like to piggyback on that briefly. Just like Lorraine was saying, racism, structural racism has no barrier across the country, right? Whether it's covert or overt, systematic discrimination and racism exists. It doesn't matter what location you present yourself, the color of your skin, even the name that we carry as Africans will prevent you from getting the equal privileges that the white counterpart will get. So I don't agree with the fact that location should matter or matters and make you exempt from racism. It holds no barrier.
Very good.
Yeah, to add on that, Derek, if I may, I agree. I mean, in all areas, same thing. But for the structure and institutional racism, we know it happens everywhere, but there are areas where we can fight back. For instance, if our kids stay in school, they go to college, they graduate, they get professions, I know they're going to be discriminated in going into the employment process. But again, if they are qualified, if they're educated, of course they'll earn that job depending on their qualifications. If our Black people work so hard, clear up their credits and everything, of course there is institutional racism when it goes to applying for loans in banks and all that, in housing. But someone who is running a good credit, has a good job, rarely would the banks refuse to take care of whatever they're out there for. So my point is, let's push education for our children, stay in school, work on your other areas in your life. Because if you're educated and have a good job, of course, a lot of things can go smoothly. I know there's certain things we may not be able to change, but at least it lessens the way you're going to be treated.
Yeah.
But Edward, sorry, if I may chime in just real quick, Derek, sorry, cut you off. So when I wore this shirt last week, somebody, and actually it was a family member, they were like, like, what are you talking about being oppressed? You have a decent job, education, so why are you complaining? So that's not the answer. I mean, it can help, but then doesn't mean that if you're not educated and you're Black, you should be marginalized. I mean, there's so many white people who aren't educated who have it better than an uneducated Black person, seriously, in the US. So let's remember that is my point.
Yeah. Do you have another question for us, Sentosa?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Julius asked that how do you be bold without being angry? Should we worry about sounding angry? Sometimes that holds us back from combating racism. And then somebody added on as talking about as being an angry Black woman. I often get categorized as the angry Black woman. I realize that sometimes that can be used as a way to silence legit viewpoints. Also, at times I'm angry about certain positions, and that's okay. So it's okay to be angry, but then how do you still put your point across without being labeled as an angry person?
Lauren, you wanna chime in? Let's have the ladies talk about this idea of an angry Black woman. Lauren, go ahead.
As I said earlier, I've been really radicalized during all of this experience, especially being so young and watching young Black people specifically be killed over and over in the United States. So I've been kind of radicalized by that movement. And part of that radicalization has been anger. I think I've been awakened to a lot of things that the government, that the system has tried to like sweep under the rug. And now that certain things are coming to light, I'm starting to realize, no, I'm actually upset about the policies that are in place to oppress us, about the structures that are in place to oppress us. And I feel that as Black people, Black people globally, we have every right to be angry. We have absolutely every right to be upset, especially in this country that has repeatedly shown us that our lives as Black people do not matter to them as much as they matter to some other people. So in terms of, is it okay to be angry? Absolutely. I feel like anger is a legitimate feeling that we as Ugandans try to shy away from. And if we are going to present it, we're going to present it privately and not openly. But that is a feeling that should be expressed just as much as sadness, as happiness, as grief, any of those other things.
Yeah.
As far as being an angry Black woman, anytime I post anything on Facebook, someone is like, oh, she's so young, she's so stupid, she's just upset. And I'm inclined to ask the question, well, why aren't you upset? What do you know that I do not know that is not making you as angry? Because what's going on in the world is disheartening and is upsetting. And because I decide to present that information, you deem me as angry to try to delegitimize what I'm saying. And I'm aware of that. And I'm not going to take that because I'm going to say what I have to say because it's the truth,
Very good. What are your thoughts as a Black woman? Are you angry?
I think it's important that we look at where that narrative is coming from, right? Because if it's coming from a white person, a counterpart, deeming me as the angry Black woman, the way I perceive it is, okay, you're threatened by me voicing what I perceive to be unjust, right? And so, and that's your way of trying to silence my voice. Oh, let me label you as an angry Black person, right? To almost lower what you seem to be right, your voice. And so I don't subscribe to that at all, because if me speaking up my truth and what I see as unjust, if that's going to make you feel even less confident about yourself and trying to tarnish my image, those are your issues. That has nothing to do with me as an angry Black woman. I'm not angry. I get angry about the injustice, yes, but does that make me as an angry Black woman? And no, like we shouldn't even subscribe to that image. Because I just feel like it's just a way to belittle what we legitimately feel what's occurring in society. So no, I don't subscribe to that at all.
Very good. Senator, do you have another question for us?
Yes, so we have one from Ray, and he's curious to hear some of the challenges our guests have faced and how they overcome. So I think the main thing about this question is, how do you overcome that? Like, how do you have, let's say, a racist boss, and how do you still get the job done? Or like, do you quit your job and find another job? Do you like how do you, as a Black person, maybe an immigrant with an accent, like if you look at my name, if somebody sees my resume, they know I'm not Caucasian, so how do we maneuver these times and still manage to live?
Yeah, and I think I'll take this one really quickly, and that is to say that we are all faced with challenges around education, around access and all the other stuff, but we've got to remember that these challenges have been fought by African Americans for a long time. We're not alone in this fight. So, for example, in 1965, the Immigration Act was enforced, and that allowed people like you and I to come to this country and become citizens. And that was done by African Americans in 1965. That fight was heard. But we also have been contributors to the fight. We're not just recipients of African American work. We've also been part of the fight. And those of you who know know that Nelson Mandela learned from the civil rights movement to actually do fight for what? South African freedom. The apartheid era mimics a lot of what we've seen in the US, a white grandization of who they think they are. And the unfortunate thing for our brothers who are white is that they're losing the battle around this idea of superiority. You cannot be superior because of your white skin. Pigmentation is not logical. You cannot say I'm smart because I'm white. No. You cannot say I'm smart because I'm black. No. You're smart because God gave you some wisdom, some sagacious ability to denounce or to approach or to educate yourself. So the challenges that we faced are uniquely universal because they are faced by Africans in Europe, in Africa itself, West. So discrimination in terms of schools, discrimination in terms of housing, discrimination, which they call redlining, discrimination in terms of where we go to eat or whatever. All those are universal things. But the question is, how do you fight back? And that's what we're trying to deal with today. We fight back through what the panels have said, by understanding what structural racism is. You've got to educate yourself. Read Bowen, read all these books that have been written by African Americans and get to understand what we are faced with. Do not lay back and think because you somehow have a small little job in Boston or in Houston that somehow life is wonderful. No, it's not. It's not. They're killing us. They're reducing us to nothing. So you've got to fight back. Senator, give us another question.
So before that, let me just add on one last quick thing, Derek. So I think something else we need to do is acclimate to the system and like run for like these, first of all, vote. We voted last week, vote for, because this is where you live. Like you live in these towns and these laws are made based on who votes. So if you don't think you're part of this community that you live in and you go to every day, then so let's do that. So another question, somebody just asked, what is the one civil right that is most important to you that I should never forget to remind my kids of in these times?
Chobe, you want to take that? And then we can go through everybody else. Really one quick line. What is your civil right idea that you really treasure?
Well, I'd say equality.
Okay.
We have to be treated equally, regardless of where we come from, how we speak, the color of our skin. We are all the same people, human beings. We bleed red. We bleed. Our blood is red. So I think if we look at each other that way, yeah.
Lauren, what is your civil right thing that you?
I don't know if I can sum it up into one neat sentence, but when I say Black Lives Matter, that encompasses every single Black life. That includes Ugandan Black lives, that includes incarcerated people, that includes poor Black people, that includes gay, lesbian, straight Black people. That is every single Black life that is on the planet has a meaning and has purpose, and every single Black life deserves to be lived out fully and truthfully. So that is something that is very passionate and important to me. All Black lives matter, not just the American ones.
Very good. Huda.
I was literally going to say that. Thank you, Lorraine. I think, and I want to apologize for the background noise, but I do want to emphasize that it's important to the person that asked the question from early on to remind your kid, teach them, condition their mind that you are important, your life matter, right? You have a voice. Because those are some of the things, important tools that my mother passed on to me, right? Growing up as an African kid in Sweden.
Yeah.
And so early on, having that condition, even if I was faced and continue to face injustice, oppression, I knew that my voice, the color of skin matter across the board.
Very good. Senator, you have another question for us?
Yes, I have a question, but before, let me just give a brief little thing. So I went to a Ugandan restaurant here, and I was sitting at a table. I'm a customer. I'm paying for my food, and then a white couple comes in to get their food, and they ask me to get off the table so that the white couple can sit in a Ugandan restaurant. So let's just think about that. So I know it's yeah. So we have two questions that are similar, right? So people asking about what are we doing about the civil rights in northern Uganda and Uganda, and this is a good question only because it's similar to the Black Lives versus All Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Right now, we're talking about what's happening. You know, like, I mean, it's like you can walk and chew gum at the same time. It doesn't mean that if we're talking about Black lives in the diaspora, we don't care about what's happening in Uganda. Like, I, for one, like, I, you know, try to like work with charities in Uganda. Like, everyone does their part when they can. But right now, what's bleeding is what's happening right now in the US as a Black person living here. So I think Uganda needs to realize that. Doesn't mean, you know, like you can't bring a point and, oh, what about what's happening back home? You know, why is no one talking about that? Okay, then talk about it. You know, like bring it up and let's discuss this, but let's not mitigate what's happening because it's a real thing and it's affecting us in one way or another. So I don't know if you guys have anything else to say about that.
Well, you know, I would say that the plight of our people back at home, which is almost self-inflicted in some ways, but also began with white rule. Colonialism brought us this incredible plight. We never thought of ourselves in ways that we think of ourselves today before white people came to us. I don't know that, I mean, we had wars, but we weren't systematically planning to discriminate against each other like that. I mean, this idea of tribalism, I think, has been accentuated by colonial rule. I'm a Muganda, you're a Mchiga, you're a Mnyankole. Really, we didn't really do that. In fact, there's a poet in Nigeria who says, we never called ourselves Black before. Somebody came and called us Black. We always thought of ourselves as Africans, you know, I'm a Mnyankole or I'm a Muganda. We never said, oh, I'm a Black man, I'm a Black woman. No, we were just human beings who were tribal, and we were never provincial in such a way that we are seeing ourselves today back at home. You know, there was this horrible, horrible war in our country, and we've been able to fight it back. And I think one of the ways we can create equality back at home is to see ourselves as Ugandans, you know, in totality, versus, oh, Gundi Munyankole, that so-and-so is Mchiga. No, we're Ugandans. That's what we have. Let's treasure that as a country and go do some good work. Anybody else wants to chime in? But because we have 15 more minutes to get to an hour and a half. Maybe Cynthia, you should read another question, that way we can get onto that. Another question, if you have another one.
Okay, so it's a comment from the president, Henrietta. So
Yeah.
she had to jump off for another forum, but she said that this is really needed, and she's working with Dr. Kayongo to see how we can seek resources and organizations that can help us in addressing racial issues, which is the next thing. So people are asking about resources. So what resources are available in the diaspora, you know, like locally in different states and towns that people can go to, you know, like, what do you know? Like, so can somebody share on that?
I think
anybody wants to share?
I think based on the resources, I think if you look at it, you got to be specific to find out what the need is, right? So when you say resources in terms of facing racism, facing, like, what is the need, and what, if you find out what the need is, then that person can be directed to available resources. So if they can be specific in terms of, what they.
And you know, go ahead, Lauren, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Yeah, to kind of jump off of that, it really does depend on what, because, you know, fighting racism is a big job, and there are also lots of other little things that we do in our lives that can aid us in getting to that end goal of, you know, eventually living in a world that is not racist. So a lot of the things that I have been doing is looking up organizations that are donating directly to incarcerated Black people, looking up organizations that are focusing on homelessness and food security issues in my area. These are all things that are structurally racist. These issues of homelessness and mass incarceration of Black and brown people in America is something that affects us as Ugandans, as Black people in general. So kind of being, like Huda said, being specific about the need, you can get better resources from that. But that's usually where I start, with those two kind of.
Yeah. And we are talking to the president of the UNAA president to figure out ways in which we can actually create resources for Ugandans, especially to deal with these kinds of things that we question. You know, if you have a child that has been incarcerated, I have a nephew who lives in Philadelphia, and he was accused by a white girl for having raped her, and he did not rape the girl. They actually were good friends, and they actually had consensual relationships. But the girl was so scared to tell her father that she was dating a Black dude, and she turned around and just said, "Hey, he raped me." And do you know they actually took my nephew to jail for a false assertion? And it reminded me of Tulsa, Oklahoma, where we had this incredible victimization. A young man in an elevator somehow is accused by this white girl that is in the same elevator for having talked to her. And you know what? They burnt down the whole of Tulsa's African-American business to the ground. To the ground. So we need to figure out a way to connect our experiences to the African-American experience so we can actually be part of the uniform and united and universal approach to the question. So we will work with the UNAA presidency and the UNAA leadership to figure out how to create a database of resources that people can actually go to. So this is the beginning of this question and the beginning of our experience, but don't worry, more to come. Henrietta, Chove, and all the other people are going to work together, and we're going to figure out a way to develop resources for people to chime in.
And to add on that, Derek, like Lorraine said, I think we could start with your area, looking up all these movements or organizations fighting for justice. Talk to them, see how you can help, maybe physical, financially, and also just your Ugandan community. Try to make sure you know your community, interact with your people, because when I was the president of our community here, we worked with our members and helped some of our kids who are in jail. Community. We wrote recommendations to the courts, to ICE, to all this. So yeah, there's so many, as a person, wherever you live, you can look around and there's a lot you can do, or a lot of organizations you can jump in and help with.
And the point is that that's why we are part of UNAA. That's why we create UNAA. UNAA was started here in Atlanta by Dr. Matovu and a couple of other people for this principal purpose, that when we have somebody pass away in our community, we come together in the Harambee system, as the Kenyans say, to unite and help the person out. You are not alone as a Ugandan in this country. You have UNAA to help you. We are the most important resource you can actually have as a Ugandan. Don't stay by yourself, because you cannot fight this whole system alone. You're not an island. So let's not do that. Why don't we do the concluding remarks? Cynthia, do we have any other questions, or should we do our concluding remarks from each panelist?
Sorry, I just have one last one that's, I think it's part of like the solution. But before that, so I'll say this. So there's a good acronym that I know, STAR. Situation, right? Which is current right now, the task, the action, and the result. So let's just take that back and like what are we doing? Like, it shouldn't stop at just having this forum and then people just leave it at that. And then the last question is about, and it's a heavily debated topic, right? About us as Black people. Like, so there's a side that feels like we need to get allies and educate them about Blackness and what's happening, and there's a side that says we're fed up. Like it's like now it's not really complicit bias. It's just like, come on, like let's be so like how do we navigate that? And And how do we get common ground?
Okay, very good. Lauren, you want to try and look at common ground? What's common
I'm
ground?
sure she has something to say about that.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Finding common ground. The one thing I always say, especially now that we're living in the 21st century, everything is hyper aware, hyper internet, is that when I come across people who are seemingly like willfully ignorant of the issues that are going on, I always just say Google is free. Google is a free internet tool where you can look anything up in the entire world. So I do not believe that it is inherently on us as Black people to be expending all of this energy, because as we already know, we are already combating racism on a personal level. Like, we interact with racism, and then to now have to interact with it and then kind of regurgitate all of those feelings and those emotions to other non-Black people or to other people who are trying to be allies and might be in their hearts are in the right place. It should not be our job to actively put ourselves through more trauma trying to be like, this is what you should do, this is how you should act, this is, you know, that should be the work of the people who have the power in the society, to kind of figure out what is the root of these problems, how do we exacerbate these problems, and how can we solve them. But going along with that, I think if you have the energy and you are able to communicate with those in your community, with people who want to be allies with you, I think it's okay to share, this is how I've been treated by certain people, this is how I've been treated by this system, this is my experience. You take that experience and do with that what you think is right. I should not have to tell you exactly what the steps are, because if I knew what the steps are, I would do them myself. But if we are able to have those conversations of what our experiences are with other people, then they can take those things and make assertions for themselves.
Very good. You there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again, Derek?
This idea about, you know, what are the experiences and how do you, you know, walk through those experiences, is what we're looking at.
Continue to be vocal. Continue, because one thing that I heard early on is, coming from Uganda, the culture is, you know, if you're facing racism and injustice, you cannot just stay quiet about it or you speak about it amongst your peer, but just continue to be vocal, right? And I agree with Lorraine, we shouldn't have to carry, for lack of a better word, the burden of constantly reliving and reinforming. The proof is in the pudding, right? Racism exists, okay? If I work for a company, like Sentiza mentioned earlier, it's like we have all these police brutality going on. It's in the news, it's in our backyard, but yet I'm the single Black person in a position and it's not being discussed. What's going on here, right? I can voice it, but you also have a responsibility, and I'm talking about people that are in leadership position, to address it, address that uncomfortable topic, because by you addressing it, you are acknowledging the fact that, okay, this is what's going on. I'm Caucasian, I may not have all the answers, but I'm open to have a enriching dialogue, educate me, right? And I think it's also imperative that people, like Lauren said, Google is free. There are books, bring in speakers, you know, let them share their experience, okay? Allow me to feel validated, allow my experience to feel validated. And the only way you can do that is by acknowledging the uncomfortable subject, which is racism.
Yeah. Jobe.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think like all the other speakers have said, yeah, we need to start this conversation. Let's talk about it. Don't keep quiet about it. Like a lot of our people try to stay away from such things. They don't want any confrontation. Or what if I get arrested? What if they're arrested? What if this happens to me? My immigration status, my kids, my this. So us as immigrants, we need to be part of this. A lot of people have drawn a line between immigrants and African Americans.
Yeah.
Maybe that's their issue. Me, I'm a Ugandan. I just came here as a Ugandan. It's not my issue. So yeah, you go ahead and research, read about it, talk to people, engage these movements that are going on.
Yeah.
Start preaching about it everywhere. Talk to people about it. Because like recently I was talking to my neighbor and he's a white neighbor, and he said, no, there's no racism. All these riots going on, it's just drunk people trying to take advantage and loot stuff and do this. So we have to go on talking to people, telling them what is happening, why is they, give them the clear picture of what is out there. And after we had a talk, I was like, oh, wow, I didn't know such things happened. Maybe he did, maybe he knew, maybe he was in denial, but we have a lot of the, but we have to start the conversation so that at least we keep it alive.
Can I also just add one more thing too? I think it's also imperative that not only do we emphasize on having the conversation with the Caucasian counterpart, right? But also within our community, because there's this notion where it's like, okay, my kids is well-behaved, goes to a good school, my kids will never get in trouble, right? There's this unfortunate stereotypical image of Black men being portrayed in a negative light, including Black women. So that's the African Americans, but African kids, we are held to a higher standard. So there's no we can be caught up in trouble, right? But let's not forget, former President Obama had the highest seat in the nation, right? And his citizenship was questioned, right? It was questioned. And so I say this to say that it's imperative that also within our community that we have those uncomfortable situations, that when you walk out the door and you have a kid or you're an adult, you might get stopped, right? You will face injustice. Just because you live in a good neighborhood, just because you have no criminal record, does not make you exempt from, being targeted.
Very good. We, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached at about an hour and 23 minutes. And we are going to do some concluding remarks from each one of the panelists. And then we do promise that this is not the first and the last conversation. We will have many more of these. But we are going to work with the leadership of UNAA to make sure that we continue the conversation. But I wanted to say to you that if you haven't read an African-American book, pick one up, please. We have James Baldwin, who is a remarkable author that left New York and lived in Paris and wrote beautifully. But we do have Toni Morrison is a lovely lady that teaches here at Emory, but has written remarkable books. I'm looking at another person here. We have Maya Angelou, who is a great poet. Please read African-American books and get to really understand where they're coming from, because we've had a lot of Africans belittle African-Americans because they don't really know the experience. We've called them lazy, we've called them unbecoming, they're too rough. But you know what? If you really have lived an African-American experience in this country, you know what it means to be thrown out of the door, to be told your color, you may be the best basketball player, you may be the best baseball player, but you cannot drink from our fountain. It's coloreds on the other side and whites on this side. For somebody to take your wife away from you and go sleep with that woman, and that woman would have a child, and that child is still not going to be accepted, or to be given a white man's child to breastfeed as an African woman, and yet you're called a monkey. I mean, these are some of the experiences that we've seen. If you've not watched African-American movies, watch Django by this wonderful actor. Watch some of these, Guess Who's Coming to Dinner or to Supper. These are movies that you should watch that will show you the African-American experience. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we can not longer behave as if we don't know what's going on. We've got to be part of the experience. So I'll start with Lorraine and go all the way down and as we do our closing remarks. So Lorraine, give us your closing remarks in 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, Derek. I just want to thank all of the panelists for all of your insight and your perspectives. It's been really, really great to be here today and kind of represent this thing. My dad was very active in UNAA2020 way back in the day. And so it's really nice to kind of see things come full circle and like be here also. I just want to say, kind of touching on what Derek was just saying, we need to start thinking of the African American experience and the Ugandan experience as synonymous, because as Black people, we have a synonymous Black experience. And a lot of these boundaries that we set, you know, thinking that African Americans are lazy, or African Americans thinking that, you know, Africans are, you know, wild and like crazy, all of these conceptions that we have of each other are results of white supremacy. Ultimately, colonialism and white supremacy has driven us to think this way of each other so that we can never be liberated and stand in solidarity together. So I think if we start to restructure and recenter that focus on not fighting each other or having these misconceptions against each other, and more so we're collectively fighting against white supremacy, we are collectively fighting against colonialism, against imperialism, as a Black unit, as opposed to just African, just Ugandans, just African Americans, I think we can truly be free and be liberated as Black people globally. So thank you so much for having me. I was very happy to be here.
Very good, Lauren. You there?
Thank you, everyone. This was a very much needed conversation, and it is my hope that it doesn't end here. I really hope that we can have more of this conversation, not just via Zoom, but also within our community, because it is much needed. And I hope that we can come together and also create resources, because there's a lot of Ugandans that might be silently suffering, you know, and a lot of those are not even aware about the resources that are available. I'm really grateful for this panel, for this conversation. Again, we are not immune to systematic racism, whether it's covert or overt, it affects all of us. But the more we have these uncomfortable at times conversation and really look within ourselves and find out how we can be a more contributing member, then I think we'll come a long way. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Chobe.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, all the panelists, President UNAA, and all the leaders. This is a long overdue conversation, which I think we need to continue. Let's try to make sure at least we teach or learn about the Black history, read, research, share that conversation, start the conversation in your communities, talk to the kids. Sometimes it's very uncomfortable, these conversations, but we have to talk about them. Also, let's try to make sure we know the laws of the land and how they can affect us. What can we do in such situations? Vote, go out and vote. Some of these things can be changed by laws. And if we send out good people in there who are fighting for us, maybe some of these things can change. Vote for judges, sheriffs, and senators. Participate. This notion of we are immigrants, this is just an African-American thing. I think we need to get out of there. But I thank you so much. And like Derek has said, we need to, as UNAA, we need to get in touch with all of these movements and see how we can empower people and help our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sentosa, your concluding remark.
Real quick, all right.
Go ahead, Sentosa.
Frozen.
So my last remark. Am I frozen? Okay.
Yeah.
My last remark is okay. So I'll reiterate this. So us as Ugandans, like in the past 20 plus years, we've come to Uganda they say Okube cheer you, then go back home. So like our mindset has been like, let's make this money and go back home. This is not our home. And as we have seen, things have changed. Where whereby like people are living here more, we have our kids who live here are part of the society. So let's change that mindset. And my last remark is let's not wait for Kayon. So there's this say their names is this slogan, say their names, right? Trayvon Martin and George Floyd. So let's not wait for Kayongo or Sentiza or Chobe to be on that list for us to do something about it, for us to make this change and be a part of this movement. And thank you everyone for being a part of this. It's been a pleasure, and I love us having this discussion, and I'm really looking forward to more of these. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lauren. You were delightful. We loved your comments. Madam Huda, what a lovely sentimentalization that you gave us. You gave us some really good food for thought. Edward, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments as well. We really learned a lot from you. And of course, my brother Sentiza, those of you who don't know, Sentiza's mom was a great UNAA lady. We all loved her. And we just want to thank you, Sentiza, for being a part of this. And for our team that has supported us in the background, those of you who don't know, there's a whole team behind us that is making this whole thing work. We want to thank you so much for everything. Again, send in your thoughts. If you have any other thoughts, Madam President will take care of those thoughts. And we really thank you for being part of this. And take care and have a lovely, lovely Labor Day weekend. God bless.